I summoned 100,000 times in a row, and each time I summoned was just an ordinary little skeleton. As a result, the principal who had high hopes for me was extremely disappointed. The school beauty, who had always been overshadowed by me, awakened as a special profession dragon soul mage, while I was just an ordinary profession summoner, thus becoming the target of the school beauty's ridicule. But I didn't care at all, lying at home doing nothing, just because I awakened the supreme talent divine bestowal hand in advance, gaining 1 evolution point per second, while others only get a few dozen points after clearing a dungeon. I can get 400 evolution points a day by lying in bed doing nothing. Even the most ordinary summon in my hands can evolve into a mythological level that can destroy the world. At this point, I've been lying flat at home for 4 days, and my evolution points have reached 340,000. It's time to use these evolution points to enhance the strength of my summon creatures. I arrived at the training ground to begin summoning. After a strange light appeared, a skeleton monster with only bones emerged before me. Summoned creature, skeleton, common, evolvable, race, undead level, first tier. Level 1 talent, fearless of pain, grade E. Enough said. I'm going all out with these evolution points. I'm going to throw in these over 300,000 evolution points. Even a pig's head could fly. Then, I opened the summon creature panel and started adding points like crazy. The attributes panel of the skeleton monster kept changing rapidly, terrifying to behold. Spending 1,000 evolution points, evolved into a skeleton warrior. Spending 20,000 evolution points, evolved into a skeleton general. Spending 300,000 evolution points, evolved into the skeleton king, with the race evolving into undead king. Acquired talents, King's Authority, Grade S, King's Bones, Grade S, Undead Control, Grade A, Undead Fire, Grade A. At this point, I was already stunned. I had just turned a common level summon creature into an epic level 1, when I saw the staggering amount of 5 million evolution points needed to reach the legendary level. I gasped. But a summon creature at the legendary level requiring so many evolution points must be unbelievably powerful. Then I summoned again. With a flicker of light and shadow, a tall figure appeared, clad in black armor forged from indomitable warrior bones, the hollow eye sockets of the skeleton king burning with a blue flame. He tightly gripped a huge bow sword, its blade incredibly sharp. Summoned creature, skeleton king, legendary, evolvable, race, undead king level, first tier. Level 1. Seeing such insane attributes at just level 1, I realized I was invincible. Even so, my body was still as weak as before. It seems that's the downside of being a summoner. I'll have to get more armor or summon more bodyguards in the future. After admiring my skeleton king for a while, I decided to pack him up and head home. As soon as I arrived, I received a gift from the school beauty. Upon opening it, I discovered a complete set of summoner equipment, skill scrolls, and various energy potions, totaling over 20,000 blue stars. I was puzzled as to why Xia Yuping would give me something out of the blue. Oh well, might as well make use of it. Tomorrow, I'll be leveling up outside the city, and these items will come in handy for survival. My attention shifted to the summoner skill scrolls, and I came across one named Ghost, which could possess the summoner and provide all-around protection, albeit being just a common level ghost with protection abilities inferior to a set of equipment of the same level. However, upgrading the ghost's talent level was simple for me. Glancing at my panel with over 50,000 evolution points, I smiled, used the ghost summon scroll, successfully summoning an additional summon, and then casually summoned the ghost I had just learned. With a flash of light, a figure resembling a child's smoke appeared before me, floating in the air. Summon, Ghost, Common, Evolvable, Race, Soul Tribe level, first tier. Level 1 talents, Possession, E level, Protection, D level. I examined the cross attribute and decided to test the possession ability. Upon command, the ghost immediately entered my body, making me feel like I was enveloped in something dense. I lightly tapped the layer and received a prompt in my ear. The protection skill used by your summon, a common level ghost, has disappeared. I couldn't help but laugh at this prompt. Even though it was just a first tier common level ghost, I managed to break its talents so easily. Without further delay, I allocated evolution points to the ghost. With a series of ding 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 sounds, I spent 3,000 evolution points to evolve it into a soul spirit. Spending 50,000 evolution points, it evolved into a soul body, gaining the talents Soul Protection, A level, and Spirit Amplification, B level, while retaining the other talents. Looking at the evolution points I had already spent, I couldn't help but feel that they were being used up too quickly. They seemed to vanish in no time. I summoned the ghost once again, transforming its originally misty figure into a clearly visible white spirit, hovering in the air. I immediately tried its possession ability. and as the white spiritual body entered my body, a white light instantly enveloped my whole body. I felt that I should let the Skeleton King test the protection of the light shield. As the teleportation gate disappeared, a tall figure appeared in my room. The moment it appeared, I had already discovered another function of the soul body. I couldn't even feel any pressure from the Skeleton King. I directly commanded the Skeleton King to punch me. Of course, using only about 20% of his strength. Then the Skeleton King punched directly at my stomach, and I felt somewhat surprised. The expected system beeps actually did not ring. Yuni felt a little surprised. Because of the Skeleton King's 10 points of strength, he actually didn't shatter the Yuni light shield with a single punch. Moreover, Yuni took a look at the mana value of the soul summoner and it had actually consumed less than 10%. That is to say that with the soul body, he was equivalent to being able to harden 2 punches of 50 points of power from the King of Skeletons. And this was still an all-round protection. No matter where the attack went, Yuni was able to block it. Chapter 5. Crushing leveling, boring and monotonous. And that's without upgrading. When all aspects of the soul body's attributes are upgraded after upgrading, then it will be able to resist more damage. This was still only the elite level. If it was raised to the epic level, Yuni didn't even know how strong it could be. However, Yuni took a look at the evolution points to continue raising a full 500,000 evolution points, and it would take almost 6 days to save enough. But it didn't affect Yuni to brush the monsters. After all, his good brother the dead fat Wang Tianbao leveled up to who knows how many levels. Yuni also didn't expect that he could actually awaken a rare level combat system profession, Magic Warrior. Yuni still remembers that fat man's arrogant face to this day, but after all, he is his good brother. Wang Tianbao originally wanted to bring him along, but was rejected by Yuni, who didn't want to expose his talent too early. Thinking of this, Yuni suddenly remembered Xiaoyu's face. What is she doing now? At this moment, on a leveling area on the outskirts of Tianqing City, a beautiful figure was mercilessly wreaking havoc on the plains that were filled with level 5 to 6 monsters. When the other occupation awakened around her, had only eliminated 1 or 2 monsters, that beautiful figure had already swept through the area with her dragon flames, and she had leveled up with it. This figure is exactly Xiaoyu. She is now level 6. Compared to the same period of only 2 or 3 other students, it can be said that this brush monster speed, simply horrible. After a while Xiaoyu stopped brushing the monsters and began to drink a blue recovery potion. Somehow she remembered Yuni. She originally wanted to invite Yuni to come with her to practice. In fact, it is just to bring Yuni. After all, ordinary summoners usually summon items are very garbage. Although it is true that there are very strong summon items, but Yuni is just awakened ordinary summoner profession. So, however, Xiaoyu felt like doing this to Yuni. It always felt like she had designs on him. In the end, there was no way Xiaoyu could only sneakily send a set of equipment to Yuni. I don't know if Yuni received it or not. Early the next morning, after Yuni threw a stream of things into his career awakener backpack, he prepared to head to the leveling area outside the city. Everyone as long as the awakening to become a professional awakening will obtain a space backpack, but the initial capacity is only 2 cubic meters. Want to improve the capacity you need to pass the appropriate skill scroll. It's usually expensive though, so the initial one is enough. Yuni then proceeded directly to the outskirts of the city, and after passing through the registration as well as inspection again, Yuni smoothly arrived at the outskirts of Tianqing City. The very first brushing area in the outskirts of the countryside was some low-level monsters, almost leveled between level 1 and 5. There are some little bunnies, little slimes and so on. There are a lot of people brushing. Yuni even saw a few classmates, but Yuni did not say hello to them. After all, it is not very familiar. These places were naturally not places for Yuni to brush his monsters. After all, if Yuni were to directly release the King of Skeletons here, he was afraid that the whole of Qingcheng would know about it the next day. Yuni didn't want to be so high profile, and the level of all these monsters was too low. The experience given would definitely be far from enough to satisfy Yuni's upgrades. Yuni then directly bypassed the place and headed further away. Yuni's behavior naturally caught the attention of the other monster brushers. A squad with a rank of almost 3 or 4 looked at Yuni's distant figure. While fighting monsters, he said, "Look at that person's equipment like that. How dare he go inside? Who knows? Even though his outfit is pretty trashy, it's worth quite a bit of money. Why don't we go pick up the pieces?" He went in the direction of the beast forest. The monsters are all level 10 up. You still want to pick up the leakage. Send to death is more or less. Or obediently stay here honestly brush leveling it. Hearing that the monsters over there were all level 10 and up, the crowd instantly gave up, while at the same time thinking in their hearts that Yuni, who was heading that way, would surely not live long. At this time, Yuni came to the beast forest. Compared to the outskirts of that crowded countless, here seems to be a lot of quiet. Yuni then saw a ferocious-looking giant wolf that was slowly leaning over in Yunyi's direction, seemingly taking Yuni as his target. Dare to use me as a target? You've got a lot of guts. Seeing that Yuni seemed to be alone, the speed at which the giant wolf approached became faster and faster, and then when it reached a certain distance, it pounced without saying a word. But the moment it was about to approach Yuni, a huge bone sword instantly split the giant wolf's body in half before it fell to the ground. A system prompt was also heard in Yunyi's ears. Your summoned creature Skeleton King has killed LV10 Forest Giant Wolf and gained 127 experience points, 27 bonus points for crossing over to kill. Detected that experience value is sufficient for leveling up. Detected that the experience value is sufficient for the leveling up of the King of Skulls. Detected that the experience value has satisfied the soul body leveling up. Hearing these 3 prompts coming from him, Yun-E instantly became headstrong. Although summoners were theoretically invincible when it came to battle power, in practice, cultivating them did cost others several times the resources and time. After all, while other professions only needed to raise their own level, summoners had to take into account the summons, and there was more than one. That's why most civilian awakened summoner professions have almost only 1 or 2 summons, and they're not very strong by a long shot. But Yuni was different. King of Skeletons, just find your own monsters to brush nearby. Brush whatever you have. Don't run too far. Do you hear me? The huge body of the King of Skeletons, after hearing this, nodded before picking up his huge bone sword and walking towards the surroundings. Yuni was not the least bit worried that something had happened to the King of Skeletons. After all, regarding his perverted basic attributes, as well as that uncountable number of talents, he was simply the big boss of this Fey forest, an absolute crushing existence. As for the fear of other monsters, bypassing the King of Skeletons to attack Yuni, the soul body wasn't a vegetarian. So Yuni began to wander around while listening to the system's prompts that kept coming from his ears. Your summon, King of Skeletons, has killed LV10 Forest Giant Bear and gained 144 experience points, 33 bonus points for crossing over to kill. Get trophy, Forest Bear Claw *1. Your summoner, King of Skulls, has slain LV11 Vicious Giant Wolf and gained 188 experience points, 41 bonus points for crossing over to kill. Trophies obtained, Vicious Fangs *2. Your summoner, King of Skulls, has slain the LV12 Great Boar and gained 183 experience points, 42 bonus points for crossing over to kill. Trophy, Boar's Horn *2. This feeling of almost lying down and leveling up and taking the loot simply made Yuni feel good, and all he had to do was give orders and level up, and there was nothing more to do. The life of a summoner is just so boring and monotonous. Yuni lay down on the forest flatland and couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion as he looked under the azure sky. Chapter 6. Elite level bosses are also slashed in seconds. Yuni was lying comfortably when suddenly the system prompts that had been ringing nonstop in his ears suddenly disappeared. What's going on? Something happened to my Skeleton King? Yuni was puzzled as to how these ordinary small monsters that were no more than 10 levels could withstand his own Skeleton King that looked like a big boss panel. Yuni checked the attributes of the King of Skeletons while heading over towards its location and realized that the King of Skeletons was actually deducting blood. Yuni instantly realized that this was meeting an opponent. As expected, when Yuni felt it, what he saw was a huge body that was fighting fiercely against the King of Skeletons. The raging strength and muscular body of an immense, gigantic bear was unsettling. Its eyes are fierce, its claws and teeth are sharp, and every roar is deafening, showing its wild and untamed nature. The main reason for this was that the King of Skeletons' attack dealt damage to the giant bear, albeit quite a bit, but the giant bear came right back up again. Thick skin and blood and still so resistant. This thing is definitely a boss. Immediately after that, Yuni pondered how to exterminate this boss. Although the King of Skeletons was an epic level summon, Yuni guessed that this giant bear boss must also be at least an elite level and not low in rank, or else the King of Skeletons' already level 5 rank would not have attributes lower than the other party. The higher the talent potential, the higher the attributes raised per level, and of course the experience required for a summon with a higher talent potential, the higher it would be. Otherwise, the King of Skeletons had crossed over and killed nearly hundreds of level 10 or higher monsters to get his level up to 5. Under normal circumstances, raising a normal level summon, or raising Yunyi's own level would have long been more than a dozen levels, so how could it be only a mere 5 levels? Just as Yuni was thinking about how to defeat this boss, Yuni realized that the giant bear boss had almost all used up all the talents that he could use, and his own King of Skeletons was actually just stupidly using flat A to cut that giant bear, simply like a little cutie, the same as a little cutie. Not told you to brush the monsters is really just brush the monsters so many talent skills and not use it, really convinced. Yuni slapped his head. Looking at the Skeleton King's random S-ranked talent skill, he didn't know what to say. King of Skeletons, don't hold back. Use all your strength to finish off this giant bear in front of you. With the fall of Yun Yi's words, the King of Skeletons, who was originally just holding a bone sword and dully chopping the giant bear, instantly erupted with an unrivaled might and rushed straight to the giant bear, followed by the King of Skeletons' body, which was also instantly huge by several times, and then the light blue flame on the bone sword, which was also coming out. The giant bear boss that was originally able to resist the Skeleton King's attack was instantly shocked by that pressure to the point where he didn't dare to strike, and just froze there. Then the huge bone sword with light blue flame was wielded by the King of Skeletons, and the sword was slashed on top of the giant bear boss's body, and as the bone sword cut through the giant bear's body, the light blue flame was also attached to the giant bear's body. As the light blue flames blazed, the giant bear, which was still alive and well, was already engulfed by the light blue flames and turned into ashes. And a system alert sound came from Yun Yi's side. Your summon, King of Skeletons, has slain the LV-20 elite level forest bear and gained 250 experience, 211 bonus points for overleveling. Get elite level special reward, Junior Elite Treasure Chest *2. Loot obtained, Forest Spirit *1, Bear Paw *2. Yun Yi looked at the giant bear that was killed by a sword in seconds, and also could not help but sigh a little bit of his own. This King of Skeletons, indeed very strong, but at the same time also feel that his King of Skeletons before with a little cute. The same as always use flat A to fight. Is this thing really so stupid that it's called swiping and it's really just a flat A swipe? Yun Yi couldn't help but spit. Then he looked at the 2 blue treasure chests in his spatial backpack, and Yun Yi knew that that particular elite monster would indeed produce something like this treasure chest. However, this kind of thing was very rare and usually rarely appeared, and I didn't expect that I would obtain it so quickly. Just as Yun Yi wanted to open the treasure chest, a strange sound suddenly came from the distance. It seems that a small team is coming this way. Seeing that someone is coming, Yun Yi instantly raised his spirits and hurriedly let the King of Skeletons take himself under cover. After all, in the middle of this big forest, who knows what might happen, even though they were all fellow humans, just in case. Moreover, Yun Yi didn't want to expose his King of Skulls. After hiding in a bush, Yun Yi went ahead and recycled the Skeleton King back. It was a pretty big target for this huge body. After all, by the time Yun Yi had hidden in the grass for a while, a squad that looked like no ordinary squad appeared where Yun Yi had been before, exactly where that forest bear was. The localization disappears here. What do I do? A teenager with a staff in his hand, obviously a mage by profession, looked on with a scroll in his hand. Should not have run far in this neighborhood. You guys quickly look for. After all, that giant bear is an elite level special monster. In case that elite treasure chest burst out of a superb skill scroll or something like that, we'll be here. And even if you don't open it, a single take it up to sell it is also worth 700,000 to 800,000 blue star coins. A character who was obviously the leader of the squad looked around and said, "Alright, then let's look for it quickly. This is our squad's first time fighting an elite level monster." Yun Yi hid in the nearby bushes and listened to their conversation, but in his heart, he was secretly thinking, is this elite level treasure chest so valuable? So should I sell it or open it? At the same time, Yun Yi also took a look at their equipment. Almost all of them were that kind of equipment around the first rank, and if they dared to come to kill that elite level giant bear, Yun Yi guessed that this squad should all be more than 10 levels above. However, Yun Yi felt that it was possible that these people could not defeat that forest bear, as it was possible that his Skeleton King could wipe out their group with one sword each. Those people spread out and searched here for a while. Yun Yi was afraid of being discovered, so he didn't go out of the grass and just waited for them quietly. It wasn't until a while later that they gathered to say they hadn't found it. It took a while before he finally left. Only then did Yun Yi come out of the bushes. However, not a moment after the grass came out, suddenly those figures reappeared in front of Yun Yi. Kid's been squatting there for so long, waiting for us to leave. Why is he hiding something from us? Yun Yi looked at the silhouettes and realized that he had been undermined, or that these people had discovered him long ago. You've been squatting there for half a day. We've already spotted you with our detection magic. So tell us what the hell you're doing here. Yun Yi was filled with speechlessness. What else could he do here? He could only lightly reply back to them. Is it okay if I brush up here? Chapter 7. The beginning of the fight. Arrogant squad. This attitude of Yun Yi directly caused one of the taller looking boys in that squad's team to directly take that big sword of his and point it straight at Yun Yi. What's your attitude? We're asking you here, don't you understand? Seeing this kind of stance from them, Yun Yi also knew that there was no need to talk about it, and directly shrugged it off. Who am I to tell you guys? Immediately, he tried to summon the King of Skeletons. However, right at this moment, the boy with the mage profession suddenly stood out and said to Yun Yi, that I don't know which school you are a classmate of, but it's true that we have a bit of a bad attitude. We'll give you an apology, huh? Zhou Tian still doesn't apologize? Yuni looked at their situation. How could he not see that this was one singing red face and one singing white face, just wanting to get words out of his mouth? The elite level treasure chest is already in my backpack anyway, so just coax them a few times and forget about it. Holding this thought, Yuni also gladly accepted the man's apology. Seeing that Yuni had already accepted their apology, the boy was the one who then spoke. Since this student has accepted our apology, can you briefly tell us if you have seen a very tall and big-looking giant bear around here? Or any other special-looking monsters? When Yuni heard this, it was true that these people were right with what they thought were here to look for that elite-level forest bear. There was, only I've already killed it. Yuni said in his heart, but act like you're thinking about it, as if you're actually trying to remember if you've seen something. When I came here I thought I heard some rather strange roaring, from which direction I don't know, because it was loud and I'm quite timid, so I just ran away. After saying that, Yuni shut up. The more he said, the more wrong he was, and Yuni didn't want them to ask for stuff. Upon hearing Yuni's words, they directly ran to the side in disgust, seemingly discussing whether what Yuni said was true or not. What do you guys say after hearing what that kid said? Is it believable? This man doesn't look honest. Why don't we let him go later and I'll follow him quietly? Then we'll see if what he says is true or not. Yes, let's do it. The only clue to that elite level monster is this kid. We can't just make a trip for nothing. After the discussion, they let Yuni leave. Watching Yuni's back as he left, a figure also quietly followed. And just like that, Yuni left very puzzled. Letting me go like that? Yuni didn't believe that they could let him go like that with that stance. After all, that squad had at least 5 or 6 people, and the individual weapons and potions and whatever scrolls were well prepared. So they definitely weren't willing to go back just like that. I think there's someone else creeping up on me. Yuni also guessed what they were thinking when he thought of the scene where they had just surrounded themselves as soon as he came out on his own. That's not good. If this keeps following me, how am I going to brush the monsters and how am I going to level up? Just then Yuni suddenly remembered. Wasn't his Skeleton King a ready-made elite monster? And since they wanted to get the loot, there wasn't much of a problem in fighting an epic level monster, right? Yuni suddenly smiled at the thought. As long as I don't admit it myself, who knows, it's my summon. Yuni instantly seemed to have discovered a new world. Then I'll have to see how good your squad is. Immediately following Yuni as the skill was unleashed, a portal quietly appeared in the distance. Just brush the monsters as usual. Don't pick what you have to brush. When you meet a human squad, just play with them. Don't put your skills in motion. Of course, if the blood level is below 70%, then you don't have to keep your hands off. After Yuni sent the order towards the King of Skeletons, he took a leisurely stroll and left. Next it's up to that squad to deal with their own King of Skulls. The King of Skeletons, who had received the order, also left with his bone sword and began to search for prey in this forest. On the other hand, Yuni, after releasing the King of Skeletons, he thought about whether to open those 2 elite treasure chests. Although Yuni felt that his face had never been black, but in case he opened something worthless, wouldn't those 2 treasure chests worth 700,000 to 800,000 blue star coins be ruined? Looking at 2 shiny blue treasure chests, for the first time, Yuni had a feeling of indecision, and eventually gave up and began to check out his other loot. Because the King of Skeletons killed hundreds of monsters, so there is a lot of loot. With those low-level practicing area monsters, popped loot can only sell dozens of dollars, or even give away no one wants. The monsters of this forest of Fae, the cheapest one loot can be sold for 500 blue star coins. It can be described as lying down and making money. Yuni simply counted this loot. Almost only half a day has earned 100,000 blue star coins. Yuni did not expect to be a professional awakened actually so lucrative. But Yuni has not heard of which individual professionals can be so lucrative. And the reason for being so lucrative was only because Yuni was like that. Brush monsters, and not just brush monsters on the line. A variety of consumables, equipment and so on, are required to spend money to buy. Casually a bottle of low-grade blue recovery potion and blood recovery potion are at least thousands of blue star coins. There were also various equipment replacements as well as skill scroll purchases, all of which required the consumption of a large amount of blue star coins, unless they could be popped out by fighting monsters. But those were required to go to some replicas, which not only had a level restriction, but also had to be purchased in order to go in. Yuni was able to earn so many blue star coins purely because he had a Skeleton King helping him with all sorts of monsters without any consumption. Any other professional awakened person would simply be impossible. Just as Yuni was still thinking about how much money he could earn, he suddenly received a prompt. Your summoned creature, the Skeleton King, is under attack. Hearing this hint, Yuni already understood that his Skeleton King should have been discovered. After all, The monsters in this Fey forest were basically killed by the Skeleton King with a single stroke of his sword, and there was no possibility of anything other than getting an experience tip for the kill. Unless there's another monster that's elite level and not low level, it's impossible to do damage. Then the answer must be that squad. Okay, already managed to fight, so I'm going over to watch the show. Yuni was curious as to how the group should deal with their own King of Skulls, and how should his own King of Skeletons deal with this one well-equipped human squad. Although Yuni still felt that squad might be cut down one by the King of Skeletons, but after all, it still has to be fought, doesn't it? Chapter 8. Not vegetables into this still dare to brush boss With the mindset of watching a good show, Yuni also hurriedly rushed towards the direction of his King of Skeletons. It was the fear that if he came a little late, the game would already be over. And on the side of the squad in the King of Skulls, the King of Skeletons' tall and majestic body, as well as his huge bone sword held in his hand, and his unrivaled aura, clearly caused the people in the squad responsible for tracking Yin-E to successfully have their attention drawn to him. Moreover, he also realized that this monster, which was obviously not of any ordinary level, was actually killing other monsters, which was unbelievable. So he hastily contacted the rest of the squad. Come over here, guys. I've got something here. I saw an oversized skeleton monster that doesn't seem to be a normal monster either. When the rest of the squad arrived here and saw the huge body of the King of Skeletons and the huge bone sword that slashed an ordinary monster, they immediately let out a surprised sigh as well. I'm afraid I won't be able to carry this sword even with my full strength. A warrior in the squad wearing armor and holding one shield said with some trepidation. Are you sure we're targeting him? The mage looked at the man who had tracked Yun-E and said, man, you guys, look at his target. It seems like it's always those small monsters. And one slash at a time. It looks strong. And if we can't beat it, that elite level forest bear that the captain was talking about surely can't beat it either. So in case it happens to be the skeleton monster that comes across it, and then gets chopped up isn't impossible. Don't you guys think so? The people in the squad listened to the speculation and pondered on it. Indeed. You guys see that porcupine boar that we are usually too lazy to fight. Isn't it because he has a lot of blood and high defense? And the talent is also thieves disgusting. Before the 6 of us fought all wasted a lot of time before he was dead, but the result was that skeleton cut him directly into 2 halves with a single slash. And it's also incredibly fast, without any drag. So it's true that we might not be able to beat it against it. So we are not fighting? What's the point of fighting? This kind of monster can only wait until we have leveled up by then and have the chance to come back to take a look at it. Or perhaps selling this news to those guilds can also be exchanged for quite a bit of money. This kind of monster that doesn't look ordinary. It's obvious how much it can be sold for. Well, let's go ahead then. And just as the small group of people had finished their discussion and wanted to leave, a figure also quietly appeared behind the crowd. Look out! A huge bone sword, just like that, slashed straight at the spot where that warrior was originally located. The warriors who were transferred by the transfer magic were also stunned as they looked at the huge skeletal figure that suddenly appeared behind the crowd. Oh no! We've caught this monster's attention. The Skeleton King scanned the crowd, then instantly locked onto his target, a boy of the mage profession who was closest to him. Then straight after that, he took his bone sword and directly rushed at that mage's position with his sword and slashed. Fireball! A fist-sized fireball that floated in front of the mage, then flew towards the Skeleton King. However, the fireball smashed onto the Skeleton King's body as if it didn't hurt, not affecting his movements in the slightest. The Art of Frost, followed by another spell towards the King of Skeletons. The Skeleton King's legs, which were running, suddenly dinged up with frost and got stuck immediately afterward. Don't you guys just stand there or hurry over and save me. It was then that the rest of the squad, slowing down, rushed to get ready for battle and began to generally fight against the elite monsters. The warrior wearing a suit of armor and holding a shield stood at the front, while behind the Skeleton King, a figure holding a dagger stared at the Skeleton King, at what appeared to be a weak spot, prepared to deliver the killing blow. And the girl in the squad, with a staff in her hand, cast gain spells towards the warrior at the top. Strength increase, endurance increase, protection spells. As soon as the 3 spells were released, the girl picked up a blue returning potion and began to drink it. And that mage who was initially taken as a target also started to drink a blue recovery potion. In the distance, a man with a bow and arrow was shooting arrows at the King of Skeletons, though it was useless. Yuni also rushed over this time, and looked at the squad that was already in a battle stance. All this hard work to get the preparation right so that it will look good when the regiment goes down? The reason why Yuni had said this was because the warrior who looked like he was obviously the main output resistor was directly hacked away by the King of Skulls with a sword and then fell onto a nearby tree, gouging himself. As for whether he died or not, Yuni didn't know yet. However, these few Yuni was thinking that as long as they received a sword from the King of Skeletons, they were guaranteed to immediately go to the west. or be directly slapped into mush. But these people are all human. The same human Yuni has not been able to do the killing of human beings because of a little contradiction. So they ordered the King of Skeletons to summon skeleton minions to play with them. Yuni was quite curious about many of the King of Skull's talents, and even if he wasn't, he would need to know more about it, or else when it came time to use it, it would be embarrassing if Yuni, who was a summoner, didn't know about it. And when he fought that forest bear before, Yuni found out that the King of Skeletons used the S-ranked King's Might, as well as the S-ranked King's Skeleton, and the A-ranked Undead Flame, and how Yuni didn't think that this all-out effort to make it work, with two S-ranked talents, as well as an A-ranked talent being used. This also does not give seconds with a single slash. Yuni feels that there is no heavenly reason, and this summoning of skeletons was also naturally the talent of the King of Skeletons, a B-ranked skeleton soldier, which could summon a group of skeleton minions. As the Skeleton King's huge bone sword swung in all directions, the ground began to shake slightly, and dust and dead leaves were gently lifted up. Then, a white skeletal hand reached out from the earth and gripped the ground tightly, as if looking for support. With a slight scraping sound, the skeleton's arm began to exert itself, pulling the entire skeleton out of the sleeping underworld. Then one after another, followed by dozens of skeletons, just appeared around the Skeleton King. But what Yuni didn't expect was that just while the King of Skeletons was summoning the skeleton soldiers, those guys just ran away, and in the process, gouged the warriors encrusted in the trees. Just like that. Seeing this scene, Yuni felt as if he was a bit brainless. How is this the same as letting them go on purpose? Yuni scratched his head and thought no more about it. After all, they had run away, and they didn't really want to kill them, so there was no need to chase after them, except that the King of Skulls was supposed to be exposed. Yuni didn't think it mattered, as long as he didn't let anyone know that this King of Skulls was summoned by him. Yuni. Chapter 9. Skeleton King's Exposure. Supreme Gold Card. When it got dark, Yuni retrieved the King of Skulls and went home. But what Yuni didn't expect was that he had only just returned home when he was hugged by his mother. "You're finally back. Yuni, I was worried sick about you." Yuni was puzzled and asked, "What's wrong? Mom, didn't I tell you that I went to practice? What's there to worry about?" I'm not worried about you. You don't know. Just outside of our city, not far away inside that Fey Forest leveling area, there appeared a monster that I don't know how scary it is. It seems to be some kind of skeleton undead or something like that." Yuni was instantly sensitized when he heard skeleton undead. Mental note. This can't be about my King of Skulls, can it? So he quickly asked, "Mom, where did you see this?" "On the TV. The official side have sent out notices, telling the major professional awakened people to never go to the alien beast forest and has already blocked off the alien beast forest. You see for yourself." His mother turned on the TV in passing and flipped to the news channel. And then Yuni saw a familiar face appear on the TV. It was the mage profession boys who had met that squad during the day. He was describing the terror of that undead skeleton and the performance their squad made when they encountered it. Although it was a bit of bragging when he said that his squad's encounter with the Skeleton King had been a bit of a performance. When it came to the Skeleton King, the look of awe on his face was also very obvious. Seeing the scene, Yuni's hanging heart finally died. "Okay, I also managed to get exposed and it's all over town now. But I don't think they have a picture of me King of Skulls." The reason why Yuni was worried about his King of Skulls being exposed was because he was afraid that he would be captured for research. After all, what he had awakened was only a normal summoner profession, and it was absolutely impossible to have an epic level summon like the Skeleton King under normal circumstances, unless one started awakening as a very strong profession, like Xia Yu's Dragon Soul Mage. That was why Yuni was not very willing to reveal his King of Skulls, as it could potentially remind people of what special talent he might possess. Yuni looked at the more than 80,000 evolution points he had scored again, and he couldn't help but feel a wave of relief. No, we have to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger to the end. Yuni planned to absolutely get himself a normal summon to disguise his normal summoner profession when he sold his loot tomorrow. Early the next morning, Yuni came to the exchange. This is the official trading place specially prepared for the major professional awakened. Inside there are all kinds of professional need things. What equipment, skill scrolls and so on. So naturally also gathered a large number of professional awakened. Of course there's a place to recycle the loot. Naturally. After Yuni skimmed over the equipment area and skill scroll area with a burst of eye rolling, Yuni also arrived at the loot recovery area. The one who received Yuni was a taller looking man, wearing a professional outfit, looking at Yuni with a smile on his face. "May I ask this guest, is he here to purchase materials or to recover loot?" "I'm here to recycle loot." "That if you guys recycle a lot of loot here, can you price it higher?" The man still smiled and said, "It depends on how much loot you have. If it reaches a certain amount, you can become our member." And at that time, Whether it's recovering loot or purchasing materials, there will be corresponding benefits. Yun-Yi nodded as he listened. As for the tall man, although he was looking at Yun-Yi with a smile on his face, he didn't believe in his heart that Yun-Yi, who had obviously just awakened to become a professionally awakened person, could have much in the way of loot. After all, he hadn't received a lot of reception in the past few days. Those who took a few only 2 or 3 levels of monsters popped teeth, or a few furs and then bumbled to recover. And the result of recycling to the hands of only a few $100s. That a look of disdain when, looking at Yun-Yi's confident look, just when he thought that Yun-Yi was the same as those people, suddenly he saw that the ground, which was still empty, was instantly piled up with all sorts of teeth, horns and other trophies. And his original mentality of looking down on Yun-Yi was instantly somewhat shocked when he saw so much loot that could only be popped by a level 10 monster. It was obvious that although Yun-Yi looked like an ordinary profession awakened person who had just been awakened, he was actually awakened to a very strong profession. Otherwise, how could he have been able to kill so many level 10 monsters? And for this kind of newcomer professional awakened person who had awakened a powerful profession, no matter who it was, they all wanted to be better with it. For example, Xia Yu, who had awakened the Dragon Soul Mage. There were already quite a few guilds, as well as colleges and universities, that had offered extremely high prices to rope in or even invest in Xia Yu. And there were hardly any conditions, because like Xia Yu's powerful professional awakened person, the future were all unlimited, and after growing up, the rewards were naturally impossible to be less. That's why no one was unwilling to invest in it, and it was natural for Yun-Yi to show the same today. So naturally the tall man's mindset shifted. That honorable customer, wait here for a moment, I'll go get the chairman. Yun-Yi nodded. What's with this sudden run? Immediately afterward, a somewhat slightly chubby man followed the taller man out. Up came Yun-Yi's hand. Then with a smile on his face he said, hello, let me introduce myself. I'm the vice president of the Heavenly Cloud Chamber of Commerce. My name is Yun Nantian. Yun-Yi was a bit confused, but people had greeted him, so he greeted him hello. After the vice president finished speaking, he turned his head to look at the pile of loot again and nodded with instant satisfaction. Little Lee, what's the recovery price of this loot? The tall man said as he looked at the computer. 985. 600 blue star dollars. After hearing this the vice president nodded, then pulled out 2 cards from somewhere and held them in his hands. Then he said to Yun-Yi, in this bank card, there's 2 million. 1 million of which is the money you'll get from recovering the loot, while the other 1 million is the investment our Heavenly Cloud Chamber of Commerce will give you. Right. What do you think, little brother? Yun-Yi didn't know what to say when he heard the vice president's words. How did he not expect to be invested? He was not just a small summoner profession. How did he become like this? Seeing that Yun-Yi did not say anything, the vice president pointed at another gold card and said to Yun-Yi, this is our Cloud Sky Chamber of Commerce's Supreme Gold Card. The recovery price of loot will be raised by 20%, while all other goods will be discounted by 20%. And there's also $1 million of storage money in it, so little brother is free to use it. What do you think? Yun-Yi was originally in a state of confusion, but he turned out to be even more confused. Vice President, I'm here. Yun-Yi still wanted to say something, but the vice president shoved both cards into Yun-Yi's hands as soon as he could, and then left directly, not giving Yun-Yi any reason to refuse at all. How come there's still forced money? Chapter 10. Reaching the 10th level. First turn examination. Yun-Yi holding 2 cards have no way. Want to return it, people have run away? Want to find a place to lose and feel too bad? And finally rightfully tucked into his bag. I'll take it since it's all said and done as an investment. Then Yun-Yi took 2 cards. Directly in the shopping mall began a large purchase. First of all, certainly have to expand the backpack. The reason why Yun-Yi only brush a day is ready to sell things, is because of a cubic meter of space? Really cannot be loaded with those trophies. Otherwise Yun-Yi also have to brush a little bit more. Directly brush him a week. The next step was to buy another, slightly more advanced set of summoner's equipment, as well as potions to restore blood and blue, as well as learning scrolls for summons. After spending nearly 500,000 blue star coins, Yun-Yi managed to upgrade his backpack space to 50 cubic meters. At the same time Yun-Yi felt that upgrading the backpack space was also too costly. Just for a while the 2 million in his card had already been spent out of 1/4, and this was still the case when he had a 20% discount. But heartache after heartache. This amount of money Yun-Yi is also willing to spend. And then spent another 300,000 blue star coins on a full set of second-order summoner equipment. The attribute bonus and defense were several times that of the set Xia Yu had sent before, and there was even a full set of equipment combined with a passive skill, healing, grade C, which would instantly return 10% of Yun-Yi's life when his blood level fell below 50%, and would return 1% of his blood every second for 60 seconds after that. It can be said that this kit is also expensive in this, the passive skill of healing. However, Yun-Yi felt that it was quite worth it. After all, what he lacked the most was a means of preserving his life. Of course, if the other summoners knew that Yun-Yi had an elite level soul summoner to protect him and could still say such things, they would directly want to get Yun-Yi killed. What kind of equipment can compare to a high-level ghost of talent potential? This was also out of Yun-Yi being very cautious. Yun-Yi then spent another 200,000 and bought a backpack of blue and blood restoring potions, low level, medium level and high level. But the high level ones were too expensive, so Yun-Yi bought 2 bottles of each for emergencies only. Then there was still 1 million. Yun-Yi looked at the dazzling summoner learning scrolls but didn't know which one to buy. Summoner learning scrolls for ordinary talent potentials, Yun-Yi found to be particularly cheap, with the most expensive not exceeding 20,000 blue star coins. But the starting price of a summoning learning scroll for an excellent grade talent potential was all of 200,000 blue star coins. The higher level of elite level talent potential summons were not even available outright, and it was said that they were only available when traveling to bigger cities, and Tianqing City was just too small. Yun-Yi suddenly thought that he was going to leave this place where he had lived for 3 years after crossing over in a month, and inexplicably felt a little sad. After all, these 3 years of memories had a pretty deep impact on Yun-Yi. When the time comes, no matter how developed I am, I must come back to visit more often, Yun-Yi thought darkly in his heart. In the end, he bought 2 normal level summons, a wolf, and an eagle, but Yun-Yi did not intend to raise their talent potential. After all, these 2 summons were used for camouflage, and Yun-Yi also intended to keep the evolution points. When the time came to evolve the soul body, there was still the King of Skeletons. This is if the sky spends evolution points. Yun-Yi's legendary Skeleton King that do not know how long to wait. A few days later, the furthest away from Tianqing City and the highest leveled brush area near Tianqing City, the Cloud Ridge Mountain Range. This brush area started with level 15 plus monsters, and this place was not a place that even level 20 plus brush squads would want to come, because monsters that weren't ordinary level would appear here from time to time, and they often appeared as several. The slightest carelessness was a risk of group annihilation, but at this moment, there was a youth who was leisurely lying on a beach chair, comfortably basking in the sun on the mountain ridge, with a table next to him with snacks and drinks. Every now and then, I'd grab a cup and take a couple sips, have a little snack on the side, and then go back to laying around. And every now and then there came, from all around, the sound of violent impacts. And at this time the youth frowned and shouted, "King of Skulls, what are you doing? Can't you see I'm relaxing in the sun?" That's right, the youth lying on the beach chair was Yun-Yi. The reason why he ran to this place to brush the monsters was entirely because the Fey Forest was officially blocked, and Yun-Yi didn't want to go to those low-level places. Plus his appetite got a bit big, as well as having a clear perception of the King of Skulls. He finally settled on brushing the monsters in the Cloud Ridge mountain range. After all, the monsters here were high-leveled, gave more experience, and the loot that exploded was worth more. The King of Skeletons on these monsters as usual is a knife second, but need to put a skill. For Yun-Yi, big deal is to consume a little bit of mana. It's not a big deal. However, at first, Yun-Yi was quite worried, but as a result, after seeing the King of Skeletons slash those monsters in seconds as usual, Yun-Yi wasn't worried anymore, and after brushing down these days, he managed to raise the level of the Skeleton King to level 10, as well as Yun-Yi, and the soul body. However, Yun-Yi realized that after he leveled up to level 10, he gained experience but couldn't level up anymore. It was only after Yun-Yi checked the information later that he realized that he needed to pass the first turn assessment before Yun-Yi had the qualification to continue to upgrade his level. Otherwise, not only Yun-Yi's own level could not be upgraded, even the level of his summons could not be upgraded as well. However, what made Yun-Yi most speechless was that the first turn examination was usually opened after the Awakened One's high school entrance examination trial, because by this time most of the senior professional Awakened Ones had already reached level 10, and naturally they were able to open it for them. So if Yun-Yi wanted to take the first turn examination, he would have to wait for at least nearly 20 more days. Before that, Yun-Yi could not improve even one level. And of course, the experience gained would be accumulated there as usual. When the time came to pass the first turn assessment, Yun-Yi would directly be able to level up to level 20 or even level 30. However, although the first turn test prevented Yun-Yi from leveling up, the main reason was because after passing the first turn test, every professional would gain a talent. And after the second turn test at level 50, the Awakened would gain another talent, which was one of the reasons why they were stuck in leveling. However, Yun-Yi was not interested in the new talent in the slightest. I'm really convinced. Card me rank. There was no way Yun-Yi couldn't level up, so he could only do this, boringly brushing away. However, after level 10, The attributes of the King of Skeletons had increased quite a bit. Summon, Skeleton King, Evolvable, Race, Undead Kings. Level, First Order LV. 10, 0, 0%. Life Value, 30, 000 / 30, 000. Mana, 10,000 / 10,000. Strength, 100. Endurance, 100. Mental, 40. Agility, 60. Physical Fitness, 120. Talents, King's Might, S rank. King's Skeleton, S rank. Undead Mastery, A rank. Undead Fire, A rank. Skeleton Soldier, B rank. Undead Might, B rank. Unity, B rank. Skeleton Body, B rank. Fearlessness, B rank. Mega Cleave, C rank. Skeletal Enhancement, C rank. Overall Rating, Epic. Chapter 11. Xiaoyu's Change. The beginning of the trials. Yun-Yi, how's it going? This month, have you leveled up to level 10 yet? In the classroom Yun-Yi was originally sitting properly. Suddenly an arm was wrapped around him. Yun-Yi turned his head to look only to realize that it was his good brother Fatty. At this time, the fat man compared to the chubby figure of a month ago. It was a big change. Not only that big fat belly is gone, but also seems to have grown taller. Yun-Yi said to the fat man in surprise. What's going on? How did practicing for a month put your body in such a state? Don't mention it. I carry a big sword every day everywhere to cut monsters and brush monsters. That directly to me to develop muscles to see my arm. Thick do not know how many circles. The fat man lifted his shirt, revealing biceps full of muscle. That'll do, kid. Yun-Yi complimented. So how are you doing? Fatty couldn't help but ask curiously as he looked at Yun-Yi who had barely changed. Immediately after that the conversation turned and went on. And didn't I ask you to come and brush the monsters with me last time? Why don't you answer me back right? Is there no more brotherly feelings? Don't put me as a brother in your eyes? Yun-Yi smiled and snorted. Which is not. I'm not afraid of troubling you. And this summoner profession of mine. It's just like that. I don't need your help. And my level has definitely risen to level 10. It's okay. The levels are all level 10. So when the time comes, let's go to the first turn assessment together and pass that thing. How about it? Yun-Yi nodded. When suddenly an unexpected figure appeared in Yun-Yi's eyes. A head of soft and smooth flowing long hair. Then draped in that snow-white shoulders. Down the slender waist. Convex back figure. As well as the long slender legs like iceberg beauty. But when Yun-Yi got a good look at the person, he could not help but be shocked. Yun-Yi, look, isn't that Xiaoyu? I go actually become so beautiful? Fatty's expression became equally dumbfounded. But compared to Yun-Yi, Fatty was almost drooling. Yun-Yi was in the same disbelief. But it wasn't until Xiaoyu came to Yun-Yi that Yun-Yi finally slowed down. Xiaoyu-san? Yun-Yi was the first to speak. But he didn't dare to look at Xiaoyu squarely, not daring to face her at all. Mr. Yun-Yi, did you get what I sent you? Roger that, but between the two of us, I won't take the stuff. How many blue star coins do you think? I'll transfer them to you? That's no good. There's no such thing as giving it away and taking it back. Since it's all in your hands, it's yours. If you really want to thank me, how about you buy me dinner when you're free? Yun-Yi listened to what Xiaoyu said, simply could not believe that this was the Xiaoyu he knew before. How did it feel so strange everywhere? In the end, Yun-Yi returned with a stiff upper lip. Alright, classmate Xiaoyu, then I'll treat you to dinner sometime. Okay, that's what you said yourself. Oh, don't forget it, or else. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiaoyu left as if she was running away. And Fatty, who was watching the whole process from the side, was also directly dumbfounded. Because looking at this Yun-Yi seemed like he had a date with Xiaoyu just like that. Or went out to eat together? Not you, kid. Last time I wanted to say, our school's iceberg schoolgirl Xiaoyu usually ignore anyone. The result is to speak to you. Last time you awakened, actually broke the ground to care about you. Xiaoyu usually, but even the teacher's words are not returned. Honestly, what happened to you two in those 30 days? The fat man was full of anger. Yun-Yi, on the other hand, had an innocent face and spread his hands, stating that he didn't know anything while speaking. I really don't know anything. Just a few days after the awakening, she sent me a courier home, and then there was no then. I wanted to return it to her at that time, but I don't know the address of his home, so I can only use it first. Fatty listened and thought for a moment. That's a no? Yun-Yi pushed the fat man away and said breathlessly, what else could it be? Is it hard for you to think that I have any interactions with her? Although Fatty was still very unconvinced. After all, Yun-Yi had said so he naturally did not ask any more questions. Yun-Yi, however, was a bit surprised by Xiaoyu's change, although she was quite high and cold in front of outsiders. Inside Yun-Yi's knowledge, she was just not too talkative and not interested in other people, preferring to do her own. Her character and whatnot was actually quite good, but usually there is very little communication with him, and also not too much dress up. Every day in addition to the school uniform is the school uniform. Basically never seen Xiaoyu wear other clothes, and today Xiaoyu not only changed her school uniform, but also removed the high ponytail that she usually tied, and it felt as if she even wore makeup, which simply made Yuni not believe that this was Xiaoyu. How come it's changed so much? Yun-yi muttered. After a while the school radio sounded. All those who are participating in the Awaken 1 high school trial will now gather in the schoolyard. When he heard the broadcast, Yun-yi went to the playground with Fatty. At this moment, the large playground was only scattered with a few people standing around. After all, there were only a few students from Qinglan High School who had awakened their combat profession. Yun-yi counted almost 24, which was still quite small. With the number of people arriving, the principal of Qinglan High School, Zhang Tian, after some encouragement, personally led the team to the location of the Awaken High School trial. Sitting in the car heading to the location, Yuni suddenly thought that Fatty's Awaken profession was also quite good and should have gotten an investment as well. So he asked with Fatty, "Hey, I feel that your professional awakening should be quite good, right? How did not hear that you were those as the power to invest?" Hearing this, Fatty became interested. Indeed, someone said to invest in me? But well, my Awaken profession is just a little stronger than those ordinary, but also said to me to invest 200,000 blue star coins. My family, that family situation you also know, is not lack of this 200,000, and then I gave a refusal. Hearing this, Yuni always felt that this fat man was in Versailles. Yun-yi, why are you asking this? Yuni smiled to indicate that it was nothing. However, mentally, he thought that the vice president was quite generous, which compared to the investment of a lot of but it should not be able to compare with Xiaoyu, right? Soon the car arrived at the place where the Awaken High School trial was held. It was a huge and incomparable arena. But what Yuni didn't expect was that although the arena was huge, it even looked a bit crowded compared to the number of people. Yuni estimated slightly before that there had to be at least a few tens of thousands of people. How could Yuni not expect there to be so many people? It was only after squeezing for a while longer that Yuni and the others finally entered the arena. Instead, within the arena was one crack after another, and Yuni recognized the cracks as copies at a glance. It seems like this Awakened One's high school exam trial should be taken right inside the replica. I just don't know what's on the test. Chapter 12, The Arrogant Maiden. Yuni was then assigned next to a crack while a group of people stood densely around him. Yuni counted almost more than 100. Looking at all of them were considered professional awakened who had only just finished awakening. That is, their senior year. Everyone else Yuni didn't really care about. But a short but delicate-looking red-haired girl caught Yunyi's attention. However, it was only a few moments before Yuni was able to look at that red-haired girl for but a few moments. The young girl made an unusually loud but childish sound. "Hey, what are you looking at?" Yuni turned his head in a hurry. "Damn brats, can't even look twice." After a while, an announcement came over the field. The awakening of the college entrance examination trial. For the copy of the trial, according to each candidate, in the copy of the monsters killed and the loot obtained. To determine the results of the candidates, each copy of the assessment of the number of people are 100. The examination time of 3 days. 3 days will be a total of statistical candidates, and the copy of the loot obtained in the determination of the results of the copy of the candidates shall not be attacked, each other killed, and set up a series of behaviors. A series of behaviors, if found, will be dealt with according to the law. After the announcement was repeated 3 times, Yun-yi entered inside the copy with the other candidates, while Xiaoyu and Fatty were in the other copies. With a flash of light, Yun-yi's figure appeared in the middle of a dense forest. Yun-yi looked at the familiar terrain and couldn't help but think of the scene when he was brushing the monsters. Damn, I've been in the forest for so long, and it turns out it's hard to get into a copy, and it's still a forest. After Yun-yi finished lamenting, he then began to loiter, but released the king of skeletons in passing. After all, he was a summoner, and it was certainly impossible to fight monsters on his own. It didn't take long for the prompt to follow. Your summoned creature Skeleton King has killed LV 11 Forest Tree Man, gaining 134 experience points, 28 bonus points for crossing over to kill. Obtained loot. Heart of the Forest *1. After realizing it was a monster he hadn't seen before, Yuni directly checked the data. Forest Treesman. Level, First Order LV. 10. Race, Forest. Life value, 2000. Mana, 1000 //1000. Skills, Entangle, Resist, Absorb. Talent, Spirit of Life, B rank, Spirit of Life Shield, C rank. Yuni briefly swept a glance and found that it was very strong. Quite a bit stronger than those monsters in the Fey Forest before, where monsters with a C-rank talent were considered good. Most of them are some kind of D or E-ranked talent, so they're really strong, and by the looks of it the effect of the talent looks like it would be hard to kill. but seconds in front of the King of Skulls as usual. And at this point in time, among most of the other people participating in this trial, was laboriously attacking this forest tree man. Although the forest tree man's speed was slow and had no attack power at all, most people's attacks were like scratching an itch for the forest tree man, deducting a few dozen points of damage at a time, and then gifting a little bit of it back again, which was simply disgusting. So a number of people have chosen to form a squad, or have been forced to form a squad. It might not be good to split the loot when the time comes, but at least you'll get it. But yeah, there are a few professional awakenings that can kill forest tree people on their own. At this moment, Xiaoyu is holding a mace in his hand, facing a forest tree man, Dragon Flame of Fire. Immediately following the staff, a dragon head made of flames was summoned, and the flaming dragon head then slammed right into the forest tree man. The flames then directly spread the tree man's entire body directly to the forest tree man's blood directly deducted. The talent did not play any role at all. This was the terrifying output ability of Xiaoyu's Dragon Soul Mage, and Xiaoyu had also leveled up to level 10 early, belonging to the group of career awakened who were the first to level up to level 10. If Xiaoyu cast the spell at full power, he could even instantly clear the blood of a level 15 monster, which was almost 5,000 points of blood, but it was completely unnecessary, because the Dragon Soul Flame that Xiaoyu cast not only had a high output to begin with, but the subsequent damage from the continuous burning was not low at all. Xiaoyu's occupational strength was terrifying. Yun-Yi, how's it going now? Can you beat the forest tree man? Xiaoyu was still quite worried about Yun-Yi's side of the situation. After all, if he failed this exam, then he wouldn't want to go to one of those professional awakening schools, which was a very important thing for every combat profession. After all, the professional awakener school and all those union resources in every aspect were impossible to obtain on their own. There are even things that you're not qualified to know, but it was all completely superfluous to worry about, because Yun-Yi had already finished off more than 50 forest tree people in half a day, and the other trialists who were in Yun-Yi's same copy had also discovered that the frequency of forest tree people appearing had been decreasing as well. Of course, Yun-Yi also noticed that the forest tree people seemed to have become fewer. Yun-Yi does not know is that the copy of the forest tree man is a fixed refreshment every day. A day is almost more than 100, which is why the number of copies set at 100, and because the forest tree man is particularly bad to kill, so it must be teamed up, and must be 4 to 5 people around the team in order to kill the forest tree man, and a team of almost a day to kill 5 is also completely enough. And now because Yun-Yi's Skeleton King had killed 50 of them alone, naturally the forest tree people had naturally become fewer. Even if Yun-Yi killed a little more, the forest tree ant would simply be gone. Why are there so few monsters here? If there are no monsters, then how am I supposed to get loot? Yun-Yi was a bit depressed, but while most of the reasons for the forest tree people becoming fewer lay with Yun-Yi, but there was another part that was with the short, doll-like redhead, because she had almost killed about a dozen or so forest tree people on her own as well, and it's still killing. Soul-devouring stab. The red-haired girl was holding a dagger with a black aura in her hand at that moment, and then stabbed it violently towards the body of the huge forest tree man in front of her, though the dagger seemed so small compared to the forest tree man's massive body. But as the dagger pierced into the forest tree man's body, the black gas stained on that dagger hand quickly spread to the forest tree man's whole body, and immediately after that, only to see the forest tree man's blood, but in a few moments of effort almost bottomed out, and then replenished with another slash. A forest tree man with a blood level of over 2000 just fell in front of the red-haired girl's dagger. Simple and simple. I don't even know what this examiner was thinking, arranging for such a simple monster. It's just not interesting at all. When he finished, he went off in search of his next target, but for the same reason that the forest tree people had been almost non-existent, the young girl was wondering. I just saw quite a bit of this stuff. How come it's gone in the course of a morning? Who the hell is taking monsters from me? Chapter 13. Concealing True Strength. Since he couldn't find the forest tree man anymore, Yun-Yi put the King of Skeletons back. After all, such a scary contraption would easily scare the other awakened ones by wandering around in the copy. Yun-Yi realized that there was another particularly powerful point about the summons, which was that as long as they were summoned, they basically didn't have to manage them, and only had to give orders. Because the summons belonged to separate individuals, they would not consume Yun-Yi's mana or other contraptions, which meant that they needed Yun-Yi to just use a little bit of mana when summoning them. But the amount of mana consumed to summon the King of Skeletons at a time was quite a lot. If the summoner's life is lowered or its mana is gone, it can also be replenished by consuming Yun-Yi mana unless the summoner has a talent that automatically replenishes it. That is, the summoner is the equivalent of a recharge station, and collects the summons when it runs out of blood and blue. So Yun-Yi awakened this summoner profession. Directly can lie flat. The most is to raise the level of the talent potential, and the level, and then do the task. Hey, This life as a summoner is just so plain and boring. Yuni was lying on the sun lounger again at this time, starting a leisurely sunbathing time. Meanwhile, in a huge control room, a group of people were looking at the number of rankings displayed on that screen in front of them, as well as that one individual name. At this time, the ranking list can appear on the top of the Hara is precisely this Awaken High School trial inside the best. At the same time on the list of these people are Tianqing City famous guys, Xia Yu, who awakened the Dragon Soul Mage and was snatched up by all the major professional awakened colleges, and Ling Tian, the teenage genius who awakened the Shadow Reaper and was directly invited by the Assassin's Guild by name. However, these professional awakened people who were famous in Tianqing City actually couldn't even rank in the top 3 on this, so one could imagine how high the gold content of this top 3 was. As the general director of the Awakened Person High School trial Chen Yagyu see this ranking list, the major geniuses is also very pleased. After all, these are the future pillars of mankind. Can see these geniuses grow. For a lifetime of dedication to mankind, Chen Yagyu in terms of that is the most honored. However, what made Chen Yagyu incomparably puzzled was that the second and third in the rankings were respectively the third young master of the Chang clan who had awakened the Titan soldier, Chang Guang, who could be ranked among the top 5 in the warrior profession in terms of possessing the Titan's power, as well as Lin Duan, who had awakened the heavenly beaver who was known as the one that cut off all the things in the world, and who had already been guaranteed a place in the Kyungwoo Profession Awakened University. But this first place, Chen Yai realized that he had never heard of it, and checking his information, he saw that this guy called Yuni had only awakened an ordinary summoner profession, completely without any special features, and these people on the list were completely incomparable, and did not have any redeeming qualities. But it was such an ordinary-looking guy that actually directly overpowered the group and became the first on the list, which made Chen Yai very curious as to what this exceptionally ordinary-looking kid was doing. Forget it or not, when the first day's examination is over, I'll go directly to ask that kid. Chen Yai directly gave up thinking about this complicated issue. After all, no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't imagine that Yuni would possess an epic-level summon, or that kind of thief strong. As time rushes past, the first day of the copy of the trial is also the official end, and all participants in the trial need to submit directly, this time in the copy of the loot obtained, has been done statistics, and the loot can be directly handed over to the staff for recycling. Yuni left it alone after handing over more than 50 forest hearts to the staff to be counted and recycled into money, and went straight back home. What Yuni didn't expect was that he hadn't even left the entrance of the arena yet when he was shouted at by the staff, saying that someone wanted to see him. Yuni still wanted to refuse, but was told, refusal will be considered an automatic abandonment of the trial and there will be no grade. Hearing this, Yuni sort of understood that this person he had to see. After following the staff, not knowing how far, Yuni was brought to a room. The room was simply furnished with 2 sofa chairs and a table, and there was a man sitting on one of the sofa chairs. Yuni raised his eyes and looked at an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, but it was a bit daunting to look at because on the middle-aged man's face, there was a deep scar. Have a seat, Yuni-san. Listening to the words of the middle-aged man in front of him, Yun-E, who had no qualms at all, sat down on another sofa chair. So what is it exactly that you wanted to see me about? Yuni had actually guessed when he knew that someone was looking for him. In all likelihood, it was because he had killed too many forest tree people by his skeleton king. After all, he had more than 50 loot, and listening to the others, the 2 forest hearts they had were considered more than enough, and with more than 50 of his own, it was obvious that he would definitely attract the attention of the person in charge of invigilating the exams, and this person in front of him was obviously one of the people in charge of this Awaken Higher Education Examination trial. Yun-E, 18 years old this year, only child of the family, attends Changlan High School, very good grades, first in the whole school grade, awakened the summoner profession at the awakening ceremony a month ago. Is all that correct, Yuni student? Yuni didn't understand what he meant by this. So what are you trying to say? The middle-aged man smiled and didn't answer the question. Instead he started to introduce himself. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Yagyu, the chief person in charge of this Awaken One's higher education trial, so it's necessary to find out a few things, such as whether or not someone is engaging in some cheating behaviors through some unknown means. When Yuni heard these words, then he could still not understand that he was about to be exposed. If he did not come up with a reasonable explanation, then he would definitely not be able to leave today. However, Yuni was not the least bit worried as he had already prepared for the exposure long ago. General Skeleton. As Yuni's voice rang out, a portal just appeared in the room, followed by a skeleton wearing a full armor and holding a long sword. Now can I go? Chen Yai looked at the skeleton that had suddenly appeared in front of him, and with a glance, he could tell that it was not an ordinary level skeleton, but a skeleton general with a talent level at the elite level. No wonder. No wonder. The initial summon is actually an elite-level skeleton general. No wonder it's able to overwhelm all the major geniuses and take the first place on the list. Shen Yai was aware that the attributes of an elite-level summon, each time it leveled up, as well as the talents it possessed, were not comparable to those junior awakened who had not yet completed their first turn of obtaining their first talent. It could be said that this kid in front of him, his luck was definitely extremely good. After all, the talent level of the initial summoner was not completely certain. In case his luck was good, summoning an elite-level summoner was not impossible. Chapter 14. Famous. Yun-Yi had long thought of this situation today, so he went and got another skeleton summoner's learning scroll. After all, the epic-level skeleton king was too dazzling. Yun-Yi didn't want to expose it just like that. This thing belonged to the bottom card. After briefly raising the skeleton to skeleton general again, Yun-Yi didn't bother again. I didn't expect to use it so soon. However, Yun-Yi saw a new gadget when he upgraded the skeleton general. Instead of evolving into the skeleton king, the skeleton general could evolve into another branch called the undead king, but the evolution points for awakening were 100,000 points more than evolving into the skeleton king. And Yun-Yi looked at the reason for this situation was because of the hidden talent of that god-given hand of his. World Tree. This talent opens up hidden branches of summons. Yun-Yi wanted to try it out, but he was a bit reluctant to do so. After all, Yun-Yi still wanted to see how strong the legendary level skeleton king was, so he held back. After all, he was saving more than 2 million evolution points now, and if he just spent them, there was no telling how long he would have to wait. Thinking about this, Yun-Yi suddenly felt that how this evolution points were given so little, it was simply not enough for him to use. Moreover, originally Yun-Yi wanted to raise his soul body to the epic level, but he found a problem. That is, the evolution of a special race like the soul body requires special materials. It couldn't be upgraded just by evolution points, so Yun-Yi's idea of upgrading his soul body to epic level just disappeared. Moreover, Yun-Yi went to look up that special material and found that there was no such information online, or he was not qualified to check those precious materials, so the soul body enhancement would have to wait until later. After Yun-Yi exposed the skeleton general, Chen Yagyu didn't make things difficult for Yun-Yi anymore. After all, although this summon that Yun-Yi had awakened was very strong in the early stages of leveling up, it wasn't even in the same line of future vectors as those ranked second and third, as well as those even further down the line. Although there weren't many elite level summons, they weren't that few either, so Chen Yagyu just assumed that Yun-Yi was just lucky. Of course Yun-Yi didn't know what Chen Yagyu was thinking, and even if he did, he would be very happy. After all, this person really thought that he only had that one skeleton general, and Yun-Yi ranked first in the trophy statistics of the first day of the Awakened One's higher education examination trial. Naturally, it also attracted the attention of everyone in this examination, and when they looked at the top 10 list in that arena, the first position, it was the two big words Yun-Yi. Everyone was shocked. Who is Yun-Yi? How could he actually be ranked first in the top 10 rankings of the Awakened One's advanced examination trial? This ranked in the first two of the first three, but one awakened the Titan soldiers have the power of the Titan in the human warrior profession can be ranked in the top 5, and the other is awakened is known as the chopping of all the worlds, chopping of the heavens. This guy in the end who was actually able to talk with can be compared with the two perverts. This guy in the end the demon to what degree? My goddess Xiaoyu, actually ranked in the 7th place, so awesome. With the release of the top 10 list on the first day of the Awakened One's high school trial, the internet was filled with endless curiosity about Yun-Yi, an obscure Awakened One. After all, Yun-Yi was a name they had never even heard of, and when Xiaoyu saw that Yun-Yi's name was actually ranked in front of his own, those eyes were filled with shock, and at the same time somehow there was a feeling of excitement, as if something lost had come back. It seems like it's really Yun-Yi. He actually passed me again. How could Xiaoyu not expect Yun-Yi, who had only awakened an ordinary summoner profession, to actually surpass himself in this trial? As for the possibility of having the same name, Xiaoyu simply didn't think about it. I thought Yun-Yi would be like this from now on. I didn't expect it. I'll ask him nicely when I see him sometime. And when Fatty saw this news, he was also directly all dumbfounded. Directly a phone call to Yun-Yi. Damn, what's the matter with you, kid? Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Right, actually pretending in front of me for so long. What the hell? You don't believe your brother, right? Yun-Yi received the call and heard what the fat man said, while he had no idea what he was talking about, so asked suspiciously, what the hell are you talking about? You ing kid still pretend, is it? Awakened person high school trial first day of statistics of the top 10 list name. Your kid row first. You do not tell me you do not know. Your kid is famous. Actually force pressure second and third, two major perverts. And now the internet is all want to know you this first. In the end, what is the way to come? Yun-yi was astonished, although he knew that his ranking shouldn't be low, but how could he not expect that not only was he number one, he was also directly posted, letting everyone know all of a sudden. Yun-yi hurriedly went to check the list online and found that the top 10 of the statistical list on the first day of the Awaken Higher Education trial, his own name was clearly in the first place. That is, the first place, Yun-yi, 55 forest stars, and the second 49, the third 48, none of them exceeded 50. Yun-yi also didn't know what kind of feeling this was. This raw fear of being famous turned out to be good for nothing, and that's when Mom and Dad burst into the room. Taking his cell phone, he softly inquired to Yun-yi, "Oh son, look at the first place on this list. How is this name the same as yours? Is there some kind of misunderstanding?" Yun-yi was a bit teary-eyed now, but still explained, "This first is me, not the same name, and you are not mistaken." The two men started with an ah. It's as if they haven't accepted this reality yet. Suddenly the two started cheering straight away. "Our Yun family is well off, having produced a genius like you. Yes son, you are so proud of us." Child's father, "Hurry up and contact all the relatives you can. You must tell them the good news, and when 2 days' time passes, we'll make a trip back to our hometown to tell our ancestors the news that our Yun family has produced a great genius." Yes, I'll do it right away. Our Yun family is really developed." After saying that they just left, afraid to tell those people the news a little late. Yun-yi just looked depressed, because he realized that the internet was almost entirely devoted to who he really was and why he was number one. Yun-yi was tempted to explain, but ultimately thought better of it. He should play dead in this situation. However, Yun-yi was thinking about what would happen when he participated in the trial tomorrow. Yun-yi decided that it would be better to hide his figure when the time came. However, just as Yun-yi was about to put down the phone, another call came through. "May I ask, is this Mr. Yun-yi? I'm the vice president of the Sky Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Do you remember me?" "Oh, so it's the vice president. What's the matter?" "Oh, it's like this. Our Heavenly Cloud Chamber of Commerce has decided to invest an additional $5 million to fellow student Yun-yi. The money is already on the card. Take a look." Yun-yi. Chapter 15. The Sneak Attack of the Red-Haired Girl. Yun-yi didn't think that he was famous for this, but he actually gained another investment. But how did this vice president of the Sky Cloud Chamber of Commerce know that it was him? "That vice president. How did you know it was me?" The caller laughed. "Yun-yi student. This you don't know, right? You are so famous. A bunch of people on the internet are looking for you. They have already picked up your information. I also saw your photo, and realized that this is you. Yun-yi student can be really powerful. I'll leave you to it." After hanging up the phone, Yun-yi directly speechless live. Well, this is who knows him, Yun-yi. Holy, what's going to happen now? How could Yun-yi not expect himself to be so on fire? And so completely on fire? Suddenly another call came in. Yun-yi took it in passing. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Yun-yi?" "I am. This is the admissions office of the Jingwoo Professional Awakened University. Our school would like to wait for you to finish your trial by then and come to us to attend the university. Conditions and whatnot package you satisfied?" I'll think about it." Yun-yi just hung up the phone immediately after remembering. Immediately after this call had hung up, the phone rang again. Not only that, but all kinds of text messages were also swarming in, popping up crazily directly in Yun-yi's cell phone. The next day, Yun-yi sat on the school bus and drifted off to sleep. It was only after Yun-yi turned his cell phone off last night that he finally subsided, and as a result, those schools and those guild forces and whatnot actually called Yun-yi's parents, and some even ran straight to the door despite the big night. In the end, there is really no way Yun-yi can only leave home, casually find a hotel to live for a night, but the hotel which has a home to sleep comfortably. So Yun-yi insomnia. Yun-yi leaned on the window, dozing off, and the fat man next to him looked at the confused Yun-yi and asked softly, "Did the Jingwoo Professional Awakened One University look for you yesterday? And did the top few Awakened One universities in the country look for you?" Yun-yi said impatiently, "Just don't say it. The phone was all over the place yesterday. There were people knocking on my door all night long. I'm sick of it. Don't disturb my sleep." Okay, I'll call you when I get there." After the fat man finished speaking, he came in front of Xiaoyu. "Ms. Xiaoyu, Yun-yi didn't sleep a wink last night. Let's not disturb him." Hearing Fatty say that, Xiaoyu was a bit lost. She still wanted to go and congratulate Yun-yi for taking the first place in the first statistic of the Awakened Senior High School examination trial. And by the way, ask Yun-yi again how he took the test. Good blah. Thank you. After saying that, Xiaoyu turned his head back to his position. Immediately after that, Fatty was called in front of Zheng Tian, the principal of Qinglan High School. "This student, how is Yun-yi?" "Principal Zheng, don't worry student, Yun-yi is fine. He just didn't sleep well yesterday. Just let him sleep a little more. That's good. That's good. I thought that this kid only awakened an ordinary summoner profession, but it turns out that he didn't expect to hold back a big one, and he's here with a bang. So we can't help but show our appreciation at Green Orchid High School. We, Green Orchid High School, will give Yunyi's classmates a scholarship of 200,000 Blue Star dollars as financial assistance for Yunyi's college education in the future. Although Fatty didn't think much of the 200,000 Blue Star dollars, how could he not expect that Principal Zhang, the famous Iron Rooster, would actually be willing to spend 200,000 to invest in Yunyi? When Xiaoyu awakened, it was only given a 100,000 scholarship. However, although the internet had raked up all sorts of information about Yunyi, the only thing they didn't know was what level of talent potential Yunyi, who was a summoner, possessed, and what exactly the summoner was. There were even threads on the internet dedicated to discussing what Yunyi summoners actually were. With the school buses rerouted to the venue, Yunyi finally woke up from his sleep, followed by Yunyi taking out the hat and mask he had brought with him. After all, Yunyi was now a super celebrity. Wherever he went there was a chance that someone would recognize him, and this could only be done in order to avoid trouble. Yunyi was lucky enough to arrive at the entrance of the previous copy without being spotted by anyone. However, Yunyi realized that there seemed to be someone staring at him, but no matter how he searched, he could not find it, and it seemed that as long as Yunyi was aware of it, he would be discovered by the other party. But in the end, Yunyi managed to come inside the copy. This time, Yunyi had a long memory. Yunyi decided to just casually kill some forest woodmen to get some loot. The rankings and whatnot. Don't make it too high, so as not to be noticed by everyone again at that time. So Yunyi casually found a place to put a sun lounger and began to leisurely lie down flat. Nor did he release the King of Skeletons, but instead released the General of Skeletons and told him to stand guard nearby to prevent the forest woodmen from bothering him. Yunyi just laid down leisurely, in the forest. However, just as Yunyi was lying still, he suddenly felt a chilly aura coming from behind him. Immediately afterward, a figure hurriedly scurried out from an unknown corner in the distance, running straight towards Yunyi. Soul body. Yunyi summoned the soul body in a flash and possessed it directly. It was only after the soul body had possessed him that Yunyi finally took a breath of relief, followed by the King of Skeletons being summoned in front of him to block the figure that was approaching Yunyi. And that figure, seeing this huge skeleton king that had suddenly appeared, was also instantly trembling. Ah! A tender girl's voice suddenly entered Yunyi's ears. Where are the girls from? It was only then that Yunyi realized that the figure that had suddenly passed through was a girl, and it was also a girl that Yunyi had messed with before. The girl who was short, but had red hair and a delicate doll-like face. It's you? Yunyi inquired doubtfully, followed by another question. What are you doing showing up here? The red-haired girl said as she saw Yunyi's face full of anger. You summoned this thing, didn't you? Don't take it back yet. You're scaring me. Hearing the red-haired girl's words, Yunyi was instantly amused. Why, who are you? Why should I listen to you? You. I don't care, you hurry up and take this big scary thing back or I'll get mad. Oh, well, I'll have to see how angry you get. Looking at the young girl's angry and scared appearance, Yunyi laughed out loud. The red-haired girl said with anger and chagrin as she watched Yunyi laughing on the sidelines. You can't laugh. To the red-haired girl's anxious tears, seeing that the man was about to cry, Yunyi eventually couldn't bear it and put away the King of Skeletons. Immediately afterward, he opened his mouth to inquire. So what exactly do you want with me? But don't tell me you got here by accident. When the red-haired girl saw that Yunyi had put away the King of Skeletons, she was instantly unafraid, directly opened his mouth and said to Yunyi, You're Yunyi? Chapter 16, Lin Mengyao being taught a lesson. If you don't do it, there are plenty of skeletons to do it. Why? What did you want to see me about? Yunyi returned indifferently. Sure enough, it's you. The red-haired girl crossed her arms in triumph. This young lady came to you this time to fight you one-on-one, and I'm not convinced how you can be ranked ahead of me. Yunyi looked at the red-haired girl with eyes that looked odd. You don't have a fever, do you? How else could you have said such nonsense? Hearing Yunyi say that, the red-haired girl instantly quit. A dagger suddenly appeared in the red-haired girl's hand, as if she would simply strike as soon as Yunyi said another word. Yunyi didn't know what to say when he saw the young girl like this. First of all, the exam rules don't allow trialists to kill each other. And secondly, I'm a summoner. If you want to go one-on-one, you'll first have to beat my summoner. And you just saw my summoner. Are you sure you dare to fight him? After saying that, Yunyi quietly looked at the red-haired girl. After hearing Yunyi say it, the red-haired girl instantly ran through it. She really couldn't fight Yunyi, and she really couldn't fight Yunyi's summons herself. After all, she didn't have a talent right now. The red-haired girl then said loudly to Yunyi with a haughty face, even though she stopped fighting. This young lady knows, but Yunyi, you remember my name? My name is Lin Mengyao. My profession is soul-devouring assassin. After I pass the first turn and gain the talent, I'll come back to you for a one-on-one fight. After saying that, Lin Mengyao wanted to leave. However, Yuni felt that letting someone run after pretending was simply a slap in his face. Moreover, this Lin Mengyao in front of him had scared himself so much that he couldn't rest properly and disturbed his sleep, so he had to be taught a good lesson. Stop! Who gave you permission to go? Lin Mengyao, who had originally wanted to take a step to leave, also stopped when she heard Yunyi's words. What do you want? Yunyi revealed an imperceptible smile. How can I just let you get away with this? You came over and found me with great difficulty. Yeah, so what do you want? It's not like I only have one summon. So how about this? If you beat this one, you win? Don't worry, it's definitely not the one before. Okay, then I'll give it a shot. Then the skeleton general was summoned by Yuni. Compared to the king of skeletons, the skeleton general was much inferior, but fighting an assassin. Yuni did not believe that the skeleton general could not be defeated. Lin Mengyao watched as Yuni summoned out another skeleton and originally wanted to say that she would not fight. It turned out that the skeleton Yuni summoned this time didn't seem to look very strong. You have a deal. I'll fight him, as long as I beat him, even if you can't beat me. Yun-Yi nodded. Skeleton General on. Immediately after that, Lin Mengyao fought with the skeleton general. Of course Yun-Yi had specially made the skeleton general not use his weapon in order to prevent injuring Lin Mengyao. Instead, he used his fists exclusively to hit that Lin Mengyao. Of course, even if he didn't use a weapon, an elite level skeleton general had all sorts of attributes that Lin Mengyao, an assassin who hadn't even turned one yet, could compare to. So it was heard. Lin Mengyao's various muffled grunts and miserable screams. Don't! Yun-Yi, you're gentle. Don't touch there. It hurts. Yun-Yi looked at the beaten up Lin Mengyao's originally gloomy mood suddenly. Soothed. Stinky woman. Let you pretend so much in front of me. Now you're comfortable. And as Lin Mengyao looked at the skeleton general that had turned into a skeleton, she finally let go of her heart. With a bruised nose and a swollen face as well as snow-white skin exposed by the scratched clothes, he came to Yun-Yi. With a proud face, he said to Yun-Yi, now that's a win for me. Don't you dare cheat. And as Lin Mengyao approached, Yun-Yi could clearly see Lin Mengyao's exposed snow-white skin in large swathes. His face, which was still normal, instantly blushed, and he hurriedly averted his eyes. Looking at Yun-Yi's strange movements, Lin Mengyao also sort of looked towards her own clothes. There was a shriek and a scream. Yun-Yi, you stinking rascal. With that, he tried to hammer his fist at Yun-Yi. But how could Yun-Yi let her hit? A direct wave of the hand. Surname Lin. This time counts as a win for you. We'll see you next time. Forget it, no. Next time. And then ran off in a huff. Looking at Yun-Yi, who had already run away, Lin Mengyao was shy and angry. She didn't expect to be seen naked just like that. And to be bullied like that. When had she Lin Mengyao ever been like this? So the heart swore. Yun-Yi, you wait for me. I won't let you go even as a ghost. Of course, all of this has nothing to do with Yun-Yi. Because Yun-Yi has already run away. However, what Yun-Yi did not expect was that although Yun-Yi did not allow the skeleton general to use his skills and weapons, but then again, with his attributes crushed by so much, that Lin Mengyao was actually really able to rely on pulling, as well as a variety of practical skills, to go with the skeleton general to exchange blood, which made Yun-Yi a bit impressed. However, Yun-Yi was likewise curious as to what the black gas attack attached to that dagger of Lin Mengyao's was, actually being able to ignore the skeleton general's equipment, as well as the shield, and directly deduct the skeleton general's blood. Otherwise, relying on Lin Mengyao's strength and that dagger alone, it was absolutely impossible to clear the skeleton general's blood. It seems that you can't underestimate other professional awakened people either. In that case, those two guys who were ranked second and third behind me wouldn't even be able to beat my epic level skeleton king. It shouldn't be possible, should it? Yun-Yi suddenly a sense of crisis. He wants to be absolutely crushed. At least encountered the same realm of the same level of professional awakened. Yun-Yi not to say that to fight 10,000 bar. At least also have to fight 1000. This fight or almost cannot beat. Yun-Yi instantly felt that it was because he didn't work hard enough to add his own evolution points. It was all because Yun-Yi didn't work hard enough. And there was no reason at all for those people to be too perverted. No, I must try hard enough. Sooner or later I'll be wasted if I keep lying flat like this. Yun-Yi was instantly energized. Then just after dispatching the skeleton general, Yun-Yi was lying on the sun lounger again. Sunbathing is just comfortable. Geez, summons just work hard. What am I? A summoner. Working hard for. Then he shouted at the skeleton general who was brushing the monsters. Skeleton general, quickly dry. Or when the time comes to deduct your experience, no. Look at your boss skeleton king. Brush the monsters. That is called a diligent. Look at you, a knife cannot get dead, a forest tree people do what to eat. You do not do, there are skeletons do. No, you're getting experience all because of me, you know? Although the skeleton general did not know what Yunyi was talking about, after listening to Yunyi's words, he somehow moved much faster, fearing that he would be opened up by Yunyi, the summoner. That's right, do a good job, and you'll definitely be the first to improve your talent potential in the future. Chapter 17. Xia Yu's concern. Since Yunyi didn't really want to be too noticeable, inside the copy, Yunyi only used the skeleton general to symbolically fight a few forest hearts before refraining from brushing the monsters. And because Yunyi hadn't brushed all of the forest tree people, almost all of the forest tree people in their copy had been pretty much brushed by the crazy Lin Mengyao, and the few trialists who had formed a squad. Yunyi, on the other hand, lay down for almost a day, thinking about life in the meantime. By the time the second day of the trial ended with the tallying of the loot, Yunyi's overall ranking had already fallen out of first place, not even in the top 10, but after all, he had obtained more forest hearts on the first day before. And Yunyi's rankings for the Awakened One's higher education trial were still in the top 100, while the rankings of the Awakened One's advanced trial rankings, in addition to the original two perverts, second Lin Chen and third Cheng Wang, became first and second. The other rankings underwent a large change. Xia Yu's ranking dropped to 9th place, while the original 10th place actually became Lin Mengyao. This made Yunyi sigh and wonder that this Lin Mengyao was actually working so hard. And when the people online saw that Yunyi's name actually dropped directly out of the top 10 list, the original attitude of most of them being surprised and doubtful instantly turned into cynicism towards Yunyi. I knew how this inexplicably appearing country boy who appeared from nowhere could be ranked first. It must be his luck. This second day it's just straight up presentable. It can't even enter the top 10 rankings. It's really just luck. Damn, I thought it was some poor boy's comeback scene, but it turned out to be this. A waste of time. Yunyi didn't care when he looked at the online comments. After all, as long as he wanted to, he could have been number 1 in the trial rankings for the past 3 days. But so what? Other than being discussed by these inexplicable people, it would only increase the likelihood of Yunyi being exposed. However, what Yunyi did not expect was that Xia Yu actually gave Yunyi a direct call. How is it, Yunyi? Is there any better? Don't care about what the internet says. You can take the first place once is already very good. There is no need to ask too much of yourself. Just do well. Listening to the gentle comforting voice coming from the other end of the phone, Yunyi somehow couldn't get his words out. Is it Xia Yu, student? Yunyi stammered and asked. What? You're not happy to know it's me? Which has? I just didn't expect you to call me out of the blue. Hearing Yunyi's words, Xia Yu suddenly reacted to the fact that she would actually take the initiative to call to care about someone. This won't make Yunyi misunderstand something. Xia Yu's face instantly turned red. No, I didn't mean it like that. I'm just concerned about you. It's a concern between classmates. After saying that, Xia Yu realized that it seemed even stranger for him to say that. In order to keep Yunyi from thinking nonsense, Xia Yu directly hung up the phone. So Yunyi looked at the suddenly hung up phone with a confused face. Is this, shy? Yunyi suddenly thought of Xia Yu. That pretty and cute face might have become red now, and somehow became a bit excited, even hyperactive. Just like that, Yunyi and Fatty were still giggling as they walked home, looking at the look of a nymphomaniac who had fallen in love. Fatty was filled with speechlessness. Meanwhile, in a villa in the capital, Changguan lay on the sofa and sighed as he looked at Yunyi, who had disappeared from the list. I thought that this kid can keep suppressing me and that surname Lin, but as a result, this first stayed for 1 day. Originally I still wanted to wait for the end of the trial to go and find that kid for a one-on-one fight, but it seems that it's not necessary nowadays. But the butler, who was next to him at that moment, suddenly said, Young master, this brat called Yunyi is probably doing this on purpose, not wanting to attract the public's attention only. Hearing the butler's words, Cheng Guang instantly became interested. What do you mean by that? According to the information I've inquired about, Yunyi's first summon is a skeleton general with elite level talent potential. Oh, elite level summons? I remember that elite level summons possess at least 2 or more B-ranked talents, and some even have A-ranked talents. It seems like this Yunyi kid is hiding deep enough. Yes, young master, although you can't match it right now. Once you pass the first turn trial and obtain your first talent, this elite level summon should be no match for you. Hearing this, Cheng Guang's face instantly became ugly as he looked at the housekeeper with a fierce gaze. Are you saying I can't beat him? Or that you despise me? The butler's face was helpless. He clearly knew the temper of this young master of his. Having grown up with a distinguished family with a superb status, he could almost be called lawless. And since the awakening of the Titan soldier profession, it was even more loved by the Chang family. After all, the last awakening Titan soldier was relying on this invincible profession. Step by step, to gain a foothold in the capital and achieve this huge Chung family. The butler didn't say anything, just silently bowed his head. Prepare a plane for me in a couple of days. I'll personally go and try that skeleton general called Yuni. Yes, young master. By the time Yuni returned home, all he could think about was Xiaoyu's figure in his head. It wasn't until Yuni's parents called him for dinner that he finally slowed down. Yuni was getting ready to eat at the dinner table. Suddenly Father Yun called out Yuni's name. What is it, Dad? Yuni turned his head to look at his father. There's just one thing we wanted to ask you. Yuni had a puzzled look on his face. If there's anything you two ask, you're welcome with your son. Well, now that you've said that, your mom and I won't be mucking around. Yun-yi, have you decided which college you want to go to? Hearing this question, Yun-yi also didn't expect them to ask this, but it's normal for them to ask that under normal circumstances. But Yun-yi had absolutely no idea how to answer them, because Yun-yi hadn't thought about this at all. Or rather, Yun-yi felt that it didn't matter if he went to a professional university or not. After all, he had such a perverted God-given hand. Did he need to go to those universities? But this is Yun-yi's previous idea, because after not being able to find out any material related to the evolution of the soul body, Yun-yi suddenly realized the importance of those universities and forces. The creation of human beings to set up those universities as well as trade unions is not without significance. A variety of research information, as well as materials and methods and whatnot, are not accessible to ordinary people like them. Only by going to those guilds and those universities would Yun-yi have access to that precious knowledge. And now that his parents had asked, Yun-yi also knew that he really needed to go to the university to further his education and get some knowledge or something. Otherwise it would be unrealistic to rely on Yun-yi to figure it out on his own. Chapter 18, Kyobu University. Yun-yi briefly went online to look at the information of the major professional awakened colleges and universities, as well as the information of the major guilds. After the awakened person's high school trial, the grade ranking and the profession awakened by the profession awakened person will become an important criterion for the selection of students and talents by the major powers as well as the major colleges and universities. Of course, Yun-yi is on the awakened person college entrance examination trial ranked first trialist. Basically, Yun-yi want to pick which one. There is no such thing as other professional awakened person like begging grandpa and grandma to go to that university. As for going to choose to go to college, or directly into the guild inside, it all depends on their own will. The difference between going to college and entering the guild is more of a different way of cultivating talent. Universities are more oriented towards training people for research and such. Guilds, on the other hand, are more focused on real-world brushing and such. When you enter college, you first have to learn all kinds of things, and after you graduate you will have a considerable knowledge base. And of course during that time there will be battles such as brush quests, rings and the like. As for entering the guild, it was more about leveling up to complete the various quests in the guild, as well as improving your strength. So whether you get into a guild or head to college, it's largely up to you. After knowing the difference between the two, Yun-yi decisively chose to go into the university to lie flat for a few years, and when the time comes to their own summons, all of them become something legendary level or even higher level, and then come out to slowly raise the level of brushing monsters and so on, simply upgrading and brushing monsters at the same time. So it was Yun-yi who finally decided to go to college, and as for what college to go to, it would definitely be the best Jingwu University. After thinking clearly, Yun-yi told his mom and dad the news. Mom and dad nodded, then clicked on the admissions office of Kyobu University from inside the row of phone lists. Hello, that teacher. Our family Yun-yi has decided to go to your Jingwu University. Do you see what we need to prepare? Yun-yi student is coming to our Jingwu University, right? That's simply great. I'll prepare things here. And the conditions for Yun-yi student, you guys can rest assured. It's definitely the highest given inside these few universities. Listening to the voice that kept coming from the other end of the phone, Yun-yi looked at the two parents suspiciously. What exactly did this teacher offer? And what exactly did you all say? Then Yun-yi heard the two of them being pestered by the admissions office teachers of these universities today, then chatting about various conditions. Almost all of the top universities in the country had come to them, and then the conditions that were opened were exceptionally attractive. At least as ordinary professionals they had never heard of those conditions in their lives. But after all, it was Yun-yi who was going to those universities. And as tempting as the conditions were offered, the two of them as parents wouldn't just help Yun-yi make a decision. That's why we're here today. Are you saying that I have 1,000 credits equivalent to 10 million blue star coins just for going to Kyungwoo University? And then there's also 3 summoner learning scrolls worth 2,000 blue star coins, 1 for an excellent grade talent level, and a first turn second rank summoner staff? The parents nodded. How about it, son? Did we underoffer on this one? Yun-yi didn't know what to say. Although he had more than 19 million blue star coins in his card now by brushing the monsters and selling the loot. But these were the hard-earned money that his summoned creature the King of Skulls, had painstakingly saved these 20 days to earn for Yun-E. He didn't expect that this going to a college would get him almost 20 million blue star coins. For the first time, Yun-E had a clear perception of the term dog data. This casually recruiting a student can come up with nearly 20 million blue star dollars. What is this if not a dog big family? Looks like I went to the right college. Yun-E thought this in his heart. It's okay, this is a pretty good deal. So mom and dad don't have to worry about it anymore. Yun-E thought about it and took out another card from his pocket and placed it on the table. Mom and dad, there's 2 million in this card. You guys renovate your home, then quit your jobs and stuff and have some fun. You guys are tired of raising me for so long, and it's time for my son to give you some enjoyment. The mother looked at Yun-E with a surprised face. Son, you're not kidding us, are you? Yun-E smiled. You'll find out for yourselves when you go to the bank. However, Yun's father directly picked up the bank card and shoved it back into Yun-E's hand. Then, solemnly, we can't take this money. I know that being a professional awakened person doesn't cost any less money than we do. Your mom and I both have jobs and are not under much pressure. Where do we need money from one of your children? We appreciate your kindness, just take the money back. Yun-E himself could not easily give money to his family for once, and he was rejected like this, but Yun-E knew his father's temperament. This money was definitely going to be given to his parents, and it wasn't much anyway. Resliding the card into his parents' hands, he said, when the Awakened High School entrance examination trial is over, in less than 2 months I have to go to college. By then you two old man at home I don't worry about it alone. So this money you'll just accept it. And you too don't worry. This money I earned in 2 days. There is not much. Don't believe me to give you a look at my balance. Well, the two parents thought that Yun-E was trying to get them to accept this money by saying this on purpose. But it wasn't until Yun-E actually took out a deposit of 20 million blue star dollars that his parents finally took the money. Why is this such a pain in the ass to give a payment? Yun-E was lying on the bed. On the third day Yun-E specially put on his glasses and mask again in order to prevent being discovered by Lin Mengyao. After all, if he encountered Lin Mengyao, Yun-E felt that she could kill herself. After entering the replica, Yun-E was originally prepared to continue to do the same as the day before, casually swiping a few loot and then stop doing anything, but he suddenly received a message. Emergency, emergency, the monsters in the copy have mutated. The monsters in the copy have mutated. The monsters in the copy have mutated. Please exit immediately. 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 Hearing this news, all the trialists in the copy were dumbfounded. Until you see the forest trees man and it becomes as if it's a little different. The original forest tree man basically wouldn't actively attack as long as the trialist didn't provoke him. But this forest tree man after the mutation was like a mourner, and charged right towards the trialists. Seeing that huge figure charging towards them, most of the trialists directly exited their copies. And with the exit of their copies, they tallied the scores straight away. Some people, however, have found their stat scores cut right in half. The original tally of 10 forest hearts became 5. Tried to argue with a staff member, but was told, those who don't put up any resistance and automatically withdraw from the copy. That's no different from a deserter on the battlefield, and it's considered good that they didn't have their grades cancelled outright. That's when the trialists realized that this was part of the test. Of course this is only for those who are ordinary trialists. The likes of Yun-E, on the other hand, had specifically gone after those forest tree people. Looking at the forest tree people, which were completely different from before, Yun-E directly summoned the skeleton general, ready to try out the strength of these mutated monsters. Chapter 19. I've thought of the name of my future child. Yun-E finished summoning the skeleton general to kill a mutated forest tree man before checking his attributes. Forest tree man, mutating. Level, first order LV. 10. Race, forest. Life value, 3000. Mana, 2000//2000. Skills, entangle, resist, absorb, frenzy. Talents, spirit of life, B rank. Spirit of life shield, C rank. Berserker strength, B rank. Yun-E didn't expect an additional talent directly after this mutation. No wonder the skeleton general can't take a second with a single slash. This is directly one more B rank talent. The blood quantity has been raised, and the other attributes should have been raised as well. Yun-E looked at the corpse of the forest tree man in front of him, followed by the prompt. Trophy, Heart of the Raging Forest. This should be a little more expensive than a regular forest heart, right? Yun-E only had a role to play in selling this loot, so he didn't really care. After casually killing a few forest tree people that ran over to die, Yun-E wasn't really interested anymore. Originally, he had planned to continue lying down to finish the test, but then he heard the sound of a fierce fight in the distance, as well as a familiar voice. Yun-E recalled the familiar voice, and only then did he remember that this was not Lin Mengyao, the red-haired girl with a haughty face. Yuni pondered whether to go over and take a look. After all, in case there is a life-threatening situation, Yuni at least knows it's not a big deal to save it, except for Lin Mengyao's temper, which Yuni really can't stand a bit. However, before Yuni could consider it, the voice was getting closer to Yunyi's position, until a young girl with red hair appeared in Yunyi's field of vision. However, unlike the arrogance when they first met, the current Lin Mengyao was dirty all over, and there was not a single intact place, and there was also a wound on her arm, which appeared to be so lousy, and naturally, Lin Mengyao saw the silhouette that appeared in front of her, but what Yuni didn't expect was that the first thing Lin Mengyao actually said was, "The guy in front run. There's a bunch of mutated forest tree people back there." As much as Yuni wanted to spit out, "Aren't you the one who attracted these monsters?" But Lin Mengyao was kind after all, so Yuni didn't say anything else, and at that moment, Lin Mengyao, who was running in front, was suddenly caught up by a forest tree man, followed by a huge tree palm that just slapped straight towards Lin Mengyao. Looking at the huge shadow that suddenly appeared, Lin Mengyao felt as if her breath had to stop in this instant, as she understood what it was. "Am I going to, die here? Dad? Mom? I'm sorry?" Lin Mengyao thought a lot in this instant. She regretted that she didn't quit in the first place. She regretted that she hadn't done so many things yet. "I would do anything if, for example, someone could save me." Lin Mengyao closed her eyes and muttered in her mouth. Immediately afterward, her whole body just collapsed as if she had lost all her strength. But suddenly, she felt her body enter a gentle embrace, followed by her entire body. "Is it okay to give your body in marriage?" A gentle voice reached Lin Mengyao's ears. Lin Mengyao slowly opened her eyes, and the first thing that caught her eye was a pair of eyes that shone as brightly as stars, and a faint smile hung on that clean face. Lin Mengyao fell with just this one glance. Unconsciously, the corners of his mouth slowly uttered two words: "Available." Yuni looked at Lin Mengyao, who was held in his arms, originally just because he accidentally heard Lin Mengyao's words and returned on a whim. He didn't expect that this Lin Mengyao actually really returned, but also returned can. Yuni was instantly baffled. Looking at Lin Mengyao's now shy face, Yuni really couldn't imagine that this was the arrogant maniac he recognized yesterday. Thinking of this, Yuni directly loosened his hold on Lin Mengyao. Then a snapping sound was heard, and Lin Mengyao just fell straight to the ground. And Lin Mengyao, who had even thought of the name of her child in the future, was not expecting to be thrown straight to the ground like that. What does that mean? Lin Mengyao was dumbfounded until she saw clearly that the person who saved her was Yuni, and Lin Mengyao's original heartbeat collapsed. "I can't believe I've had my heart set on such a horny guy and let him hold me for so long." The more Lin Mengyao thought about this, the angrier she became. He just wanted to make a move but realized that his body was in so much pain that it was hard to move, not to mention attacking. "Let's go out and talk about what's there when the trial is over. For now you just stay there." Yuni looked at Lin Mengyao staring viciously at himself and said with a disinterested expression. Lin Mengyao really wanted to throw Yuni, the person who destroyed her relationship, into the sea and feed him to the sharks. "But you really can't do much in your own state but sit there." Yuni looked at Lin Mengyao actually really just sitting there and suddenly felt as if Lin Mengyao had a brain injury as well. With a helpless face, he took out a bottle of blood recovery potion from inside his spatial backpack, then threw it to Lin Mengyao. Lin Mengyao looked at the blood restoration potion that Yuni had thrown over with a puzzled expression. It just occurred to him that his blood level was already low, and if he didn't respond a bit more, he wouldn't be able to save his life. Lin Mengyao originally wanted to say thank you, but when she thought of Yunyi's behavior just now, the moment he did, he threw back the blood recovery potion, disgusted as he did so. "Who needs your crappy potion, Auntie? I have my own." Then he took it out of his backpack and started to drink it. Looking at Lin Mengyao transforming back into her familiar appearance, Yuni realized that he hadn't recognized the wrong person. Yuni watched as his blood restoring potion was thrown back and didn't care, casually placing it back into his spatial backpack, then watch as the skeleton general fights a dozen or so forest tree people by himself. Although Yuni had watched his king of skeletons before, which was basically a slash-and-second monster, Yuni was already tired of watching it. And now that the skeleton general was fighting these dozen or so changed forest tree people, he was unleashing his full talent. After all, there wasn't much difference in attributes, and if he didn't use his talent again, his own skeleton general should turn into a skeleton frame again. But the skeleton generals, while more talented than the forest trees, are really far outnumbered. Yuni then watched as the skeleton general was frantically surrounded by several mutated forest tree people. Although the skeleton general had used all his strength and even summoned a few skeletons out to help, he was still dismantled into a skeleton by the dozen or so forest tree people. Watching the skeleton general being dismantled into a skeleton frame, Yuni was not being mischievous, but rather wanted to see where the limit of his elite level skeleton general was. and how much it could compare to a few forest tree people. In the end, Yun-Yi was almost certain that he, an elite-level skeleton general, could almost fight 7 or 8 of these mutated forest tree people. Chapter 20. Jealous Xiaoyu. And this changed forest tree man. Judging by the talent potential of the summoner, Yun-Yi felt that it could almost be considered as a half-elite level summoner. After all, there were 2 B-rank talents. So as a skeleton general with elite level talent potential, Yun-Yi felt that it was already pretty good. And after the skeleton general was dismantled into a pile of skeletons, the forest tree people's target turned to Yun-Yi. And as she watched the forest tree man lean over step by step, Lin Mengyao's fear rose again. Lin Mengyao, who was already able to move, subconsciously chose to lean towards Yun-Yi's direction. Then a hug behind Yun-Yi. Quickly, stop them. Lin Mengyao's trembling voice said to Yun-Yi. Although Lin Mengyao hated Yun-Yi, she was even more afraid of these monsters that almost killed her. Yun-Yi felt Lin Mengyao's trembling body gripping her arm for dear life, fearing that she would run to the same, and somehow had a little heartache. So eventually he opened his mouth to reassure. Don't worry, they can't get through. Immediately after that, a huge figure with a bone sword rushed towards those forest tree people. Then with a burst of hands, a dozen or so forest tree people had been turned into corpses. The sound of a system alert also came to Yun-Yi's ears. Trophy, Forest Star *13. Yun-Yi rubbed Lin Mengyao's head and said softly in a comforting voice, look at the forest tree people all being killed by me. Only then did Lin Mengyao dare to open her eyes, looking at the forest tree man that had disappeared with a sigh of relief. Then in a hurry, he let go of the hand that was pulling Yun-Yi. By the way, he removed Yun-Yi's hand that was touching his head. Who let you touch my head? Yun-Yi, however, heard that although Lin Mengyao's tone was still so haughty, there was always that little bit of a different feeling. Just then Yun-Yi saw Lin Mengyao's eyes. Her eyes were as clear as water, without a trace of impurity, so that one could look to the bottom and feel her innocence and kindness. Yun-Yi thought about opening his mouth. Why don't you just follow me around until the trial is over? Lin Mengyao's eyes lit up when she heard Yun-Yi's words, but she still said arrogantly, who needs your protection? This lady didn't ask you to protect me. Lin Mengyao turned her head. After saying that, Lin Mengyao regretted a little bit, because she was really afraid that Yun-Yi would leave a person here. Although she had almost recovered now, she was now really afraid to face those forest tree people. After all, they all had a psychological shadow. However, Yun-Yi also knew that Lin Mengyao was a dead duck, obviously scared to death, but still said so. But after thinking about it, Yun-Yi still gave Lin Mengyao a face. Yes, Missy, I'm the one who favors protecting you, okay? Lin Mengyao didn't expect Yun-Yi to say that, so she hurriedly said, that's more like it. Then obediently, he wrapped his arms around Yun-Yi. This lady commands your shoulder for me. Looking at Lin Mengyao, who had gotten the better of him, Yun-Yi eventually accepted helplessly. Then just like this, Yun-Yi was embraced by Lin Mengyao. Wandering in this copy, mainly there is nothing to do. The two people do not dare to do anything together is also very embarrassing. So they wandered. Walking down the road, Yun-Yi looked at Lin Mengyao, who was shorter than himself, and wrapped her arms around himself, somehow suddenly having a strange feeling. Finally, it wasn't until the trial was over and Yun-Yi and Lin Mengyao came out of the copy that Lin Mengyao let go of her arm around Yun-Yi. But since most of the people in the replica had quit early, the arena was sparsely populated with only so few staff members. After tallying up the loot, Yun-Yi was ready to leave. But what Yun-Yi didn't expect was that Xiaoyu was actually waiting for Yun-Yi at the entrance of the arena. Thinking that he had just been embraced by Lin Mengyao, Yun-Yi suddenly had the illusion of being caught on the spot looking for someone else, so he subconsciously tried to avoid Xiaoyu. However, Xiaoyu seemed to have discovered Yun-Yi as if he had already done so. Trotting, he arrived in front of Yun-Yi. Then with a hint of skepticism, he said, Yun-Yi student, why do I feel as if you're avoiding me? Yun-Yi immediately felt a wave of embarrassment all over his body. He could only scratch his head, then smiled and joked, how could I possibly hide? Where's Xiaoyu-san? I just wanted to go home quickly now. I didn't see you la. Xiaoyu gave a meaningful oh. Then turning his head he added, I seem to remember you owe me a meal, don't you? Yun-Yi nodded. What's wrong? I don't think it's too late today. Why don't you treat me today? What do you think? Yun-Yi student? Yun-Yi was a bit surprised. Ah, eating today? What? You don't want to eat with me? Xiaoyu's eyes stared at Yun-Yi straight numb, hastily said, No, I'm willing, which is not willing anymore. Mainly I'm thinking about what you like to eat? Xiaoyu grunted. Laughing, he said, that's more like it. I'm going to knock you on your ass. Come on, let's get out of here. Yun-Yi then left the arena with Xiaoyu. Sitting in the cab, Yunyi couldn't help but ponder why Xiaoyu wanted to find himself for dinner today. It was so late in the day. Yunyi glanced at the time, then sent a message to his parents, saying that he wasn't going back to eat tonight. And Xiaoyu herself was pondering why she had a brainwave to suddenly ask Yunyi out for dinner when it was so late tomorrow. Xiaoyu, what the hell are you doing? How can you do something like this just because Yunyi is with another girl? What if it's just someone's sister? That's right, the main reason why Xiaoyu's brain was on fire was because Yunyi and Lin Mangya were hugging each other in a way that Xiaoyu happened to see. That intimate action directly caused Xiaoyu's mind to go blank for a while, and at the same time, she was unusually angry at Yunyi for actually being so close to another girl. Then with a brain twitch, he thought of waiting for Yunyi to ask for clarification, but when he really saw Yunyi, Xiaoyu immediately wimped out again, so he ended up proposing dinner. After all, it was Yunyi's first time to invite a girl out for dinner. Naturally, he couldn't look too cheap. Then Yunyi searched for one on the internet, the most upscale restaurant in Tianqing City, Cloud Dream Pavilion. Per capita consumption of 5 figures? If it was before Yunyi, certainly do not dare to think, but Yunyi now have 20 million in his pocket to eat a meal is naturally no problem. When the cab arrived at its destination, Yunyi got out with Xiaoyu. Yunyi looked at the incomparably beautiful environment, as well as the grand and atmospheric building, and couldn't help but sigh that it was worthy of being a high-class restaurant. But as Xiaoyu looked at this familiar place, she didn't expect Yunyi to actually bring her to such a place. Xiaoyu's father was the chairman of Xia's Group. As a well-known large group in Tianqing City, Xia's Group was valued at over $10 billion. As the daughter of the Xia family, Xiaoyu almost always took this restaurant as a cafeteria to eat. But although Xiaoyu was tired of eating, but this was after all the most upscale restaurant in Tianqing City, consumption that was not low. Xiaoyu was a little worried about whether Yunyi had enough money. Never mind the big deal, I'll come out later. Chapter 21. Arrogant Zhao Tiancheng. Duel. Yunyi brought Xiaoyu into the restaurant, followed immediately by a waiter who came to receive the two immediately after. Excuse me, are there two of you over here? The waiter had just finished his words, and immediately after, he saw Xiaoyu standing behind Yunyi. Hurriedly and respectfully, he said, so it's Ms. Xia, is this coming to dinner with friends? Xiaoyu nodded, but in his heart, he was very embarrassed. After all, Yunyi looked like it was his first time here. If the news that he ate every day was learned by Yunyi, it would inevitably be a bit embarrassing for Yunyi. When Yunyi saw this scene, on the other hand, he didn't feel much. After all, it wasn't like Yunyi didn't know that Xiaoyu's family lineage was illustrious, and it was normal for him to come to this kind of restaurant often. The waiter led the two toward the table's location. While on the way, Yunyi said to Xiaoyu jokingly, it seems that Xia is quite familiar with this place. Then you can order all the best food here later. Xiaoyu, on the other hand, smiled awkwardly at Yunyi, wanted to explain something, but didn't know how to say it. It wasn't until the two of them sat down in their seats that Xiaoyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, Yunyi saw a nasty figure, and that person, too, happened to see Yunyi and Xiaoyu sitting on the seat. Then a voice that was as flattering as it could be came over. Xiaoyu, why did you also come here to eat? Do you want to sit with us? We chose a private room. Xiaoyu, on the other hand, had an expression of ice like frost, not even wanting to pay attention to the person in front of her. Seeing that Xiaoyu was ignoring him, Zhao Tiancheng turned his head with a smile on his face even though he was angry in his heart. Then he saw Yunyi. As for Zhao Tiancheng, who was in the midst of his anger, he looked at Yunyi, who was dressed in a ground-up outfit, and immediately began to sneer. Aigu, if it isn't Mr. Yunyi, why do you have money to eat at a place like this too? While saying that, he fiddled with the expensive watch he was wearing on his hand, and then pretended to inadvertently take the keys of the luxury car, also in his hand. Looking at Zhao Tiancheng, who was desperately trying to show that he was rich, Yunyi, on the other hand, had a disinterested expression on his face and just glanced at him before looking at Xiaoyu and asking, what would you like to eat? Xiaoyu-san? Zhao Tiancheng saw that Yunyi was also ignoring him. He immediately exploded with anger. Xiaoyu ignoring him was even if he didn't. I didn't think that Yunyi, a poor boy with a broken reading book, actually dared to ignore him like this as well. It simply made Zhao Tiancheng burn with rage. Immediately after that, he took out a thick stack of blue star coins from his spatial backpack, and then he frantically smashed the money towards Yunyi's head, stack by stack. While smashing, he said arrogantly, I told you to ignore me. Told you to ignore me? The white and red tickets were just like that, flying all over the sky around Yunyi, followed by falling one by one onto the ground. Only when the pile of money was all smashed by Zhao Tiancheng did Zhao Tiancheng nodded in satisfaction. Then in a very understated tone, he said, pick up that money, pick it up and it's all yours. Then ha 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 laughed. The voice was so loud that even many of the surrounding guests, as well as the waiters, looked over, looking at the white flowery banknotes all over the ground, their eyes put on a straight one. However, Yuni did not make a move because he knew that for someone like this who relied on flaunting his wealth to make his presence known, not having anyone to take care of him would be the biggest blow to him. So when the money smashed finished, Yuni just cleaned up the money scattered around, swept on the ground, as if this is not money, but a sheet of white paper in general. Seeing Yuni, who still looked indifferent, Zhao Tiancheng's lungs directly exploded with anger. How could he not expect that Yuni, such a poor boy, would be indifferent to so much money, which was hundreds of thousands of dollars? Xia Yu was fine. After all, she was the daughter of the Xia group, but Yuni, such a poor boy, did not have any feelings for the money. He, Zhao Tiancheng, did not believe it in any way. Just as he was wondering if he had thrown the wrong thing, a waiter suddenly asked weakly, "Can I pick up all this money in that one?" Zhao Tiancheng looked over, then laughed, "Ha ha ha, you can pick it up." Then looking at the glowing eyes around him, he directly shouted, "Everyone can come over and pick it up." A bunch of people just swooped in and plopped straight down on the ground, picking up the money scattered on the floor as if they were grabbing for food. Since most of the money was located around Yunyi, those who were picking up the money were dead set on leaning towards Yunyi's side. Looking at the crowd that was picking up money on the ground like dogs, Zhao Tiancheng laughed out loud. Turning to Yunyi, he said somewhat insanely, "Being rich means that you can do whatever you want, even if you let people be your dog without any problems?" Seeing this scene, Xia Yu was the first to exit. "Zhao Tiancheng, what the hell do you want?" She really couldn't stand these things Zhao Tiancheng did. First he provoked Yunyi for no reason, and as a result, Yunyi didn't take care of him. Then he started insulting Yunyi, and finally he actually used money to hit Yunyi directly, which made her feel that this Zhao Tiancheng was really crazy. "Isn't it obvious what I'm doing? It's not all about you, Xia Yu." Hearing the words that Zhao Tiancheng uttered, Yunyi finally couldn't help himself. Standing up, he said in a manner to Zhao Tiancheng, "So you're hitting me with money and doing all these things for Xia Yu?" Immediately after, Yunyi directly walked to Xia Yu in the side, and then a hand grabbed Xia Yu needed tender smooth white small hand, and then also specifically raised up, for fear that Zhao Tiancheng cannot see the general. "Yunyi, you're looking for death," Zhao Tiancheng roared, and when Xia Yu saw that Yunyi actually held her hand so directly, instantly her cerebellum went blank, and feeling the warmth coming from her palm, Xia Yu instead grasped Yunyi's palm with a death grip. At the same time, Xia Yu's small face began to blush slightly. How could she not expect that her progress with Yunyi was actually so fast, thanks to Zhao Tiancheng? So Xia Yu looked at Zhao Tiancheng and didn't hate him as much. However, in Zhao Tiancheng's eyes, it was a great insult, but the money that he was so proud of didn't seem to work for Yunyi in the slightest. Suddenly, he thought of something, so he pointed at Yunyi's nose and yelled, "Yunyi, dare you to engage in a professional awakened duel with me? If I lose, I will never appear in front of any of the two of you again. As for you, if you lose, then kneel down and apologize to me, and never appear in front of Xia Yu again." Yunyi instantly laughed when he heard that Zhao Tiancheng was actually going to engage in a professional awakened duel with. Professional awakened's duel. From the main means professional awakened used to resolve conflicts. Of course, there were also those who used it as a way to gamble. In the black market of Tianqing City, there were gambling fights for professionally awakened people. Of course, dueling of professionally awakened people usually occurs when both sides are equal in strength, so it usually doesn't exceed level 5. That meant that if Yunyi was level 10, the opponent would be level 15 at most. Chapter 22, Gambling, Going to the Black Market. As for Yunyi's Skeleton King, not to mention level 15, even if a level 20 professional awakener came, he would not necessarily be able to beat it, and it was not even impossible for him to be killed in a single second. Of course, this is also divided into what occupation. Yunyi estimates that if it is the occupation of the top 10 on that list of the awakened high school trial, Yunyi didn't necessarily dare to say that his king of skeletons would be able to beat those perverts who had already gained their talents in the first turn until he had seen it. After all, his elite-level skeleton general had been dismantled into bones by Lin Mengyao, though that was with Yunyi releasing the sea. Yunyi put away his smile and shook his head as he looked at Zhao Tiancheng, who had a hideous expression. Before speaking, "I don't need you to stop appearing in front of both of us. It's too vanilla to be of any real significance. Don't you have the money? Dare you bet a little more?" Zhao Tiancheng didn't think that Yunyi would actually talk to him about conditions, but since Yunyi talked to him about conditions, it meant that the professional awakens duel Yunyi would take, so Zhao Tiancheng was no longer in a hurry. "Say, what else do you want to bet on?" Yunyi stretched out 2 fingers, then said indifferently, 20 million blue star dollars. "Dare you bet?" Hearing this, not only Zhao Tiancheng was baffled, Xia Yu also couldn't believe her ears, because in her perception, Even if Yuni earned a little bit of money because of the loot that exploded after fighting the monsters, that would be a few 100,000 blue star coins at most. Although 20 million blue star coins, Xiaoyu is not very much in his eyes. But if this money was placed on Yuni, it was not a small amount. And Yuni might not even be able to earn it even if he painstakingly swiped it for a year. So when she heard what Yuni said, Xiaoyu hurriedly pulled Yunyi's hand to the side and said nervously, "Yunyi, calm down. This money isn't very good even for me to give you." Instead, Yuni waved his hand. And Zhao Tiancheng couldn't help but hesitate a bit when he heard Yunyi's words of 20 million blue star dollars. After all, even though their Zhao family had a lot of assets as well, the money wasn't something that he, Zhao Tiancheng, could use whenever he wanted to. However, when he saw Xiaoyu pulling Yuni aside to persuade him, although he was angry at seeing this scene, Zhao Tiancheng at the same time could see that Yuni most likely didn't have this amount of money, and in all likelihood, he was looking for Xiaoyu to borrow it. At once, he thought of a way that would make Yuni give him a dog all the time. So Zhao Tianli said immediately, "I can agree to your bet. It's not just 20 million. I Zhao Tiancheng can take it out. But whether you can take it out or not is not certain. So I'll say it first, you are not allowed to use any help from Xiaoyu. That is to say, if you lose you have to take the money yourself. What other people borrowed from you or gave to you doesn't count. Got it?" After saying that, as if he was afraid that Yuni would not agree, he added, "As long as you agree, we'll sign the contract immediately. And as for the duel of the professionally awakened, you decide when." Listening to Zhao Tiancheng's words, Yunyi always had the illusion of a pole duck coming to deliver money and immediately nodded. "I agree to your request. But of course you should understand that a duel between professionally awakened people cannot exceed level 5. Zhao Tiancheng nodded, then left straight away. And the meal was not eaten because of Zhao Tiancheng's interruption. After Yuni watched Xiaoyu being picked up by their family's driver, Yunyi also planned to go back. However, he suddenly thought of something. Since he had decided to have a duel of professionally awakened people, it was natural for him to be prepared. So then Yuni decided to go to the black market to see what a duel of professionally awakened people was really like. After taking a cab home, Yuni fell into sleep after simply cooking himself a bowl of noodles and dealing with it. Early the next morning, Yuni directly called Fatty, asked the location of the black market of Tianjing City, heard Yuni ask the fat man also intends to go with Yuni, but was rejected by Yuni. After all, Yuni and Zhao Tiancheng's bet, only Xiaoyu knows. Yuni even mom and dad did not tell them. After all, so as not to let them worry. This bet Yuni didn't want to involve anyone else. After taking a taxi to an abandoned factory building, Yuni began to look for the location of the black market. It wasn't until he saw a tall man dressed in black standing in one place that Yuni realized that this was the entrance. Yuni walked straight over. The tall black-clothed man looked at Yuni twice and spoke directly to, "Passes? No. First time here." Yuni didn't say anything and just asked how much. The tall black man, instead of answering directly how much, continued to ask, "Any referrals?" Yuni said indifferently, "No." Hearing Yunyi's reply, the tall man in black didn't say anything else, but spoke a number, 10,000. Then they waited for Yunyi to pull out the money, and when he heard this number Yunyi, who originally wanted to take the money, instantly put it down. Immediately after that, the skeleton general's figure just appeared directly behind the tall black-clothed man, and then lifted the black-clothed man up with one hand. "Dare to blackmail me? Do you know who I am?" The tall man looked at the skeleton that appeared behind him with a panicked face and begged for mercy. I was wrong. Spare me, please, spare me." How could the black-clothed man not expect that he would randomly find a student who looked like a good bully? But he didn't expect to have such a terrifying bodyguard. Of course, he didn't expect Yuni to actually know that he was blackmailing him. Yuni glanced at the man in black, then without speaking, opened the door and walked towards the inside. As for how the skeleton general cleaned him up, Yuni gave the order not to get dead on the line. Then he didn't care much about it. After entering the door, there was a long underground passage that snaked and twisted all the way underground, and it took almost 5 or 6 minutes of walking before Yuni finally saw the end. Walking up, what met his eyes were the rows of streets, and on the streets most of them were pedestrians with their faces covered, and there were hardly any people like Yuni who were completely uncovered. And since Yuni did not cover his face, he naturally drew the attention of the people around him. Seeing this scene, Yuni also immediately took a piece of cloth from his space backpack and covered his mouth. Of course, wearing his usual casual clothes, Yuni walked down the street, surveying the surrounding stores. In fact, when it comes to stores, it's more like a shed with stalls and all sorts of weird and wonderful contraptions can be seen. Yuni even saw a stall with a talent potential elite level summoner learning scroll written on it. Curious, Yuni went up to have a look. The owner of the stall was a person with a black robe. His whole body was covered by death. Listening to the voice Yuni felt like a man. Yuni glanced at that sign on the stall, then asked directly, "Are you sure this is an elite-level summoner learning scroll for you?" The stall owner looked Yuni up and down before saying in a dismissive tone, "Don't look at it if you're a little kid. You can't afford it?" Yuni was a bit angry when he heard this, but he still asked, "So how much does this thing cost, anyway?" Chapter 23, The Gambit. When the stall owner saw Yuni insisting on asking, he said without a trace of anger, 50 million blue star coins, can you afford it? Yuni's mind kept pondering. In the information Yuni had looked up, the talent potential of summons was generally only categorized into 5 grades, but with the same talent potential, the gap between the races of summons was also very large. Like Yuni's evolved Skeleton King, although it was an epic-level talent potential, it possessed 2 S-rank talents, and the reason for that was that the Skeleton King's race had evolved into the Undead Kings, and was no longer an ordinary undead race. And Yuni also viewed through the hidden characteristics world tree that the last stage of the King of Skeletons, the Skeleton General, actually had other evolutionary routes. At that time, Yuni didn't care when he evolved, so he forgot about it, and only remembered when he evolved the Skeleton General later. The evolutionary route of the Skeleton General. Apart from the King of Skeletons, there was also the King of Undead, and the Skeleton Commander. And of course, the evolutionary points consumed were completely different. The King of Skeletons consumed 300,000 evolution points while the King of Undead required 400,000 while the Skeleton Commander only required 200,000 evolution points. Through the evolution points consumed, Yuni could tell that although they were all of epic talent potential, the difference in strength as well as talent could be more than just a half a star. And although Yuni's first reaction upon hearing the 50 million blue star coins from the man who set up the stall was that the man was a liar. However, Yuni reacted again. Elite-level summoner learning scrolls had actually never had a fixed price, as most of these things appeared on the auction house and were rarely priced directly. However, the lowest selling price of this thing at the auction house was not less than 20 million. So looking at the $50 million scroll, Yuni couldn't help but lament. If I'm just an ordinary summoner, I should have to wait at least a few years before I can afford this one elite-level summoner learning scroll. Yuni shook his head, then just left the stall, watching Yuni walk away without letting out a single fart. The stall owner cursed with a look of determination. Sure is a poor bastard. Wasting my time. Yuni, who heard this, was a bit upset but didn't say anything. After all, this stall owner just had a bad attitude and didn't provoke him. Yuni hadn't forgotten that the purpose of this visit was to watch the duel of the professionally awakened. After crossing one more street after another, Yuni saw a building that was completely different from the surrounding area. Wave after wave of people kept pouring inside, and most of those who came out had ugly faces, except for a small portion of those who came out from inside with a smile on their face. Yuni then followed the crowd inside. Upon walking in was a hall. While in the center of the hall was a huge screen displaying information about every professional awakening duel. Yuni raised his eyes to the screen. Challenger, Lone Wolf. Profession, Warrior. Level, First Class Level 15. Record, 5 consecutive victories in primary field duels. Challenged by Madman. Profession, Assassin. Level, First Rank 17. Record, 6 consecutive victories in primary field duels. Yuni looked at the information about these two people, which was mediocre, so he was not too interested. Instead, I ended up hearing the person next to me arguing there. That madman is really ruthless. His first duel, he almost killed his opponent. If not, the referees stopped behind him, or else it would have been a fatality. And later it was said that the man was crippled all over. And another hand and another retorted. This said dare to come to the black market to participate in the professional awakened duel, which is not ruthless, or have to look at the strength of the lone wolf that soared with the same level who can carry it. You see that he won that 5 games. Which one is not 2 or 3 swords on the solution to the battle? And on his equipment. You tell me who can break his defense? Listening to the words of the two people, Yuni was instantly a little curious about what this professional awakened person's duel was like. After all, he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. So after thinking about it, Yuni bought a ticket and entered the arena to see the duel between these two. However, when Yuni bought the ticket, but was recommended whether to participate in the gambling fight, Yuni do not know anything, naturally not possible to spend this waste of money for nothing, then did not buy. However, Yuni went to look at the odds for the two men, and the odds for the lone wolf were very low. Only one madman, however, had 1:2 odds, and it was clear that most people favored lone wolf, but that was normal. After all, there were also restraints between professions, like the warrior inherently suppressing the assassin as well as it should be. But the outcome of the duel, this would have to be fought to be known. After following the crowd into the viewing gallery, the duel between Crazy and Lone Wolf was about to begin. In the center of the audience is a larger circular field. Immediately after that, two people walked straight out of the exit. One hand held a dagger, and his entire body was practically wrapped in darkness. The other, on the other hand, had a large sword in his hand and was fully clad in a silver-white armor, and the sound of creaking armor clashing could be heard as he walked. Dueling of professionally awakened people. Apart from not being able to injure their lives and not having too much of a gap in their levels, there were almost no restrictions, including some very strong weapons and equipment were allowed to be worn, which means that Lone Wolf's warrior gear, while it may render the madman's attacks completely ineffective, is all that the rules allow. However, Yuni could see that the madman seemed to care nothing about the Lone Wolf's outfit. It was as if any equipment was fearless beneath his dagger. Immediately after the referee read out the rules and introduced the two duelists, the duel officially began. What Yuni didn't expect was that as soon as the match started, Lone Wolf took his greatsword and charged in the direction of the madman, trying to end the battle with a direct strike. A red glow appeared above the greatsword as well, and when the madman saw the Lone Wolf's movement, he was also very quick, and a thick smoke appeared at his feet, and then spread throughout the entire venue. Yuni was a little speechless as he looked at the field wrapped in smoke. I came here to observe combat techniques as well as experience, but you came up here and went straight to a smoke, so I can't see anything. Yuni couldn't help but shake his head. Within the smoke, however, there was the sound of iron clashing, which lasted for several moments. As the smoke was cleared, Yuni looked at the stage again. Lone Wolf had already collapsed on the stage, but he was still wearing his suit of armor. The crowd all looked at the fallen Lone Wolf on the ground with a dumbfounded look on their faces. Oh my god, this lunatic can do it. He solved the battle in less than a minute? This madman is afraid that it is not simple. The Lone Wolf that equipment but spent a lot of money. Want to break the defense of the same level that is not easy. The result is so down. Yuni looked at Lone Wolf's collapsed body and then at the madman's dagger, and suddenly seemed to think of something. Although physical attacks aren't good at breaking defenses, if you add some poison or something else, if you don't prepare in advance, whoever comes will have to suffer, right? Chapter 24, Participating in a Gambling Contest. Universe Invincible Supreme Lord. The reason why Yuni could think of this was because back then, Lin Mengyao's Black Chi attack made Yuni's memory very deep, directly ignoring any defense of the skeleton general and deducting blood. Even the shields don't work. Only after watching the madman leave straight away did Yuni finally sit up from his seat. Yuni decided to take part in a little duel himself. Try for yourself how deep the water is in this duel. After leaving the dueling arena, Yuni re-entered the hall before he approached one of the front desk staff and asked how to participate in the duel. The man glanced at Yuni, then spoke mechanically. Occupation? Summoner. Grade? First Order 10. Speaking here, the staff member paused and looked at Yuni twice more. Got the first talent yet? No. Then I'd like to give you a good reminder. Even if it's just a beginner's field, there are no opponents below level 10, which means that the opponents you're facing are at least attending level 10 upwards and possessing the first talent. Are you sure you still want to take part in it? Yuni nodded. I'm sure. The staff member shook his head and said nothing more, then asked, Code name? This question stumped Yuni. He really hadn't thought about what his code name was. Come on, what's the code name? Then Yuni somehow blurted out, the Invincible Supreme Master of the Universe. The staff was speechless for a moment at the code name. Codenames may not exceed 5 words. Yuni thought about it before finally coming up with a good name. The Night God. As Yuni finished speaking, after waiting for a while, Yuni then got a bronze token with the words Night God engraved on it. This is the primary dueling arena token. You can be promoted to intermediate when you reach 50 points. Win a duel. Add 5 points to your points. Lose a duel. Deduct 8 points from your points. Participate in at least one duel within a month. Otherwise your token will be automatically cancelled. After saying that, he let Yuni leave. Listening to the rules that had just been recounted, Yuni thought to himself that it wouldn't be 10 consecutive victories before he could go up. But the truth is, it's almost as difficult as climbing up to the sky to win 10 consecutive victories in the black market dueling arena. And this involves a very serious problem. The dueling arena in the betting. The dueling arena will control the odds of each duelist. Will try to let the odds to maintain a relatively balanced level. But when an absolute will win, the existence of the dueling arena will not only do not make money, and will even lose a lot of money. So usually if there were duelists with 7 or even 8 wins in a dueling arena, the arena would use some extraordinary means to make those duelists lose the match, and in some cases, even directly make them disappear. So Yuni, who wanted to win 10 in a row, would have to deal with the entire dueling arena. However, Yuni didn't think about that much. There was only one thought in his mind. That's what winning is all about. The dueling arena soon arranged the first duel for Yuni, the newcomer. The opponent's profession was a mage, and his rank was First Order level 11. And Yuni didn't even bother to look at this kind of ordinary profession awakened person. Standing on the dueling arena, Yuni looked around at the empty surroundings. Yuni knew that he was not making a name for himself. After all, he was just a newcomer. Naturally, if he can also hit a 5 or 6 fight winning streak, he'll catch the attention of other viewers as well. And the opposite mage was equally new as Yuni. After the referee read the rules, the duel officially began. Then with a casual wave of Yuni's hand, the skeleton general's body appeared in front of the mage. The level 11 mage, who was still casting spells in preparation for an attack towards Yuni, stopped instantly, because a huge skeleton appeared in front of him, and it was holding a huge weapon, as if he would make mincemeat out of it if he moved the skeleton. Immediately after that the man was, well, stunned before he could release his spell. After the referee judged that his opponent had lost his fighting strength, Yuni easily won the battle. Though it was the opposite side that was stunned. It gave Yuni himself a good laugh. However, because this battle ended so quickly, Yuni directly opened the second duel. Otherwise it would normally require a break to regain its form. And this time, the one match to Yuni was completely different from the last mage. This opponent's codename was Rhino, a first-rank level 15 warrior, and had won 5 consecutive victories, compared to the last one where both were silent. The number of people watching this time was quite large, and the underlying reason was that, with Yuni and Rhino fighting, almost no one thought that Yuni, such a district summoner, would be able to beat a level 15 warrior. So many people wanted to come and see how Yuni, such a level 10 summoner, was defeated by the Rhino, and the odds of this bet were as high as 1 to 10 for Yuni, which was equivalent to Yuni getting 200 million blue star dollars if he bet 20 million into it. Of course, if you do bet on it, the odds on the Rhino might become 1 to 10. It was naturally impossible for Yuni to do so, but bet $500,000. That should do it. After Yuni bet 500,000, Yuni didn't care much after realizing that the odds were still 1 to 10. Immediately after that, as Yuni and Rhino entered the arena, the duel was about to begin. Yuni looked at the Rhino that was being opposite him wearing a suit of armor, holding a shield in one hand and a long sword in the other. It gives the impression that it seems to be strong. Of course, whether it was strong or not, Yuni had to try it to know. Shouts rose from the surrounding audience, one louder than the other. Some shouting Rhino's name, while others were mocking Yuni's moniker. To actually dare to call it Night God, this kind of name is afraid that it's not. Again, a claptrap taken by any newcomer. 9 times out of 10 it is. Look at that guy's laid-back look. He didn't even wear any decent gear. He just came out in his normal clothes. Waiting to be taught a lesson by Rhino should make this newcomer honest. That lesson won't be a lesson straight into the hospital. Ha ha ha. While listening to the jeers around him, Yuni did not bother. As the referee said, the duel began. Before Yuni could react, the Rhino rushed over with his longsword, trying to close the distance with Yuni in a split second and then kill him in seconds. At the same time, the heart thought darkly, kid actually didn't summon a summon ahead of time. Looks like I'm going to win this match, as soon as I close the distance. However, just as the rhinoceros was about to charge in front of Yuni, he was struck by a huge force that sent him directly to the side. And the surrounding spectators were a bit disbelieving when they saw the sudden appearance of the big skeleton actually stopping the Rhino's onslaught just like that. Is this that kid's summon? Why does it look so strong? It does seem to be the kid's summon. Look at him as if he's talking to that skeleton. Duel. Yuni looked at the summoned skeleton general and reached out to point at the rhinoceros. Asterisk 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 this man to death. How ing dare you sneak up on me? Chapter 25. Sudden riot of Fey beasts. Just as Yuni was dueling passionately, an urgent broadcast suddenly rang out throughout Tianqing City. Outside the city's major leveling areas, a foreign beast riot has occurred. The rioting foreign beasts are charging towards Tianqing City. Please urgently go to the shelters for refuge. Please urgently go to the shelters for refuge. At the same time, on the walls of Tianqing City, a middle-aged man with a resolute face looked into the distance with an ugly expression. Suddenly, a blurry black line appeared on the distant horizon, which gradually became clearer as time passed. It was thousands of alien beasts, who were advancing towards their target at an astonishing speed. The foreign beasts let out deafening war cries, their voices echoing in the empty wilderness. Their steps were firm and powerful, and each step seemed to leave deep traces on the earth. Around the middle-aged man, a bunch of professional awakened people with staffs as well as various weapons stood densely, looking at the scene in front of them. All of them were too nervous to speak because this was the enemy they were about to face. Captain, the energy mega cannon has been recharged, and the various large disposable spell scrolls are ready. Hearing the words coming from his men, the middle-aged man took a deep breath and immediately shouted, "Fire!" As the sound rang out, countless cannonballs, as well as various types of spells, continued to emerge from the city walls, launching attacks towards the vast swarm of foreign beasts. Asylum. Yunyi's mother was anxiously making phone call after phone call to Yunyi. Yunyi, pick up the phone. Yunyi. The father, who was next to the mother, was also very anxious to go round and round. How could they not have expected how the good monster brushing area outside the city had suddenly experienced a riot of foreign beasts, and it just so happened that Yunyi wasn't at home. In case if Yunyi was really in the leveling area, they couldn't even dare to imagine. So they called Yunyi one after another, but they just couldn't get through. Meanwhile, in another shelter, Xiaoyu was also constantly calling Yunyi, while sending message after message when the calls didn't go through. Yunyi, where are you? Outside the city, in the leveling area. There's a riot. You be careful. Something mustn't happen to you. Xiaoyu was truly worried that something would happen to Yunyi. Inside the dueling arena, the spectators couldn't help but take a deep breath as they looked at Rhino, who had been beaten up by the skeleton general. This kid's summon is so powerful? This seems to be an elite level summon. And elite level summons have at least 2 or more B-rank talents, and the attributes and whatnot are quite a bit higher than normal career boosts. I thought this kid was a pig, but I didn't realize it was a tiger pretending to be a pig. Wouldn't that mean all the bets I placed are gone? The crowd, which was still dumbfounded, was chagrined, because quite a few people have bet on rhinos, and some of them quite a bit. It was only until the rhinoceros was lying on the ground unable to move that the audience's hanging heart finally died. And at the same time Yunyi Night God's codename was also firmly memorized in their minds. It was only after Yunyi's duel ended and he got the 5 million he won from his bet that the news of the riot in the leveling area outside the city finally reached the underground black market. Hearing this news, Yunyi was instantly in a hurry and ran towards the place where the basement exit was. The original idea of most of the people who heard the news was also to hurry up and run, but it suddenly occurred to them that the underground black market was built 1 kilometer underground, and they instantly stopped panicking. Because isn't this place a natural sanctuary? So looking at Yunyi who wanted to go out, a lot of people thought he was being a little cute. And of course there were a few kind people who told Yunyi not to go out and just take refuge here. Approaching the basement exit, an old man with a thin frame advised, "Kid, don't go out. Stay here, it's fine. Your parents should have gone to the shelter for refuge too, so don't worry about it." Yunyi did not stop but said firmly, "I had to see them safe with my own eyes before I could rest assured. Thank you for the reminder." Looking at Yunyi's departing back, the old man shook his head. The underground black market location was in an abandoned factory area in Tianqing City, so it was quite far from Yunyi's home location, but Yunyi couldn't care less. Summoning the King of Skeletons, Yunyi then allowed the King of Skeletons to carry him as he darted in the direction of his home. The speed of the King of Skulls was very fast, but Yunyi, who was being held, always felt that the King of Skulls could throw out the meal he had eaten yesterday. And finally, after a bumpy ride, Yunyi made up his mind that he must get a mount, but it was imperative that he went home to see it first. Upon realizing that not only was the house empty, but the entire neighborhood was empty, Yunyi, who was about to leave, suddenly heard a voice. Hearing this voice, Yunyi instantly wondered if someone hadn't gone to seek refuge. So in a hurry, he followed the direction of the voice. It was only when Yunyi got closer that he heard the voice shouting, "Mommy, Mommy!" Yunyi hurriedly went upstairs to the front of that residence, then started knocking on doors like crazy. "Child, open the door. Brother has come to save you." But what Yunyi didn't expect was this. "Mom told me not to just open the door to strangers." Yunyi was speechless. There was no way to directly let the skeleton general break open the door. Then holding the child, he left. Then it was off toward the nearest shelter. At the same time at the city wall, countless foreign beasts surrounded the entire Tianqing city. Although the professional awakened who were responsible for the resistance fought to the death, but their attacks were undoubtedly a drop in the bucket compared to the endless foreign beasts. "Captain, the Fae are about to break through the gates. As well as we're running low on ammo as well as supplies. We're all about to run out of ammunition." The middle-aged man standing on the city wall was filled with helplessness. "Have the reinforcements from the other cities not come yet?" "It's on its way, but it won't arrive until tomorrow morning at the earliest." Eventually the middle-aged man gave the order helplessly. "The city walls are about to be lost. Everyone retreat towards the residential area, which will be our next battlefield against the Fae." A loud broadcast sounded and traveled throughout the walls of the city. "Captain, let's go too." The middle-aged man nodded. Then it left the walls. And at this moment, in the Zhao family's specially built shelter, Zhao Tiancheng, how could he not have expected this alien beast riot to suddenly break out? And his originally prepared bet with Yunyi was thus forced to cancel. "Yunyi, count your kid good luck. But well, to avoid the first day, cannot avoid the 15th. You wait for me to pull out 20 million. To me when the dog you are win the certainty. I'll see how Xiaoyu will still be with you then." On the empty streets, Yuni looked around for the location of the shelter. But just at that moment, a rumbling sound like the earth trembling came from the distance. It is? Chapter 26. A strong sense of powerlessness? Epic Undead King. Instantly Yuni felt bad, so he let the King of Skeletons carry himself and jumped up to a tall building. Not a moment later, a black pressurized swarm of alien beasts was like locusts crossing the border, crazily ravaging everything on the streets, and apart from those forested skyscrapers, there was almost nothing that could escape the swarm of alien beasts' attacks. Looking at the usual types of ordinary small monsters that were casually killed, thousands of them appeared at the same time, sparing Yuni a deep sense of suffocation. It felt like even the King of Skeletons wouldn't necessarily be able to carry the siege of these foreign beasts. Is this what the teacher said? A foreign beast attacking the city? Previously, in class Yuni had heard his teacher say that the reason why humanity had become the way it was today, cultivating professionally awakened people, was because of these alien beasts and monsters, which had caused great damage to human civilization. Yuni still felt that his teacher was exaggerating at that time, but now that it seemed like it, Yuni had to admit that no matter how trashy these beasts were, when thousands of them appeared at the same time, Yuni had to hold back. But at the same time Yuni was incredibly sorry. Why don't I have any long-range attack spells, or any other means of attack? Damn, so many monsters casually throw two skills that do more damage. The experience doesn't just box in. Yuni took a look at his experience value, although because he had brushed a little bit before, that would only allow Yuni to level up to 30 at most, but there was still the King of Skeletons, the Skeleton General, the Soul Body, and the other summons, so how could this amount of experience be enough? That's why Yuni was a bit red-eyed, but then he didn't dare to put the Skeleton King down. Although the Skeleton King's blood was gone, at most it would only be demolished into bones, but resurrection also needed time. The Skeleton General only needed half a day to do it, but if the Skeleton King was gone, it would need to be restored for at least a day. So that was why Yuni didn't dare to let the King of Skulls go down. And if you send the King of Skeletons away to brush up on monsters, what about your own safety then? Suddenly it occurred to Yuni that he didn't still have evolution points. Yuni took a look at his evolution points. Evolution points, 2584122. Almost over 2.5 million. If taken to evolve epic level summons, counting 400,000 evolution points apiece, Yuni could get at least 6 epic level summons. Of course, if he used it, Yuni would need to wait another 2 months if he wanted to evolve the King of Skulls to become a legend. But in this situation today, Yuni was afraid that he wouldn't be able to keep these evolution points. After all, with so many of them, it's almost counterintuitive if the monsters aren't brushed, and he did need to add some summons to boost his battle power. Otherwise relying on a Skeleton King and a Skeleton General would be too little. First Yuni turned his gaze to the Skeleton General. Looking at the Skeleton General's dumbfounded face, Yuni shook his head. After following a master like me who doesn't paint a picture for his summons, you're in the right place. So let's get you started first. Then Yuni directly spent 400,000 evolution points to directly evolve the Skeleton General into the Undead King. With 400,000 evolution points gone, the system's prompt sounded. Consume 400,000 evolution points. Your Skeleton General evolves into the King of the Undead. Race evolves into the Undead King Clan. Gains talents. Field of the Undead, S rank. Domain of Soul Devouring, S rank. Undead Resurrection, S rank. Curse of the Undead, A rank. The rest of the talents remain unchanged. And the dumbfounded Skeleton General in front of him instantly disappeared in front of Yuni. And in his place, he was wearing a long black vestment embroidered with silver skull and bone patterns which were particularly eye-catching in the dim light. His hood covered most of his face, revealing only a pair of deep, icy eyes that glittered with a desire for death and a mastery of dark magic. In his hand, the King of the Undead held a staff made of bone and metal, with a black gemstone set at the top, which seemed to have shadows swirling within it, as if sealing some kind of powerful force. His fingers gently touched the staff, as if summoning something. Yuni nodded with satisfaction as he looked at his forced graffiti-filled Undead King. Of course what concerned Yuni the most was the Undead King's evolved S-rank talents. Last time, the King of Skeletons had too many talents, a dozen of them, so Yuni didn't even look at them, and if it wasn't for the fact that he thought about it later on, it was possible that Yuni wouldn't know the exact effect of the King of Skeletons' talents right now. But this time, Yuni was looking at the King of the Undead's 3 S-rank talents, but he wanted to look them over. After all, he cared a lot about the effects of the 3 full S-rank talents. Yuni then checked the Undead King's attributes. Summon, King of the Undead, Evolvable. Race, Undead Kings. Level, First Order LV. 7, 15. 80%. Life value, 10,000 /10,000. Mana, 50,000 /50,000. Strength, 35. Endurance, 40. Mental, 200. Agility, 35. Physical fitness, 20. Skills, none. Talents, Realm of the Dead, Grade S, Realm of Soul Eaters, Grade S. Undead Revival, Grade S. Curse of the Dead, Grade A. Skeleton Soldier, Grade B. Undead Might, Grade B. Unity, Grade B. Skeletal Body, Grade B. Fearlessness, Grade B. Massive Cleave, Grade C. Skeletal Enhancement, Grade C. Overall rating, Epic. A brief look at the attributes gave Uni the first impression that the spiritual attribute of up to 200 points, as well as the mana value of up to 50,000 points, was enough to tell that the Undead King was an uncompromising mage, and an extremely perverted one at that. Then Uni checked up on those 4 talents again. Field of the Dead, S rank. Applies a status to all undead under the control of the King of the Undead and provides an unparalleled increase to various attributes. Soul Eater's Domain, S rank. Creates undead death aura within a certain range, and for creatures that are tainted with undead death aura, causes erosion, and after eroding to a certain extent, it will cause the death of the creature, and the higher the spiritual attribute of the creature, the lower the effect of erosion, and the longer it will take. Undead Revival, S rank. It can transform dead living beings within a certain range into undead, and at the same time, it can also be transformed into undead fire, which is absorbed by the King of the Undead, and can be summoned directly when it needs its release. Curse of the Dead, Grade A. The Curse of the Dead can be cast on any living being, and after it is cast, the living being will automatically be transformed into an undead spirit when it dies, and will do the bidding of the King of the Undead. After looking at the 4 talents, Yun-Yi only had a feeling that he was going to obtain an army of undead, and an army of undead that could be unleashed at will. The first 2 effects are simple, a group increase and a group attack, and the last Undead Revival is the gift that makes this King of the Undead the true King of the Undead. Not only can you transform creatures into undead, but you can have the King of the Undead transformed into undead fire, and then just have it summoned when you need to use it. It was equivalent to Yun-Yi summoning the King of the Undead, and then having the King of the Undead summon the Undead Legion. A direct nesting. Immediately afterward, Yun-Yi turned his gaze to the foreign beasts below. Up with the King of the Undead. Chapter 27. The Undead Legion of the Old and the Sick. Yun-Yi gave an order towards the King of the Undead, followed by the King of the Undead waving the staff in his hand, and then on the ground below, a purple light suddenly rose, and a huge magic formation appeared on the ground. The magic array appeared quickly and with a large range, enveloping a large group of the alien beast monsters below in just an instant. As for those foreign beast monsters standing in the magic array, the moment they were enveloped again, a purple-black aura kept drilling into their bodies, while prompts sounded in Yun-Yi's system at the same time. Your summon, Undead King, unleashes Soul Eater's Domain, S rank, which deals 250 points of erosion damage to Forest Giant Bear. Your summon, King of the Undead, unleashes Soul Eater's Domain, S rank, which deals 190 points of erosion damage to the Giant Wolf. This was immediately followed by countless system prompts that appeared in Yun-Yi's system. Looking at the constant barrage of damage that appeared, Yun-Yi felt like he was going to commit an act of intensive phobia, while the beastly monsters down below began to hiss and scream incessantly due to the encroaching damage they had received. But not a moment's work later, one after the other fell through, and hints of gaining experience kept coming from Yun-Yi's system panel. Your summoner Undead King has slain LV 10 Forest Giant Wolf, gaining 127 experience points, 7 bonus points for crossing over to kill. Your summoner, King of the Undead, has slain LV 10 Forest Giant Bear and gained 133 experience points, 8 bonus points for crossing over to kill. A series of system prompts instantly spread Yun-Yi in the entire system panel. Watching the experience value grow like a tidal wave, Yun-Yi felt a wave of relief. Is this the thrill of leveling up while lying down? It's just awesome. However, just as Yun-Yi wanted to level up, he suddenly remembered that he had to wait until he passed the first turn trial before he could level up, and was instantly left speechless. Damn, how can this thing be so disgusting and jam my level? But given that there's extra experience for over-leveling kills, this isn't bad. Yun-Yi looked at his large pile of experience value, but could not level up although he felt pity. But there was not much he could do, waiting for the Fey riot to pass. I must first pass the first turn trial, and as the ranged Fey monsters were slain, the Undead King cast his gift in other directions. However, Yun-Yi didn't forget to convert those monsters he just killed into undead. The order was given immediately afterward. King of the Undead, use Undead Revival to transform those monsters you just killed into undead. With Yun-Yi's order, the King of the Undead, the staff in his hand waved again, followed by those corpses scattered on the ground, began to slowly stand up from the ground. But unlike when they were alive, those corpses that had turned into undead, all became very dull. Your summon, King of the Undead. Used Undead Revival, S rank, to awaken an undead. Your summon, King of the Undead. Used Undead Revival, S rank, to awaken an undead. Moreover, Uni also realized that the system prompts only showed that the undead had been summoned as well. Not that Uni had imagined that there was accurate information. In the case of the revived ones, the undead, made to fight other living of their kind, were almost instantly dismantled into skeletons. Uni's blood pressure spiked as he watched. Wasn't it nice to become undead and end up like this? It wasn't until Uni saw his King of the Undead, already empty of mana, that Uni suddenly reacted to the fact that with such a large range and such a powerful effect, it must have consumed a tremendous amount of mana. And the release of the previous 2 soul-devouring domain, S rank, has consumed almost 90% of the mana value of the King of the Undead. And the Undead Revival released by relying on 10% mana value of mana value. Naturally that is very pulling down. After all, this was reviving an undead, or such a group of undead, revived on the mana value that was already not much left. It would be strange if it didn't pull down. Uni looked at the undead, and it didn't even feel like they had 10% of their strength attributes in life. It's a wonder it doesn't get blown up and trashy. After figuring out why, Uni took out a large mana potion from his spatial backpack and threw it to the undead king. Then said, "Quickly restore your mana to me. Look at what garbage undead you summoned. It's unbearable. Quickly resummon it for me after you've restored your mana." After drinking the mana potion, the undead king reswung his staff. Unlike before, the king of the undead had previously just made those dead corpses get back up and become undead. But now, a huge magic formation appeared on the ground where those corpses were, followed by countless purple and black auras madly rushing towards those corpses that had fallen to the ground. Just the bodies within range of the magical array, of course, and those corpses that had been subjected to countless purple-black auras slowly rose from the ground as if they had pulled themselves out of the abyss of death. Uni looked at the undead that had risen from the ground again, no longer so dumb, and finally let go of his heart. After all, if his undead army were all as slow and stupid as they were before, Uni would rather not have this undead army. However, the monsters that managed to revive from corpses into undead still couldn't have exactly the same attributes as they did in life. Uni tried almost only 50%, but it's pretty good compared to before. The king of the undead should first transform them into undead flames and put them away. They won't be used in this situation now. Hearing the order, the undead king swung his swinging staff once more. Immediately after those undead, their bodies suddenly rose up in a cloud of purple and black flames, causing their entirety to burn out. And then that purple flame also automatically flew towards the staff of the undead king after burning out the bodies of those undead. Dozens of turned undead all took the same step and flew into the staff of the undead king. Not bad, not bad. My undead legion already has dozens of undead. When the time comes after the undead legion reaches thousands of undead, it will be a true undead legion. When the time comes to show up, it's called an inchworm undead natural disaster. A direct swarm. Uni then pulled out several more bottles of mana potions from his backpack, ready to continue with his difficult task of brushing monsters as well as growing the undead army. And just then, the child that was brought out of the small area by Yun-E at the beginning suddenly woke up, and then began to wail, "Mommy, I want my mommy, my mommy," while crying and still shouting. Yun-E was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. "Not me, a young fellow, how do you expect me to coax this child?" Chapter 28. Xiaoyu's Embrace. Yun-E looked at the crying child and didn't know what to do. It suddenly occurred to me to send this child to a shelter to be taken care of by the shelter's people, otherwise it would be a nuisance to keep it around. Thus, after giving the king of the undead the order to continue brushing monsters and increasing the number of undead legions, and leaving a few bottles of mana potions behind, Yun-E was ready to take the child first, and rushed over in the direction of the sanctuary. However, just as Yun-E was about a kilometer away from his nearest shelter was when he suddenly heard the sound of humans shouting. Yun-E rushed over in a hurry. As a result, what Yun-E did not expect was that there was a figure Yun-E was familiar with among the surrounded humans. Xiaoyu. At this moment, she was with several professional awakened, surrounded in a corner and unable to move, although they were all trying their best to resist, but it was futile for them to perform any more skills and attacks, because they had just repelled a few, and then dozens more popped up, and their encirclement was compressed stronger and stronger. At this moment, there was only one thought in their minds: if there was no miracle, then they were about to die here. Watching the group of foreign beasts charge up once more, Xiaoyu had closed his eyes after he had exhausted his mana value again for the last spell he had cast. Yun-E seems to only like you again in the next life. Before dying, Xiaoyu thought like this. A few tears slipped quietly from the corner of Xiaoyu's eyes, until his eyes closed tightly, but he heard a tearing scream from the herd of foreign beasts. What's going on here? Xiaoyu slowly opened her eyes. not expecting to see a figure that haunted her the moment her eyes opened. Yun-yi. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiaoyu directly made a small run, then opened her arms and hugged Yun-yi's body to death. I thought I'd never see you again. Cloudy. A slightly crying voice came from Yun-yi's arms. The other occupational awakenings who saw the scene were also very sensible and stepped aside. After all, the reunion of this young couple of people after the separation of life and death. It is not very convenient to have outsiders here, and they don't want to eat this dog food. On the other hand, Yun-yi, who was hugged by Xiaoyu, his brain was completely down, not knowing what to do. 2 hands, hanging in the air, not knowing whether to hold or not cannon. After all, the relationship between the two of them right now was at most a classmate, or a friend, and this kind of behavior from Xiaoyu nowadays left Yun-yi at a complete loss as to what to do. Just when Yun-yi didn't know what to do, a childish voice suddenly came to mind. Brother, didn't you say you'd take me to my mom? Where's my mom? Feeling a tug on his pants, Yun-yi turned his eyes over to the child, and hearing the child's voice Xiaoyu was instantly startled and immediately stopped crying before letting go of her hold on Yun-yi. After wiping her tears with her clothes, Xiaoyu then turned her head and said to the child in a gentle voice, "Who's your mommy, kid?" Although Xiaoyu had already wiped away her tears, Yun-yi could clearly see the corners of her eyes, which were already red from crying, on her pretty little face. "That's Xiaoyu, student. Why don't we bring the kids over first?" Yun-yi said tentatively. Xiaoyu nodded, then took the child's small hand and headed over in the direction of those awakened ones. And walking down the road, Xiaoyu suddenly spoke. "Student Yun-yi, can you just pretend that nothing happened just now?" The voice was flat, no emotion audible. Yun-yi hastily nodded. Yeah, I don't know anything." Although Xiaoyu pretended to be calm on the surface, he had actually cursed himself hundreds of times in his heart. "Xiaoyu, how can you be like this? Although it was Yun-yi who saved you, right? But you can't just come up and hug people and cry. This is great. Not only have you lost your face, but in case Yun-yi misunderstands, you won't even be able to be friends. Xiaoyu, how can you be so bold? You weren't like this before." Xiaoyu frantically spat at himself in his mind, but at the same time, Xiaoyu couldn't help but recall the scent of Yun-yi's body that she had smelled when she had just hugged him, as well as the thick chest and the reassuring feeling. Immediately after that, the two of them arrived in front of the group of professional awakened people. "Are the youngest two finished making out so soon?" An older man with a bearded face said with a laugh as he looked at the two men's embarrassed faces. And the other, taller, older man, snickered. "Young man, you're lucky to have found such a good girlfriend." Hearing the uncle's words, Xiaoyu's face, which was already a little red, instantly became red, and she hurriedly lowered her head so that no one else could see it. And an older sister who looked like she didn't know how old she was, watched Xiaoyu's movements, laughing and snickering as well. "Look at that. Your girlfriend is shy." Although Xiaoyu was already too shy to speak, Yun-yi still resisted and explained. No, me and MS. Xiaoyu, we're just friends. I'm not her boyfriend." Hearing Yun-yi's words, these people didn't believe them, but after all, Yun-yi had just saved them and was considered their savior. So since Yun-yi had already denied it, they didn't say anything more. Then Yun-yi looked at them and asked suspiciously, "Why aren't you guys at the shelter?" The bearded older man at the beginning opened his mouth with a sigh. "We just escaped from inside the shelter." Yun-yi was puzzled when he heard this. Could it be that something happened inside the shelter? Immediately afterward, another man said, "The shelter has collapsed due to the appearance of the alien beasts. In order to prevent everyone from dying in the shelter, we, the few professional awakened of the combat lineage, are searching for a safe place to move the people in that shelter, or else if we continue to stay in that shelter that may collapse at any time, everyone will die there." As a result, not long after we came out, we were surrounded by a small group of alien beasts. Although the level wasn't much higher, the number was just too much. If it wasn't for you, little brother, we would have died here. When Yun-yi heard this, he realized why they were here. However, Yun-yi still had one more question. "Why don't you guys run inside the house?" "It's not that we didn't want to. It's mainly because one of the guys was hurt and we didn't run towards the house to save him, but unfortunately he's still dead." Speaking of which, everyone present was incredibly sorry, including Xiaoyu. "Thanks to you, little brother, you can actually fight against hundreds of level 10 or so alien beasts by yourself. That summon of yours can." Hearing them talk about their skeleton king, Yun-yi hurriedly pulled away from the topic. Yun-yi still didn't want to expose his skeleton king. Chapter 29. The reason for the Fey riot. "So what are you guys going to do next?" The middle-aged uncle with a full beard said helplessly. "Alas, there are, at least, thousands of people in that shelter, and with just a few of us professional awakened, it's simply not enough manpower." Yun-yi was very puzzled. Because in his impression Tianqing City had at least a few thousand professionally awakened people. How come in this shelter there were only a few of them? What about the professionally awakened people in the major associations in Tianqing City? And the official army of professional awakened people in Tianqing City? Little brother, you don't know about this. As far as I know, combat professions, with ranks over 10 or more who passed the first turn rank trial, were all summoned to the city walls. Now that the Fae are running into the city, it's obvious that they didn't hold off, and there should be corpses all over the place. The middle-aged uncle with a full beard, although in a very calm tone, gave people a very sad feeling. So we humans are defenseless against those monsters? Yuni asked in disbelief. The middle-aged uncle stood up, looked around at the streets that had become unrecognizable, and said in a low voice, "The last time I saw Tenzing City in this state was 30 years ago, when those same monsters outside the city were rioting and the humans were hiding in shelters and shivering." Later on, after the alien beast riots occurred, the country sent a number of high-level professional awakened people to guard Tianqing City, but 30 years of peace and quiet let the guard down, and I never thought it would happen. That skeleton that inexplicably appeared earlier could be a sign. Yuni blinked momentarily as he listened to the middle-aged uncle's words, which inexplicably pulled on his king of skulls. Mentally, he secretly spat. Damn, my king of skeletons has nothing to do with this monster riot. In the end, the middle-aged uncle pulled half a day's worth of bull **** before Yuni realized that it was the absence of Tianqing City Lord that had caused this. Tianqing City Lord is the only one in Tianqing City. The second turn of level 50 has the second talent of professional awakening, can be said to be the strongest professional in Tianqing City, and Tianqing City Lord's profession is also a mage who specializes in a variety of large-range damage. If he was there, it would be absolutely impossible for those monsters just outside the city to break through the defenses of Tianqing City, and it just so happened that it was the time he left that Tianqing City was hit by a riot from the monster Fey beasts, so he suspected that the riot was deliberately started. Yuni was tempted to ask what this someone meant, but somehow the bearded uncle suddenly collapsed on the ground, and it wasn't until the crowd came forward to check that the bearded uncle wasn't breathing. He's dead? Everyone was dumbfounded, as if they couldn't believe that the living person who had just been standing there properly had just died. There are enemies around. Yuni reacted at the first moment, then yelled, and the crowd was immediately on guard, in a surrounded position, looking around in unison, and with their weapons held dead at their sides. Until a long time later, there was not the slightest movement around. It was only then that the crowd slowly lowered their weapons, and looking at the inexplicably dead bearded uncle, the crowd's originally sad expressions instantly became grave. It seems like not only do we have to guard against the foreign beasts, but also certain unknown existences as well. If it was a foreign beast, as professional awakened they could still hide even if they couldn't beat it, but if it was a person who wanted to harm them, then it would be easy to hide from the open fire, but hard to defend from the dark arrows. After all, who knows who the next target will be, and to be able to let someone die so silently, everyone present couldn't help but have cold sweat running down their backs, even including Yun-E, who had the protection of his soul body. This uncle merely, just by revealing a little bit of information, was murdered and killed, still under the eyes of the people. Yuni didn't dare to imagine what kind of person this was, and why he was making a move against Tianqing City. On the Undead King's side, the Undead King was getting high while unleashing its various S-rank talents, and not only was the experience swiping empty, but the Undead Legion had amassed almost 100 undead. However, the King of the Undead swiped and realized that there were no more monsters or Fae for him to swipe, after brushing the last monster. So after retrieving those undead, they rushed towards Yun-Yi's location. Then the King of the Undead came across a human who was attacking towards his, although Yun-Yi had given orders not to attack humans at will. At the same time, Yun-Yi had also said that he could also counterattack if a human took the initiative to attack towards him. So it was that hundreds of undead, just like that, appeared in front of the King of the Undead in great numbers. Immediately after that, countless black chi suddenly emerged from the Undead King's staff and surged madly towards those undead that had just appeared. It was none other than the Undead King's S-rank talent, Undead Domain. Oh, a small Tianqing city. Someone actually has an epic level summon, the figure said with a bit of surprise as it looked at the talent released by the King of the Undead, and by the looks of it, it has at least 2 S-rank talents, so it looks like this isn't even a normal epic level summon. The figure laughed softly as he watched the undead that had appeared, covered in black aura, rush towards him. Absolute attribute suppression is not something that can be compensated for by just anything. Then in just an instant, a black shadow like lightning flashed in front of these hundreds of undead, and immediately after that, those hundreds of undead turned into a skeleton, only leaving behind the undead fire, suspended in the air. At the same time, Yunyi's side also suddenly received a system prompt. Your summoned undead has been killed. Your summoned undead has been killed. And after resolving all the undead, the black figure appeared in front of the king of the undead. Although being an undead can't fully kill you, it must take at least a month for an epic summon to be resurrected. So goodbye. The blade flashed, and the undead king's head was dismantled, followed by the undead king being transformed into a piece of withered bone that fell to the ground. Your summon, the king of the undead, is on the verge of death. Yunyi's first reaction to hearing that his undead had been killed was that something had happened to the king of the undead, and he didn't expect that something had actually happened. And the original idea of following Xiaoyu and the others to the shelter disappeared in an instant, pulled Xiaoyu into a hug and brought him to the side. Yunyi said softly, "That's Xiaoyu, student. I shouldn't be able to go to the shelter with you guys. There's something very important on my side that I need to take care of." And Xiaoyu, who was pulled by Yunyi, was instantly anxious when she heard Yunyi say that. "Is this thing dangerous? Do you want me to go with you?" Hearing Xiaoyu say this, Yunyi was touched, but ultimately refused. Chapter 30. Might of the Wolf God, SS grade, talent. Because Yunyi didn't know if he could come back alive. Looking at the system's prompts, Yunyi felt a sense of crisis for the first time, as well as fear. Yunyi clearly knew the strength of his undead king as well as the skeleton army, as well as the difficulty of wiping out the undead king as well as the undead army regiment in just 5 seconds. That's right, in Yunyi's system, from the time the first undead was killed to the prompt that the undead king was on the verge of death, the interval was less than 5 seconds. Even if you didn't count the undead king, just the 100 or so undead monsters in the undead legion, all of them were level 10 monsters, even if they turned into undead with only half of their attributes, but together with the undead realm, S-ranked, that the undead king had casted, even if it was the skeleton king with all of its talents open and without a single reservation, it would not have been possible to kill these 100 or so undead monsters in such a short period of time. Even if the king of skeletons was able to slash one of those monsters, there was just one point that the king of skeletons could never match, and that was the fear-inducing speed. How high of an agility attribute did it have to be to achieve that speed? From this, it could be concluded that 9 times out of 10, the ones that made the undead army regroup in an instant were extremely terrifying existences. Of course, Yunyi wasn't prepared to go to his death. He just wanted to see what had happened to make the king of the undead like this. And Yunyi didn't just go unprepared. Nowadays a skeleton king couldn't give Yunyi a full sense of security anymore. So Yunyi was prepared to get 2 more epic level summons to protect himself. Immediately afterward, an ordinary-looking plain wolf appeared in Yunyi's field of vision. This was a normal talent potential summoner learning scroll that Yunyi had bought in the first place. And of course there was another normal talent potential summoner learning scroll, an eagle. Both of these summons were very common summons for summoners, but of course no matter what the summons were, as long as the talent potential was high enough, the strength aspect was not a problem. Moreover, this wolf, Yunyi planned to be his own mount after evolving at that time. It would definitely be an imposing one, and he would never have to be carried by the king of skeletons again. Yunyi still checked the attributes first. Summon, coyote, evolvable. Race, wolf. Level, first order LV. 1, 0. 0%. Life value, 100/100. Mana, 10/10. Strength, 1. Endurance, 1. Mental, 1. Agility, 1. Physique, 1. Talent, Fierce Bite, level D. Comprehensive evaluation, general level. After checking the attributes, Yunyi did not hesitate for a second, and the evolution points were slammed into it, followed by a system voice. Consume 1000 evolution points. Your summon, coyote, evolves into giant wolf. Race remains unchanged. Gains talents, giant strength, grade C. Bone enhancement, grade C. And vigorous bite, grade D, evolves into giant bite, grade C. Consume 30,000 evolution points. Your summon, giant wolf, evolves into giant wolf king. Race remains unchanged. Gains talents, toughness, grade B. Tear, grade B. Wolf howl, grade C. The rest of the talents remain unchanged. By this point Yunyi suddenly saw several evolutionary routes after the giant wolf king. The least used one only needed a mere 100,000 evolution points, called something like the swift wolf, and naturally, Yunyi could not use such a low-level one. However, Yunyi did not expect that there were actually epic levels that only needed 100,000 evolution points. It seems like the gap between epic summons really isn't small. Then there were 3 more which were, respectively, the Frost Wolf King with 200,000 evolution points, the Wind Cloud Wolf King with 300,000 evolution points, and a 500,000 Lord of Wolves. For the first 2 Yunyi had almost guessed what the evolved skills of these 2 things would be when the time came, but this last 500,000 Lord of the Wolves made Uni hesitate. Since 500, evolution points. This basically belonged to the epic level summons that Uni had seen cost the most evolution points. So Uni was pondering what the hell this evolved out to be. Uni looked at his evolution points and finally, after a moment of hesitation, decided to have a blast. Damn. Evolution points are just for spending goons. It's not like we don't have them anymore anyway. Then Uni spends 500, evolution points, consuming 500, evolution points. Your summon, Giant Wolf King, evolves into the Lord of Wolves. His race evolves into the Wolf God clan, and he gains the talent, Wolf God's Might, SS grade. The rest of the talents disappear. Seeing SS rank for the first time, Uni was instantly confused. He didn't expect that 500, evolution points could actually be exchanged for an SS rank talent. And he also didn't expect that there was actually an SS rank talent, because in the information Uni had looked up, the highest was only an S rank talent, and there was no information shown for higher talents. Moreover, this Lord of Wolves, not only did he have an SS ranked talent, all of these other talents had disappeared. This was also the first time Uni had seen it, but compared to this Wolf God's Might talent, the others were actually okay. Then holding his hand trembling with excitement, Uni once again checked the attributes of the Lord of Wolves. Summon, Lord of Wolves, evolvable. Race, Wolf God Clan. Level, First Order LV. 1, 0. 0%. Life value, 25,000 / 25,000. Mana, 25,000 / 25,000. Strength, 100. Endurance, 100. Mental, 100. Agility, 100. Physical fitness, 100. Skills, none. Talent, Might of the Wolf God, SS rank. Overall rating, epic. Uni instantly sucked in a breath of cold air as he looked at the terrifying attributes, as this kind of attribute was not even comparable to the Skeleton King that was already level 10. Is this the difference between 300, evolution points and 500, evolution points? It's really worth every penny. Uni couldn't help but be a bit speechless before looking at the talent he cared about the most. That SS-ranked Wolf God's Might. Might of the Wolf God, SS grade, causes absolute suppression of all wolf races, and for certain races, possesses innate suppression, and can kill and devour all the talents of any wolf race, turning them into its own. Although Uni hadn't expected the introduction of the Wolf God's Might to be so brief, the abilities within it caused Uni's eyes to light up again and again. To cause absolute suppression to all wolf races, doesn't this mean that both monsters and human summons, as long as they are wolf races, will be affected? There's also this one that can devour all of the wolf clan's talents and turn them into its own. Doesn't this mean that there's no limit to the number of talents that the Lord of Wolves can have? Of course this was all speculation on Uni's part. After all, if one could really have unlimited talent, what was the difference between that and being invincible? But one would have to actually practice these to know. Such a perverted attribute at level 1, plus the perverted ability to gain other wolf talents. This was the first time that Uni felt how there could be such a perverted summon. That's 500,000 evolution points well spent. But what Uni did not expect was that the appearance of the Lord of the Wolves, more than anything else, made him feel stunning. A white and gold fur, emitting a radiant light, the pair of eyes, a blue and a red pupil of a different color, all highlighting this strange, but the size did not change much, but just letting this be, Uni felt forced. Chapter 31, The End of the Crisis. Uni directly rolled over and mounted the Lord of Wolves. Looking at the radiant Lord of Wolves, Uni couldn't mention how happy he was. I'm the hottest guy on the street. Uni sat on top of the Lord of Wolves and scanned the surroundings. Satisfied, he opened the system panel. Right now he had 3 epic level summons, the King of Skeletons, the King of Undead, and the newly evolved Lord of Wolves, and for the elite level there was only a soul body, and that normal level eagle. Uni had originally thought of evolving the normal level eagle as well, but felt that with 3 epic level summons, it didn't seem too necessary, so he didn't waste any more evolution points. Evolve when you need to. Uni thought so before rushing over in the direction of the Undead King. After all, if he didn't care for a bit more, the King of the Undead would really become a pile of bones. King of the Undead, if it weren't for the fact that I can't talk. Finally Uni gradually approached the place where the Undead King was under the extremely fast speed of the Lord of Wolves. However, Uni did not dare to get completely close, because in case there was an ambush, being sneak attack that would really become a run over to send, Uni wouldn't make such a cheap mistake. Of course having the King of Skulls on would be too big and obvious a target. Uni then looked at his own still ordinary level summoned eagle. Not only is the target small but also flying in the air, obviously is the most suitable to be responsible for scouting the situation. Even Yuni didn't know that the eagle was so suitable for scouting operations when he first purchased it. In fact, when Yuni purchased it in the first place, it was according to the summoner's summoner recommendation. Yuni now understood why so many people bought eagles and wolves. The feeling was that one was used as a scout and the other could be used as a mount. Immediately after that, the eagle flew in the air and began to scan around for a while before relaying the situation to Yuni. It was only then that Yuni realized that there were no other contraptions around besides a few alien beasts yet. Yuni then rode the Lord of Wolves to a skeletal skull. It was the king of the undead who was already on the verge of death. Yuni looked at the miserable appearance of the king of the undead. Although he was a little angry, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, if he could kill the king of the undead in seconds, the opposite side's strength must be at a crushing level. Moreover, Yuni still didn't know how many people were on the other side. Yuni felt that this group of people should be those people, or forces that Uncle Beard said had designs on Tianqing City. He himself was only a small trash of level 10, and although he had a few epic level summons to back him up, in all probability he wouldn't be able to beat him, so Yuni planned to avoid them. Yuni looked at his experience and stuff and almost brushed a lot of it, plus the undead king still needed to recover. Yuni was ready to go and find mom and dad, although he knew that mom and dad should be in the shelter right now, but Yuni was still not at ease. After searching for several more shelters in a row, Yuni finally found his mom and dad. After seeing that Yuni was safe and sound, mom and dad were so excited that they hugged Yuni and cried bitterly. Yuni, where did you run off to? Your father and I were worried sick about you. You don't answer your phone calls, you don't reply to your messages. You're going to kill me and your dad. Looking at his parents as they cried bitterly, Yuni comforted them. Don't worry, your sons will never joke with their lives. Just rest assured. After crying for a while longer, mom and dad asked what Yuni had been through. Yuni naturally did not dare to say it, and then simply said a few words to fool the past. Mom and dad also assured, and Yuni did not intend to go out, just waiting for the end of this crisis in the shelter. After all, there were more than just alien beasts and monsters outside. There was also that group of forces that were plotting against Tianqing City. In case they were wandering around outside and were discovered, Yuni could not fight them, then it would be off the air. It's time to meddle a little. At the city wall of Tianqing City, an old man holding a staff looked at the devastated Tianqing City with a face full of anger. When he learned that a foreign beast riot had occurred in Tianqing City, he felt that something was not right, because how could a foreign beast outside the city in a good place suddenly riot? Until now that he had arrived at Tianqing City and once again felt that sickening aura, he realized that it was again that group of people who were messing with him, and this time, they actually laid their hands on his Tianqing City, or they were specifically taking advantage of the situation when he was not there. That's right, this old man is Tianqing City's City Lord, and also Tianqing City's only level 52nd turn profession awakener, Feng Tiancheng. As the guardian of Tianqing City, watching Tianqing City become like this today, although Feng Tiancheng's heart was saddened, but things had already happened, and now his task was to organize all the remaining professional awakened in Tianqing City, wipe out those fey monsters still rampaging around the city, and find the culprit who organized this operation in the meantime. It seems that we still have to find, first, the professional awakened person of Tianqing City, the captain of the guards. After thinking clearly, Feng Tiancheng made a few flashes and headed towards the inside of Tianqing City. A few days later, with the last of the alien beast monsters in Tianqing City being destroyed, all the citizens hiding in the shelters, only after hearing the broadcast, finally returned to the long-lost blue sky. It was only when Yuni learned that it was Feng Tiancheng, the city lord, who had come back to organize the team to destroy the swarm of alien beasts that he figured out why it could be resolved so quickly. After all, people's level 52nd turn mages, a few wide-range spells, could burn those level 10 to 20 monsters to the ground, so of course they were wiped out in a few days. Moreover, if Feng Tiancheng was there, Tianqing City wouldn't have been invaded by those rioting foreign beasts at all. After realizing that the truth was really as that bearded uncle had said, Yuni was curious if the group behind the scenes had been found or not. Because of the destruction of Tianqing City, causing it to be almost uninhabitable, they, all of them, would be arranged to live in other cities temporarily, and they might only return when the time came for Tianqing City to be rebuilt. Of course, if you want to rebuild Tianqing City, the time is certainly not short, and it may be 3 or 4 years after the reconstruction, and they would be assigned to live in their respective cities. After all, it was impossible for all the people of one city to be transferred to another, so it was the surrounding cities that hosted some of the people of Tianqing City separately. Yun Yi's family, on the other hand, was assigned to Qingyun City. Before boarding the train, Yuni said goodbye to Fatty with tears in his eyes. Fatty's family was assigned to another city, so the brothers had to be separated. We are all brothers. What are you crying for? When the time comes, the big deal is that I'll go find you to play. Really? Yuni smiled. Then it's a deal. You come and play with me when you're free then. Pax, don't you trust me, brother? But I heard that Xiaoyu, too, was assigned to another city. You won't be sad, right? Yuni shook his head. Xiaoyu and I are just friends. Chapter 32. Parting. First turn trial. Just friends? Fatty wasn't talking, and after putting Yuni on the train he watched him leave. Sitting on the train, Yuni thoughtlessly pondered about the relationship between him and Xiaoyu. Am I really just friends with her? Yuni couldn't help but recall the first time he met Xiaoyu. Although Yuni felt that Xiaoyu's cold appearance wasn't very easy to get along with, in actuality it was just that Xiaoyu wasn't good at communicating with people. Those years in high school and recent events, Yuni himself couldn't say what feelings he had for Xiaoyu. After thinking for a long time, Yuni did not think clearly. Suddenly the bell rang, and a phone called. Yuni picked up his cell phone to see that it was an unfamiliar number, but thought better of it and answered it. A familiar voice rang out from the other end of the line immediately afterward. Yun-e, you went to Qingyun City? Yuni replied with a smile. Yeah, classmate Xiaoyu, our family has been assigned to Qingyun City. My parents didn't want to stay here anymore so they left first. Well, what a shame. Oh, we're not in the same city, but I'll come and hang out with you when I'm free. Aha, you're welcome to come and play anytime. Then it hung up. Yuni did not expect Xiaoyu to actually take the initiative to call. After running all the way, Yuni managed to arrive in Qingyun City. After everything was put in place, Yuni was also planning to go and complete the first turn of the trial right away. The rank thing had disgusted Yuni for a long time, and it had practically driven him crazy. After all, without completing the first turn, the level can't be ing raised. Yuni's experience is almost enough for all the summons to level up to 20. Knowing that Yuni has 3 epic level summons, that leveling up will require so much experience, not just a star. You can imagine how much experience Yuni has. And in order to complete the first turn of the level trial, you have to go to the association of the corresponding profession. So the next day Yuni headed to the Summoners Association in Qingyun City. Guilds were different from associations. Guilds were forces while associations were official places specializing in various trials for professionally awakened people as well as consulting on issues. As long as you are an awakened person of the appropriate profession. If you have some questions that you don't know, you can go and consult the appropriate association. This kind of belongs to the official benefits given to professional summoners, right? Soon Yuni arrived at the Summoners Association. It was only after the staff's reminder that Yuni finally understood how to pass the first turn trial and obtain his first talent. It's simple. After going through a team copy and successfully killing the final boss, you can complete the promotion. And to pass the team copy, the difficulty is actually not low. After all, the monsters in the team copy will have certain bonuses or special attributes compared to the monsters that become those wild brush spots. So it's going to take a lot of cooperation between the team to get through it, including the final boss fight. The team copy, on the other hand, was completely different from the special copy that Yuni had entered with his previous awakened person high school trial, because in the team copy, not only are there those monsters, but there are also all sorts of organs and traps, and of course the cheats and stuff are definitely there. So actually, it's not that hard. However, there was another difficulty that annoyed Yuni, and that was the team copy, which required at least 2 people in order to enter. Yuni's original idea was to pass the team copy by himself, but now this restriction, it left Yuni completely speechless, but the thing had to be passed again. Why is this stuff so gross? Yuni then looked for a level 10 team copy in the wilds of Qingyun City, while around the copy there are some squads gathered sporadically. Seeing this situation, Yuni is happy. Does not mean that he can enter the copy by finding a random squad, but what Yuni didn't expect was that Yuni asked several squads, who were quite enthusiastic at first, but immediately refused once they learned that Yuni was a summoner. Isn't there still occupational discrimination? In fact, what Yuni didn't know was that this was the status quo of most summoners, because most summoner professions started out with just ordinary level summons, and some excellent level summons learning scrolls summoners didn't have the money to buy, so the summoner's battle power was very drawn out, unless there were some special summoner professions. Otherwise, ordinary summoners would have to rely on their normal level summons to laboriously brush away monsters. Although summoners were not comparable to other professional awakened in terms of upper limit as well as battle power, but at the same time the lower limit was also very low. After all, not every summoner, like Yun-e, possessed the divine gift of hands, a talent of such a perverse level. Just then, a group of people walked out of the copy. Instead, one of them was looking at a dumbfounded girl who looked like she was on the verge of tears, but his teammates were looking helpless. Just swept a glance at the dumbfounded girl, then said helplessly, You're a priest profession. Why do you only heal? Didn't you learn the increased skill? And where you're standing, can't you pick a safe place to stand? And you have to let the warriors go to protect you? After that, a few people just swept in and went back to looking for new teammates. Only the dumbfounded girl was left there trying desperately to hold back the tears she wanted to cry. The other career awakened, on the other hand, looked as if they were not surprised. The group of squads clearly wanted to take this girl on, but were not strong enough to roll over, and then turned around and blamed this girl for being too good. Of course the rest of the squad was just watching the show, not having the slightest idea of taking the girl in. After all, they were all here to complete this first turn trial. There was no need to bring along a procrastinator. After all, the team copy can only participate in once a day. If you do not pass, not only the opportunity is gone, and the loss of equipment as well as the loss of potions is a small expenditure, so few squads will take a drag. However, Yuni stepped forward, and the people around them looked at Yuni with a look of watching the show, because for them, another unsuspecting person has come to pretend to take a girl. However, Yuni's thoughts were simple. Since the rest of you squads don't want me, I'll form my own squad and clear the team copy. After all, if Yuni casually took out an epic level summon, it would be a devastating existence for a team copy that was only at level 10. So what's wrong with bringing a drag? It has no effect. As for whether or not he would suffer, Yuni just took it as a matter of bringing someone to chat and relieve his boredom. It wasn't like he had to do anything to brush the monsters or anything anyway. Yuni's figure arrived in front of the girl. Want to team up with me? Yuni said with a smile on his face. The girl raised her big watery eyes to look at Yuni in disbelief. Are you really willing to team up with me? But they all say I'm a drag. Aren't you afraid I'll hold you back? Yuni shook his head. That's because they're too good. And I'm not like them. Chapter 33, Seconds. Everyone is shocked. Although Yuni always felt that he was a bit pretentious like this, what he said was the truth. And if other people felt that he was pretentious, so be it. As expected, when the surrounding professionally awakened saw that Yuni actually went up to strike up a conversation with this drag queen, they instantly sneered. Another one who wants to act like a pimp and take a girl, and then be honest when it's time to be pitted by this drag queen until she vomits blood. Team copies still want to bring a drag. It seems to be really uneducated. When the time comes, the small monsters cannot be beaten. Gray out of the honest. Listening to the words of the people next to her, although Yuni felt that they were all farting, the girl waved her hand in a hurry, trying to reject Yuni, because she felt that she was also a drag, and the people around her were right. If she wanted to pass the level, she couldn't take her as a drag, so although it was hard, she still trembled and turned to Yuni, saying, "Thank you, I know you want to help me, but you definitely won't be able to get past the team copy if you take me with you as a drag, so it's better to forget about it and think of something else on my own." After saying that, the girl wanted to turn her head and leave. However, Yuni directly grabbed her wrist, and the immense force made the girl unable to move. "Just wait here. I'll see who dares to say another word today," Yuni said with great determination. Then he scanned the area, then pulled out a card and said aloud, "There's 20 million blue star dollars in this card. Any of your squads here, no matter who they are, if they can beat the two of us, the 20 million in this card will be yours." When the crowd present heard Yuni's words, their first reaction was that Yuni was pretending. But upon hearing 20 million, everyone's eyes filled with greed. 20 million blue star coins. That's not a small amount. Just according to their level 10 professional awakened person every day to brush the monsters. Get the loot to earn money in terms of speaking. A day to earn a 20,000 to 30,000, not counting the other expenses. They have to brush on 3 years of time in order to earn. How can this let the crowd present not excited? Yesterday, when Yuni thought that the people present were intimidated by him, the 3-member squad that had just dumped the girl suddenly walked over and said to Yuni with an arrogant face, "You're telling the truth. Don't say that you don't have $20 million in this card when the time comes to beat the out of you. Then you'll be a joke." Yuni faintly revealed a smile and said teasingly, "What? You've just been a clown and now you're here to make people laugh. So you really have nothing to do all day?" Hearing Yuni's words, the warrior profession in the squad instantly lost their temper and directly pulled out their greatsword and pointed it at Yuni. "You boys looking for death? Don't you know it when you try it? Clown." Yuni's very indebted reply completely enraged the warrior, and if not for the 2 other people next to him stopping him, that big sword might have slashed directly towards Yuni. The other 2 people in the squad who saw the scene were also unable to look away. "Okay, we'll fight you." Yuni, on the other hand, smiled and agreed. The girl next to her, on the other hand, was looking on with a dumbfounded look on her face, as Yuni and the 3-man squad that had just abandoned her seemed to be about to get into a fight. The girl wanted to say something to advise Yuni not to fight them, but Yuni interrupted her and said, They're the ones who want to fight me. So let's do it. Don't worry, I don't need your help. I'll clean them up all by myself. The girl looked at Yuni feeling as if it was useless to say anything. And in the end, she could only say something pitifully. Okay. When the opposite side finished preparing, they came to a huge open space, while in the surroundings were full of professional awakened who were watching and eating melons. Anyway, they couldn't find anyone for a while, so why not be happy to have melons to eat? Soon after both sides had negotiated, the game was officially underway, and an ordinary-looking wolf appeared by Yunyi's side with it. Looking at the wolf that Yunyi had summoned, a hush came from the people around him. A wolf so ordinary that dares to challenge this 3-member squad. I'm afraid its brain isn't burnt out, right? This 3-person squad, although the strength and whatnot, but after all, they have been teammates for so long, cooperation and whatnot is no problem at all. It seems to be the arrogant and cocky kid. This is a lost cause. It's a pity, how come we're not the ones who challenged this? Watching Yuni summon only an ordinary wolf, that 3-man squad instantly laughed like crazy. Such an ordinary summon dares to single-handedly challenge the 3 of us. It seems that this kid is afraid that he's not really here to give us money. Then we'll have to take this money of yours and have some fun. After saying that, the 3 of them rushed towards Yunyi's direction in unison. It moves quickly, without a hint of stalling. Yunyi, on the other hand, was indifferent and waved his hand towards the trio's position. Go on, don't kill them, leave them a breath. After saying that, Yuni did not make any other movements, and immediately after that, Yuni subconsciously wanted to pull out a sun lounger and lie down. But on reflection, the battle would soon be over, and the idea was abandoned. Immediately after that, before the crowd could react, the seemingly ordinary wolf suddenly appeared in front of the trio with an astonishing speed. Almost no one present reacted, including those 3 people, and then they only heard 3 loud bangs before 2 or 3 of them had been slapped away and collapsed on the ground. The equipment on their bodies scattered all over the place. Yuni slowly walked over and looked at the 3 people who had already lost their ability to move. So Yuni did not look at them anymore. Instead, he looked around again. This time, however, everyone had a look of surprise on their faces, as well as disbelief. There was even a hint of fear in his eyes when he looked at Yuni. That's seconds. How is that possible? It's fine for a mage and an assassin to be equipped for 2 professions without much defense, but why can even a warrior with a full set of plate armor be defeated instantly? This was the thought of all present, and at the same time another thought rose. Possessing this kind of summon, does it mean that this incredibly arrogant person can really clear the entire team copy by himself? But is it really possible for one person to clear a team copy? Everyone's hearts were in denial, but they always felt as if Yuni could do it. Yuni looked around and saw that no one was talking, so he skimmed his lips. There are still no one-on-one. Since there is not, then I can go? Then Yuni wanted to leave. After all, he had already pretended enough, and there was no one to make him pretend anymore. So naturally he would not stay here. But he was stopped by a voice. I'll fight you one-on-one. Then in the crowd, a white-clothed young man with a long sword in his hand slowly walked out from the crowd. Chapter 34, Heavenly Beheader Lin Duan. Yunyi turned his head to look at the white-clothed youth, but he sensed an overpowering sword intent that was as suffocating as the calm before a raging storm. Sensing the aura, Yunyi hurriedly summoned his soul body and possessed himself. Instantly the choking sensation disappeared. As for the white-clothed youth, he looked at Yuni who did not have any reaction to his sword intent, and could not help but be a little surprised. However, he still looked at Yuni with an expressionless face, and the surrounding people, looking at the white-clothed youth's costume, as well as his aura that emitted a vaguely suffocating aura, instantly knew the identity of this person. It's Lin Chuan, the Sky Slayer Lin Chuan. This voice instantly caused the gazes of everyone present to gather on Lin Chen. Immediately after realizing that it was really Lin Chen, everyone was in shock. Because as the first-place winner of the Awakened One's college entrance exam trial, Lin Duan was, without any surprise, the object of admiration for all of them in Qingyan City, and even more so for all of them in Qingyan City, who had just become professional Awakened Ones. But Lin Chen generally didn't appear in the public eye, so it was incredibly difficult to meet him, and they didn't expect that they would actually run into each other. How can they not get excited? Some people wanted to go up and strike up a conversation with Lin Chen, but they dared not say another word after just being swept up by Lin Chen. Immediately after that, Lin Chen turned his gaze to Lin Duan and said in a very flat tone, "What rules?" Yun Yi, on the other hand, looked Lin Chen up and down a bit, then pondered something. Regarding the name Lin Chen, Yuni seemed to have heard it somewhere before. Immediately after thinking about it for a while, he remembered that it seemed like he was the one who had accidentally robbed that first place in the trial called Lin Duan in the first place. And then he was also called over by that person in charge. Oh, I remember. You're that first place winner of the Awaken High exam practice. Lin Chen. Right. And you seem to have a title called something like Skychopper. Lin Chen shook his head, still saying in a flat tone, none of that matters. When do we start fighting? Yun Yi however shook his head. There was no way he could fight with Lin Chen, because if he really let the Lord of Wolves fight with him, no matter if he won or lost, there was no benefit. After all, so many people present were watching, and Lin Chen's reputation was too big. Apart from not wanting to reveal that he possessed an epic-level summon, there was another more important reason. And that was that Yuni had already detected that this world seemed to have dangers amongst the human race in addition to those foreign beasts and monsters. Tianqing City was a living example, so until Yuni was confident enough to be able to put himself in a safe ground, was trying not to expose himself to something that would make him noticeable, just in case he was targeted by certain existences. Isn't Yuni finished? And because he was afraid that the Lord of Wolves would attract too much attention, Yuni even had him learn a camouflage skill that allowed him to disguise himself as an ordinary wolf. Therefore, it was absolutely impossible for him to fight with Lin Chen. After all, the possibility of being exposed was too great. However, Lin Chen seemed to be unrelenting in his preference to fight Yun Yi before giving up. Just as Yun Yi wanted to take the Lord of Wolves back, Lin Chen suddenly charged towards the Lord of Wolves with his sword, then slash after slash towards the Lord of Wolves, hacking away, obviously trying to force Yun Yi to make a move. But how could Yun Yi fall for his trick, while ordering the Lord of Wolves to absolutely not strike? Yun Yi saw that the Lord of Wolves seemed to thrillingly dodge Linden's attacks with every step. Lin Chen waved his long sword, seemingly slowly, but in reality, he came before him in the blink of an eye, and if it wasn't for the extremely high attributes of the Lord of Wolves, the sword would have been slashing up. Finally, after a moment's pause after Lin Chen's round of attacks, the Lord of Wolves was finally collected by Yun Yi, but he was still slashed. This sword, however, left Yun Yi directly dumbfounded, as it directly made the Lord of Wolves drop 5% of its blood, while the Lord of Wolves, who had already risen to level 10, had a full 40,000 points of blood, which was equivalent to Lin Duan directly cutting down the Lord of Wolves 2,000 points of blood with a single sword. Yun Yi was directly dumbfounded. How could he not expect that Lin Chen could actually be this strong? This is the Skychopper? Yun Yi sucked in a breath of cool air. It's no wonder that he is capable of suppressing a column of heavenly pride and occupying the top spot of the Awakened One's higher education trial, so it's no wonder that he can be directly admitted by Jingwu University on a direct bailout. After all, with this kind of strength, even Yun Yi, a hungover man, felt perverted. Yun Yi just glanced at Lin Duan, and without any more nonsense, he left the place with the girls. Lin Chen didn't chase after him either, because he understood that he had pushed him like this and Yun Yi hadn't even made a move. So it was obvious that by whatever method Yun Yi wouldn't make a move. So naturally he didn't waste any time, and he had business to attend to on this visit. Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he randomly picked someone who hadn't entered a team copy today and entered the team copy. Although the crowd felt that it was impossible for a team copy to be passed alone, it seemed like nothing was impossible if the person was Lin Chen. Yun Yi led the girls for a while, then thought for a moment and said to the girls, "It's impossible for Lin Chen to come here for no reason. It's obvious that he's been to a team copy, so we shouldn't have a chance today." The girl nodded dumbly. "How about this, we set up a date and I'll take you through the team copies tomorrow. You don't have any more times today anyway." "Okay, it's all yours." After seeing Yun Yi's strength, the girl was already completely convinced that Yun Yi could take him through the team copy, but although she didn't know why Yun Yi wanted to take her. "Is it hard to believe that he likes me?" The girl turned her gaze to Yun Yi's face, a pair of eyes that shone as brightly as stars, a faint smile hanging on that clean face. Yun Yi asked in confusion when he saw the girls looking at him. "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" The girl waved her hand in quick succession. No. Yun Yi smiled and suddenly thought of something and said, "The two of us have known each other for so long. We still don't know your name." "My name is Yun Yi. What about you?" The girl stammered. "Song Won." "Oh, so it's called Song Won. I see. Then we'll see you tomorrow." Song Won. Yun Yi waved his hand towards Song Won before leaving without looking back. Yun Yi originally thought that today had passed, but after all, they had all made an appointment with others. So naturally, it was impossible to go back on their word. And anyway, they had waited for so long, so it was not bad for this day. But Yun Yi didn't want to be idle, so he walked towards the brushed area. Yun Yi suddenly thought of his Lord of Wolves. He hadn't gained any talent yet. How could this work? So Yun Yi planned to go to the leveling area and find some wolves for the Lord of Wolves to devour the talent. After all, although the attributes were strong, the talent and whatnot were also very important. Chapter 35. Finding Linden at the door. 100 million. Yun Yi pondered about giving the Lord of Wolves what kind of talent to find, but after thinking for a long time, he eventually gave up on the idea, and used whatever talent he obtained. What did he care about? However, what made Yuni feel pity was that those brushing areas actually did not even have a single wolf-related race. It was all other monsters. Yuni then felt a wave of speechlessness, as if it was directed at him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In the end, Yuni really didn't find it, so he could only leave. After all, there was nothing he could do. Can't find it dead or alive. Who can blame them? After resting at home for the night, Yuni appeared at the entrance of the team copy early the next morning. Not a moment later, Songwon hurried over, then gasping for air, he said, "Well, I'm not late, am I?" Yuni looked at the time and shook his head. Just fine. Just as Yuni and Songwon were about to step into the team copy, a longsword stopped in front of the two. Today, no one can take a step into this team copy without my permission. When Yuni looked at the fact that there was no one else around except for him and Songwon, Yuni could then clearly see that Lin Chen was targeting himself. And the reason for that must have been caused by not going one-on-one with Yunyi's summons yesterday. Yuni looked at the stance of Lin Chen and felt as if it would not work if he really did not fight. But in case it was exposed, Yuni began to think of a solution. And at this time, Lin Chen suddenly opened his mouth and said indifferently, "You seem like you could fight me, but it's like you're taking something into account. You can tell me and I can help you out, but only if you put forth your full strength to fight me." Yuni was silent when he heard Lin Chen's words and looked at the sword in Lin Chen's hand, not knowing what to think. Immediately after that, Yuni looked at the team copy. In a deep voice, he said, "Then I have a few conditions, and as long as you agree, I'll fight you." Hearing what Yuni said, Lin Chen's eyes lit up and he stared straight at Yuni, as if he had no fear as long as Yuni fought him, even if it meant going up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire. Yuni told Songwon to wait a moment, then pulled Lin Chen aside and whispered, "First, whether you lose or win, you can't tell anyone anything about me." To anyone. Lin Duan nodded. It was only then that Yuni continued. "Secondly, fighting me is certainly not something you can do whenever you want to. You'll have to shell out something to me first, otherwise why should I fight you?" Lin Duan pondered, then pulled out a card from his space backpack. Then immediately afterward, he said to Yuni, "Here's 100 million blue star coins, all the investments I've made since I awakened my profession. Is that enough to qualify to fight you?" Yuni's eyes glazed over as he looked at the black gold card that Lin Chen was holding. Then mentally cursed. "It's not that I only invested a total of $5 million, and you ended up telling me that you came up with an investment of $100 million. And that's not even counting the conditions that Kyungwoo University offered him. People are worse than people." Yuni was still thinking about the investment. However, Lin Chen suddenly spoke. "If I fight you, is 50 million enough for one fight?" Yuni was blinded when he heard what Lin Chen said. "What do you mean? Spend $50 million to fight me once?" Lin Dust frowned and said with some uncertainty in his voice. "Couldn't you? Okay, sure, why not? So you are planning to fight once?" Lin Chen shook his head, then said, "Fight you twice. If I don't win this fight with you, then the 50 million will be counted as what I give you next time. And if I win, then the 50 million will be counted as your medical expenses." Yuni listened to Lin Chen as he flatly said those words, as if it wasn't tens of millions of dollars, but like a few dollars. For the first time, Yuni had a clear concept of an ingrate. "Isn't this Linden? Okay, I've agreed to fight you." Although Yuni didn't want to be exposed, but after all, Lin Chen had taken out such sincerity, then it was definitely not possible not to fight. Of course, in order to prevent the risk of being exposed, Yuni went on to say, "You're going to enter the team copy with us later, and we'll fight there then in case we're exposed." Lin Dust didn't say anything more and just nodded, and Songwon, seeing that Yuni had finally finished chatting, rushed up. "How did you get on with him?" Yuni nodded. "It's all agreed. We'll just go in then. He won't stop us." Songwon's gaze skimmed over to Lin Chen on the side, and she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Yuni was just too powerful. Even a demon like Lin Chen could be handled, and it only took a few words. "Come on, don't just stand there, let's hurry up and get inside." Songwon nodded dully, then followed Yuni towards the team copy. Then he saw that Lin Chen had followed him in with his longsword, and was instantly brain dead. Didn't Yuni already have a deal? Immediately afterward, in the middle of a cave, a light blue light door suddenly opened, followed by Yuni as well as Songwon and Lin Duan all walking out from it in turn. Then Songwon ran towards Yuni at the first opportunity and shouted loudly and anxiously, "Lin Chen has also come in." Yuni quickly think of something. Yuni looked at Songwon's death grip on his hand with a dumbfounded expression, and then looked at Lin Chen who had turned his head away. Only then did Yuni realize that Songwon had misunderstood something a bit. Hastily, he opened his mouth to explain. I'm the one who told him to come in with us, so don't pay too much attention. Hearing Yun Yi's words, Song Wan's brain directly went down. It was Yun Yi who told Lin Chen to come in. Doesn't that mean that Lin Chen, the big brother, is going to fight monsters with us and clear the copy? Then how powerful is this Yun Yi that he can actually order Lin Chen, who is known as the Heaven Breaker, to clear the team copy with them? After thinking clearly about all this, Song Wan looked at Yun Yi with this look of awe as if she was looking at a god. Yun Yi, from now on, I will never go west when you say east, and I will never go north when you say south, Song Wan said with a firm gaze. Yun Yi laughed a little. He really couldn't understand what Song Wan was up to. Oh, just be happy. Song Wan nodded vigorously. Then Yun Yi said to Lin Duan, should I fight you first, or should we get our copies through before we do? Lin Duan thought for a moment and said after a moment of reflection, I've already gained my first talent, although your summons are powerful, but you are after all one talent short of me. I'm a bit of a winner in a one-on-one fight with you this time. We can wait until you've passed the copy of the first turn, then we'll fight again. Yun Yi nodded and didn't say anything else. Then with a wave of his hand, a portal suddenly appeared, and then the Lord of Wolves walked out from it. The main reason why Yun Yi did not summon the King of Skeletons but the Lord of Wolves is that Yun Yi looked at the one wolf on the road to the pass, and suddenly his eyes glazed over. Chapter 36. Talent Surge. Elite Monsters. The Emperor's sky is the limit, and it's not hard to get there. Yun Yi looked at the wolf-shaped monster with a golden light in his eyes, instantly feeling that the Lord of Wolves' talent was not a worry. However, what Yun Yi didn't expect was for Lin Chen to actually explain at the side. This team copy is called Wolf Slayer. It's a level 10 team copy. The difficulty isn't too big. What you need to pay attention to is the various organs and traps in the cave. However, although Yun Yi was listening, the Lord of Wolves couldn't care less, and with a few direct leaps, he had arrived in front of that wolf pack, and then with just a few attacks, they were all put down on the ground, unable to resist at all. Yun Yi's ears, on the other hand, immediately heard the sound of a system prompt. Your summon, Lord of Wolves, has slain the LV 12 cave giant wolf and gained 127 experience points, 8 bonus points for overstepping the level of the kill. Your summon, Lord of Wolves, has slain the LV 11 cave giant wolf and gained 147 experience points, 7 bonus points for overstepping the level of the kill. In addition to the normal system prompts, Yun Yi saw that the corpses of those wolves actually had dots of starlight emerging from them before surging towards the location of the Lord of Wolves, and cloudy with a few more hints. Your summon, Lord of Wolves, gains the talent. Hunting, C rank. Your summon, Lord of Wolves, gains the talent. Bloodlust, C rank. Your summon, Lord of Wolves, gains the talent. Stealth, D rank. Looking at the 3 extra talents that had appeared in this instant, although none of the talents were of a high level, it was just that they hadn't encountered any high-level talents, and as the first time he had obtained a talent, Yun Yi was excited. It seems that when the time comes, if you clear this team copy, I wonder what the Lord of Wolves will become and how many more talents it will have. And the behavior of the Lord of the Wolves, although Song Wan couldn't realize anything, only think it was awesome. But as a copy of Lin Duan who had cleared the copy yesterday, when the Lord of the Wolves killed these monsters, whether it was at the same speed or underhandedly as he did, there was no procrastination. Yet they were all killed in seconds. Lin Chen thought secretly in his heart. Yesterday, I only watched this summon dodge my attacks. I didn't expect that not only was his speed not slow, but his attacks were also terrifyingly strong. It seems that when this guy's name appeared above mine, it wasn't an accident at all. When Lin Chen realized that he wasn't number 1 at that time, although he wasn't really interested in the rankings, he was interested in Yun Yi who could be ranked above him. But after later inquiries and a series of understanding to know, Yun Yi seems to only accidentally get the first, which let find the opponent of the Lin Dust instant disappointment, but did not expect. Yun Yi now, actually will appear in this, to say that all this is fate, and it also exposed such a strong strength, making Lin Chen instantly feel that it was just Yun Yi trying to hide his strength in the first place. Although Lin Duan was puzzled, he expressed his respect, and at the same time, Lin Chen was silently thinking in his heart about how he should respond to the Lord of Wolves' attack. Of course none of this mattered to Yun Yi. All he wanted to do now was to brush up. Whether it was to brush up his experience or his talent, it was simply exhilarating. Soon under the violent crushing of the Lord of Wolves, the first level was quickly cleared, and if it wasn't for some of the traps, which were really well hidden, Yun Yi's speed of clearing the level could have been even faster, and through the kills along the way, Yun Yi had gained a few more talents. Your summon, Lord of Wolves, gains the talent. Fury, B rank. Your summon, Lord of Wolves, gains the talent tier, C rank. Your summon, Lord of Wolves, gains the talent. Fearless, C rank. 1 B rank and 2 C ranks. Yuni counted that almost one layer had gained 6 talents, 1 B rank, 4 C ranks, and 1 D rank, which could be considered as a great harvest. Immediately after that, Yuni took an arrogant step and went up to the second floor with Linchin Songwon. Yun-e, can I help in any way? Songwon opened her mouth and asked towards Yuni. Although it was cool to lay down and pass the level, it always made Songwon feel like a waste, although there was the same one standing next to her where she was, just watching and not doing anything, but she couldn't compare to Linchin, who was a demon that couldn't even be described as a genius. Linchin saw that Songwon really didn't seem to have much to do, and although she didn't look tired, she was indeed a bit bored. So after thinking about it he instructed the Lord of Wolves to kill slower. Then from the spatial backpack, he took out 3 bottles of ice-cold drinks before handing them to Songwon and Linchin, who didn't drink the drinks but took them after thinking about it. Songwon, on the other hand, took it directly and then drank it. Seeing that the people were all arranged in a clear manner, Yun-e nodded in relief. After all, the bad thing about being a summoner was this: the summons were too strong, and there was no need for Yun-e, the summoner, to make a move or command. So in order to prevent too much boredom, Yuni basically have some snacks with them and a series of tables, chairs and benches for leisure and so on. After all, Yuni's spatial backpack was filled with all sorts of Yuni's food and drink in addition to loot. Of course there was no way that Yuni's backpack was not enough. After all, Yuni had spent several $1,000,000 to upgrade his backpack space. If the others knew that Yuni was boosting his space for fun, they might have exploded in anger long ago. In fact, if it wasn't for the poor lighting in the cave, Yuni would even have to escape to lie down on the sun lounger. After all, there really wasn't much to do, so it's normal for them to be bored. But soon Yuni's Lord of the Wolves passed the second layer again, and then rightfully had a few more talents. But compared to the 6 talents of the first layer, the second layer had a few talents duplicated, so naturally there were fewer of them. The quality of the talent is pretty high though. Both of them are B-rated. Your summon, Lord of Wolves, gains the talent. Insight, B rank. Your summon, Lord of the Wolves, gains the talent. Thick skin, B rank. Yuni nodded in satisfaction before heading back to the third floor. However, unlike the previous 2 levels, the monsters on the third level, there seemed to be elite-like monsters inside. For example, a giant wolf that is several times the size of other wolf-like monsters, or a special wolf with light blue fur that is related to the elements. Yuni's gaze went to Linchin who was on the side. Lin Duan thought about it and said, the first 2 levels of the wolf's lair are among the easiest, while this third level is the hardest part of the wolf's lair. Not only are there all kinds of elite monsters, but some of them also have long range paired with attacks, and quite a number of career awakened have fallen here. Yuni nodded with a face of dawning realization. No wonder he always felt that the first 2 layers, although the monsters look quite strong, attributes on what is also said in the past, but there is no special place. Other professional awakened how to pass it. It turns out that the difficulty is all hidden in the third layer, so when this floor is over, we'll be able to meet the copy boss? Lin Duan nodded his head. Chapter 37. The Wolf God's Might appears. Shocked Lin Duan. Yuni looked at the Lord of Wolves, who at this moment was standing there bored, waiting for Yun-e to give him an order. Lin Shen looked at the Lord of Wolves in thought and then said, the difficulty gap between the third level and the previous 2 levels is worlds apart. You'd better not let your summons go straight up. After all, you don't even know much about their skills. Yun-e looked at Lin Chen. He thought that Lin Chen was the kind of person who was high and cold and didn't take care of people, but he didn't expect that he would talk so much after knowing him for only a while. Thanks for the heads up, but I want him to try. Hearing what Yuni said, Lin Chen didn't say anything else. He could give Yuni some kind reminders, but whether he listened or not had nothing to do with him. Immediately afterward, he saw that Yuni ordered his summons to charge towards the pile of wolves. Just when he thought that Yuni's Lord of Wolves would be set on fire by the group of monsters, he was surprised to find that the monsters actually didn't move at all, or rather the group of monsters wanted to move, but they couldn't move at all in front of Yuni's summons. What is this ability? Lin Chen was very puzzled as he looked at the monsters that didn't even dare to move in front of the cloudy everything. He had never heard of any talent or skill that could actually make the Fey monsters not dare to attack him. It was simply unheard of for Lin Chen. Even if Lin Chen himself could only make those monsters fear him, it wasn't as if they didn't even dare to move. Yun-e, on the other hand, had a bemused look on his face, an expression of anticipation. Wolf God's Might, worthy of being called Wolf God's Might, directly in front of the Lord of Wolves doesn't even dare to move. Is this the absolute suppression between bloodlines? And the Lord of Wolves didn't waste too much time. Directly a few pouncing grabs, towards the wolves' crazy slaughter, without the slightest idea of mercy, and then Yuni that constantly came the system's prompt sound. Your summon, Lord of Wolves, has slain the LV 13 excellent level Berserk Giant Wolf, earning 297 experience points, 15 bonus points for crossing over to kill. Your summon, Lord of Wolves, has slain the LV 15 elite level Frozen Wolf, gaining 425 experience points, 27 bonus points for crossing over to kill. And naturally, those two special monsters were easily taken down by the Lord of Wolves. After all, it couldn't move. And then those two special monsters, too, managed to explode 2 talents for Yun-E. Your summon, Lord of Wolves, gains the talent Enormous B rank. Your summon, Lord of the Wolves, gains the talent Frozen Power, a rank. Yun-E nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the 1A rank and 1B rank 2 advanced talents. It's true that you still have to kill high-level monsters. This talent that popped out is all B rank to begin with. Song Wan and Lin Duan, on the other hand, were stupefied and watched in utter disbelief as Yun-E's Lord of Wolves so easily annihilated this group of monsters that looked like they were not easy to deal with. Song Wan had only one thought in her mind, that Yun-E was just too strong, and that she had to follow him well, or simply hug her thigh. Yun-E's various behaviors only deepened this idea for her as well. Yun-E's behavior, however, caused Lin Chen to receive an unparalleled blow, as if his worldview was about to collapse. Of course he thought about the fact that he was so perverted himself, and Yun-E's big deal was that he was just one more perverted than him, so he didn't think about it that much. It was just that the original confidence in Yun-E's summon's one-upmanship from the beginning had become less confident. Still, he believed in his own strength. After all, that new talent he had acquired gave him enough of that confidence. Okay, clean up. Let's go. Yun-E looked at the two and said with a smile. Song Wan nodded. For his part, Lin Chen looked like he had something to say, and it was very obvious on his face, because Lin Chen was really curious to know what talent or skill Yun-E's summons had that could actually make those monsters completely unable to move. And he couldn't think of any other way to accomplish this kind of operation other than a mage with a spatial talent skill. However, among the awakened professionals, the talent skills and so on are the biggest privacy of the professional awakened person, so it is impossible to tell others easily. He was wondering so much that he was pondering the question, and with such an obvious expression, Yun-E naturally saw it, and he also knew what Lin Chen wanted to ask. However, it was naturally impossible for Yun-E to tell him. After all, this kind of ability was just too perverted. He generally could not show it in front of others, and he definitely could not tell others. Then the three of them continued walking towards the front. During that time, he also encountered several waves of monsters, but because they were wolves, the Lord of Wolves easily eliminated all of them, and his talents were also increased by 2 more A ranks, namely Inferno Power, and Elemental Mastery, and a B rank. As for the C ranks and D ranks, there were 5 or 6 of them. Yun-E looked at the talents of the Lord of Wolves nowadays. Other than not having an S talent, the number of talents was not at all inferior to the 2 epic level summons, the King of the Undead as well as the King of Skeletons, and the attributes of the Lord of Wolves were far higher than them. If it was more than that, Yun-E was actually curious to know if the current Lord of Wolves could beat the King of Skeletons. Is it an even match or a crush? But this ratio is actually a bit unfair to the King of Skulls. After all, one was costing 500,000 evolution points, while the King of Skulls only cost 300,000 evolution points. 200,000 evolution points was enough for Yun-E to evolve another epic level summon, so it's normal for the King of Skulls to be outmatched. As Yun-E thought this, it didn't take long for the group to reach a staircase. Lin Duan spoke immediately afterward. Above is the boss of this team copy. There's a high probability that it's an elite level monster. Of course the result is different every time it's refreshed. There's also a possibility that it's an epic level boss. Of course, the probability is very small. Anyway, I didn't encounter one yesterday. The reason why Lin Chen came to the team copy yesterday to brush up on the monsters was definitely to complete the first turn trial in the first place. But secondly, he wanted to come and try his luck to see if he could come across an epic boss, because he heard that someone had come across one, so he rushed over. Then they met Yun-E and the others. Later on, when he saw that the boss was only elite level, Lin Duan also, after pestering him for a while, easily resolved it. After all, his ability to treat any boss as a tinker level existence, there is no difficulty. Of course it was limited to low level bosses, but it was also very strong, to the extent that Lin Dust hadn't found, for the time being, a contemporaneous professional awakening that could match him. Lin Chen was just about to think that when he suddenly saw Yun-E. Well, still, Yun-E was excited to hear what Lin Duan said. After all, he was finally going to encounter a boss again. The elite level giant bear that he encountered last time in that leveling area was not technically considered a boss, but it was enough to be called a boss in that leveling area. but the team copy bosses are the real bosses. Chapter 38. Epic Boss White Spirit Fox. Yunyi's trio slowly stepped inside. The light could not penetrate the depths of the cave. Only the faint light from the entrance barely illuminated the first few meters. As their footsteps went deeper, the surroundings became darker and darker until they were completely engulfed in darkness. The sound of water dripping from the walls echoed in the empty cave, accompanied by the occasional faint echoes that sent shivers down one's spine. Songwon, on the other hand, was following Yun-yi to the death, fearing that she would encounter something that. The interior of the cavern was intricate, with twisting passages that looked like a labyrinth, hiding the unknown around every corner. Rocks hung down from the ceiling in strange shapes, as if they were the claws and teeth of some ancient creature. The floor was wet and slippery, and from time to time, drops of water dripped from the rocks overhead, making a crisp sound that broke the dead silence. Yun-yi looked around and couldn't help but ask Linden in confusion. Are you sure this is the fourth floor boss's room we're in and not some other weird place we've come to? Lin Chen also had an odd expression on his face because he wasn't sure if this place was the fourth floor boss place or not anymore. When I walked yesterday, it was just one long flight of steps and then up. There wasn't even this complex terrain like a maze. The steps finished and I was in the boss's room. How could it be like this now? Songwon then grabbed Yun-yi's wrist in a death grip and said in fear. So this is us coming somewhere else? Not inside a copy? Lin Chen shook his head and said in an affirmative tone. It can't be anywhere else, either by going back the way we came, defeating the boss, or being teleported back to some strange place. Unless, Lin Dust suddenly paused. One possibility occurred to him, but it was so unlikely that he wasn't sure it was an encounter. Yun-yi listened to Lin Chen speak halfway and hurriedly urged him. Don't you talk in half. You're going to get a beating for that, you know? Lin Duan thought for a moment before finally speaking. Unless we've run into a special boss? Special boss? Yun-yi asked suspiciously. Lin Duan explained. That is, the very simple boss was replaced. This probability is very small, but it is not impossible. I have heard that it is inside this copy. Someone encountered an epic level boss, and his original boss was only an elite level. So, Lin Dust didn't say anymore. He actually wasn't sure if he was right or not, but if it was true that he had encountered an epic boss, Lin Dust was definitely excited. The three of them continued walking, and at the end of the cave was a huge lake, the water as calm as a mirror, reflecting shimmering light. The lake was deep and bottomless, as if it hid endless secrets and dangers. Songwon stood curiously at the edge of the lake, feeling an irresistible attraction, but at the same time, she also knew that underneath the calm water, unknown terrors might be hidden. Then not a moment later Songwon ran to Lin Chen's side in fear. Yun-yi looked around and realized that it was all pitch black, as if there was nothing else besides this lake. Do you think the boss could be in the lake? Lin Chen shook his head as the long sword slowly appeared in his hand and said in a cold voice. I'm going to go down and check it out. Are you going to join me? Just then, a loud rumbling sound suddenly rang out, and intense splashes of water splashed all around, all of which showered on the three. Immediately afterward, a huge white figure appeared in front of the three in a leap from the water. The three of them simultaneously turned their gazes towards the white figure. Immediately after that, the huge white figure rushed at the three of them and hissed for a while. The sound spread throughout the entire cave and reverberated continuously. Songwon's first reaction to seeing it was to run, even trying to pull Yun-yi and Lin Chen along with her. Instead, he found himself dead set on pulling these two. Run-ah, how can we beat this kind of boss? Songwon anxiously urged, blowing while still trying to pull the two. For his part, Lin Chen revealed a hint of excitement. The long sword he held in his hand trembled incessantly. He didn't expect to actually encounter an epic boss. If it were usual, he would have gone on. But there were two other people next to him. So naturally, Lin Chen couldn't just ignore them. So he put down a couple of words, telling Yun-yi and Songwon to hide and watch. And if he couldn't beat them, he would hurry up and run, and then directly rushed up with his long sword. In a few arrow steps, he had arrived in front of that huge white figure. Yun-yi, on the other hand, didn't move and instead carefully surveyed the huge boss that had suddenly appeared. Its fur, a white base dotted with gray flecks. Its eyes a deep blue adding an air of mystery. Its ears pointed and erect. Its tail long but giving it a fluffy look. It could be said to be very beautiful, but of course if we were to compare it to the Lord of Wolves, it would still be inferior. After all, pretty or handsome, Yun-yi preferred the latter. Yun-yi looked at the Lin Duan who rushed up and was not in a hurry to make a move. This boss obviously also contains the bloodline of the wolf clan in its body. So since this is the case in front of the Lord of the Wolves, it should be the same as those monsters in front of it. It can be slaughtered. So Yun-yi planned to watch Lin Chen's battle first, to understand how Lin Chen fought. After all, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy is the only way to fight 100 battles. And Lin Chen had basically watched all the various fighting styles and habits of the Lord of Wolves, and even though all of them were through and through in a second, he was able to roughly determine the attributes of the Lord of Wolves. Although Yuni would be able to get this 100 million regardless of whether he won or lost, and Yuni had even thought about intentionally losing to Lin Duan, Yuni also wanted to test how his full strength as the Lord of Wolves was, so it's okay to know. Immediately afterward, as Lin Chen's longsword slashed into the boss, a system alert came from Yuni's side. Your teammate Lin Duan dealt 10,000 points of damage to the LV-20 epic boss White Spirit Wolf, and Song Wan, who saw this tip, instantly stared in disbelief that an attack could deal 10,000 points of damage. Although Song Wan had always known that Lin Chen was a demon among demons, this one attack that could hit more than 10,000 was something she didn't dare to imagine. The most he usually did with a single attack on a monster was just a couple hundred points of damage, and this 10,000 damage was literally 100 times more damage than she could do. Yun Yi, on the other hand, was calm. Before he slashed his Lord of Wolves, he directly deducted 5% of his blood, so this 10,000 points of blood should be 5% of this boss's blood, so that means this boss has 200,000 points of blood. Yuni's first reaction was actually that this boss blood was a bit low. Yes, Yuni did feel that this boss blood was a bit low, not that he felt that this boss wasn't strong, but with this 200,000 points of blood, Yuni felt that if he summoned the 3 epic level summons, he would be able to set fire on this epic level boss for a second. After all, the attributes were there, but it seemed like Linden could do the same. However, the next damage the system prompted was not 10,000 anymore, but 1 or 2,000 or 2,000. So there's a CD. Chapter 39, Lin Chen who almost sent away, famous sword protecting the soul. Yuni thought about it for a moment and it was right. After all, if Lin Chen's kind of talent or skill didn't have any limitations, then basically whoever it was couldn't carry 20 attacks from him, and it was even said that this kind of ability of his was practically made for killing bosses. Boss. Looking at the boss, this blood level from the beginning of 100% to less than a minute has been reduced to 80% of the blood level. Yuni also cannot help but feel that this Lin Dust is worthy of the group of perverted demons in the first. This is a level 20 epic boss. Don't people bosses want to lose face? In less than a minute, Lin Dust is going to heaven. But although Lin Chen had easily knocked out 20% of the boss's blood, or almost 40,000 blood, in Yun Yi's eyes, Lin Chen had actually been stretched a bit thin, and he was already regretting a bit that he had rushed up so hastily. The attack of Lin Chen's Heaven Slayer profession was indeed very strong, even if it was ranked in the top 3 of the strongest attacking professions in human history. But after all, Lin Chen's level was only 10, and because the attributes were all added to strength and agility, Lin Chen's mana couldn't keep up instead. And this situation is also the first time that Lin Dust encountered, because there is almost no monster can carry him a set of attacks. Almost as long as Lin Dust shot, there is no monster that can't be killed. But Lin Dust forgot. The object of his own attack is a level 20 epic level boss. No matter whether it is attribute skills or talent are completely crushed him a district level 10 professional awakened. So Lin Dust a little bit panicked. And because Lin Chen had to keep his attention at all times to avoid the boss's attacks, he didn't even have the chance to take out a mana potion when he had the time. So this made it very difficult and suffocating for Lin Chen. And Yun Yi, who was watching from the sidelines, also noticed that something was wrong with Lin Chen. Why isn't Lin Chen attacking? Yuni looked at the system panel that had stopped and wondered what had happened to Linden. However, Yuni did not intend to do anything. After all, if Lin Chen did not ask him to help, Yuni would not go and help him. The short answer was that Yuni would not meddle in his own business, just in case if Yuni helped, but instead, made Lin Chen feel that he was robbing the monsters. That would not be good. Finally, right at this moment, the system's voice sounded again, but instead of the damage from Lin Chen's attack on the boss, it was a prompt that Lin Chen had received damage. Yuni then saw Lin Chen, who had flown in front of him from a distance, before smashing heavily on the ground. Your teammate, Lin Duan, has entered a near-death state with empty blood. Looking at Lin Duan being knocked to the brink of death after just one attack, Yuni shook his head. Such a downfall was quite normal. After all, Lin Duan's opponent was a level 20 epic team copy boss. Fighting against this kind of enemy that was crushing in every aspect, Lin Duan was like dancing on a tightrope. As long as there was the slightest mistake, he would be sent away. So Yuni was not the least bit surprised by this result. After all, no matter how perverse Lin Duan's profession was, he was still only a level 10 profession awakened. So it was even if he was single-handedly fighting an elite level boss. Elite level and epic level were two concepts. For example, Lin Chen's King of Skeletons could instantly kill 10 elite level skeleton generals. And this was the difference between epic and elite level, which could be described as a world of difference. so Lin Duan could beat an elite level boss. But he definitely couldn't beat this epic level 1. And Song Wan, who was hiding behind Yun Yi, was instantly confused or had been stunned when she looked at Lin Chen, who had entered a state of near death. Since Lin Chen, who was 100 times stronger than her, couldn't defeat this boss, she naturally assumed that Yun Yi couldn't either, so pulled Yun Yi's hand tremblingly. Yun Yi, let's hurry and run with him before that boss notices us. Yun Yi shook his head and pointed at Linden and said with a smile, why don't you take him and get out of here, and I'll leave when I'm done with him. What else is there to deal with here? Song Wan was first stunned before reacting. Do you really want to fight this boss? I don't want you to die. Why don't you come with me? Yun Yi didn't continue to tangle with Song Wan, shaking off Song Wan's hand that was holding his own, and then letting Lin Duan on her back. He stuffed another bottle of blood recovery potion and left it alone. Hurry up. Then it went in the direction of the boss, seeing that Yun Yi wouldn't listen. Although Song Wan wanted to persuade Yun Yi, after all, Yun Yi had taken her in and helped her out, but there was no way that Yun Yi couldn't be persuaded at all, and only in the end did Song Wan tremblingly carry Lin Duan and leave the cave. Yun Yi looked to see that Song Wan had really left before he finally felt relieved. Now he could deal with this epic boss properly. Yun Yi was curious as to what kind of goodies this boss could explode for him and how much experience it would give. The last time that elite level boss in the wild burst 2 treasure chests, Yun Yi did not open them in the end and just sold them for money. After all, for equipment and skill scrolls and whatnot, Yun Yi did not really need it. Plus with the protection of his soul body, he didn't really need any equipment. However, the drops of epic level bosses are completely different from elite level ones, and epic level treasure chests, all kinds of special relics and props and the like have effects that cannot be matched by ordinary equipment. Moreover, epic level bosses were also very rare, not to mention epic level bosses that were only level 20. Yun Yi was lucky to have met him this time. The White Fox boss was also quietly watching Yun Yi, as if it was about to attack Yun Yi at any moment. At this time, Yun Yi had not summoned any summons. It was not that Yun Yi was too big or anything, but he wanted to try to see if his soul body could withstand the attacks of this boss. After all, usually the soul body was of little use. Yun Yi was also prepared for anything, and the large screen of blood recovery potion was in his hands. However, the real reason that made Yun Yi dare to do so was that the soul body's only A-rank talent, soul protection, resisted a near-death state and retained 1% of its blood. This meant that Yun Yi would not directly enter a near-death state no matter what kind of damage he incurred, but would be immortal like a famous sword. Of course Yun Yi had naturally experimented before daring to do so, and there was absolutely no way Yun Yi would play games with his own life. But having just seen that Lin Chen was directly knocked out of his near-death state by a single attack, Yun Yi suddenly thought of this talent again, so he wanted to give it a try and see if Soul Protector could really save himself with the famous blade. The summoned ones were also ready to summon 3 minions to surround this epic boss at any time as long as the soul protection was triggered. After all, when the summoner who is the big brother is beaten, the summoner who is the little brother can't help but take revenge. Chapter 40. The gold content of the wolf god's might is still rising. Talking boss. You have taken damage and are about to enter a near-death state. Your summoned soul body activates the talent soul protection, grade A. The near-death state is dispensed with, and your blood level will remain at 1%. Yun Yi hastily ducked aside and looked at the fact that he only had 1% of his blood left, and immediately took a mouthful of blood recovery potion and directly smothered it. As expected, no matter what attack is made, it can't directly knock me into a near-death state. Yun Yi nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the results of this experiment, which meant that Yun Yi did not have to worry in the slightest if he encountered a sneak attack. He would instantly enter a state of near-death and then be slaughtered. Yun Yi smiled, then casually waved his hand and 3 teleportation portals immediately appeared in front of Yun Yi. Immediately after that, the King of Undead, the King of Skeletons, appeared in front of Yun Yi at the same time, and the Lord of Wolves followed suit, stepping out of the portal one step at a time. The epic level bosses that were still eyeing Yun Yi instantly turned their gaze to, in front of Yun Yi's 3 epic level summons, especially focusing their gaze on the Lord of Wolves. Immediately afterward, something unexpected happened to Yun Yi. A cool female voice suddenly appeared in Yun Yi's ears. Humans, how did the Wolf God clan become your human summons? Yun Yi was stunned at first, then subsequently reacted to look at that epic boss, the White Spirit Wolf. You can talk? The voice came again. Humans, I ask you, how did the Wolf God clan become summoned by your district's humans? Yun Yi thought about it and did not answer, because this thing was evolved by him using evolution points. In short, it was obtained by opening the door. So for any information about the Lord of Wolves, Yun Yi was unaware of it, only knowing that the Lord of Wolves was very strong. Not caring about what the boss said, Yun Yi decided to let the 3 epic level summons take down this boss first, since it could talk, then wait and defeat it and ask slowly. Yuni would not let the boss off the hook just because she could talk. All summoners, bring out your full strength and spike this thing. With Yun Yi's order, the King of Skeletons used his 2 major S-rank talents, instantly becoming huge in size, and the bone sword in his hand bursting into flames, while the King of the Undead, too, summoned the remaining legions of undead, casting an increase effect and rushed over in the direction of the boss, and immediately afterward, the magic formation rose up at the feet of the boss as well. The Lord of Wolves also turned on all of his acquired talents, and after a meal of added buffs, he also charged in the direction of the epic boss White Spirit Wolf. The King of Skeletons used his huge body and fought the White Spirit Wolves as hard as a front-row warrior, while the King of the Undead quietly cast buffs on the boss, and the Lord of Wolves took so many bites towards the boss's vitals every now and then and ran away after biting them. It can be said that the 3 summons work extremely well together, a main T, plus a remote and an assassin. Yun Yi, on the other hand, looked at the system's prompts with boredom and watched the boss's blood level fall wildly. From 80% at the beginning, it took less than a minute to become 50%. The firepower of the 3 epic level summons was not to be described as fierce. Your summon item Skeleton King uses Bone Sword to deal 8020 points of damage to LV. 20 epic boss White Spirit Wolf. Your summon, Lord of Wolves, uses Tear Bite LV. 20 epic boss White Spirit Wolf to deal 2580 by 3 totaling 7740 damage. Looking at the 7 to 8000 damage, Yuni also did not expect his epic level summons to be so fierce, dropping this boss's blood that was fierce. But thinking that this was their full strength, Yuni also felt it was quite normal. But just as the boss's blood level reached 50%, her voice sounded again. If it weren't for the influence of the wolf god's might, human, there's no way these summons of yours would have been able to inflict such high damage on me. When Yuni heard the boss's words, he realized that the original wolf god's might was still affecting this epic boss White Spirit Wolf, because Yuni thought that the wolf god's might didn't have much of an effect when he saw that the boss White Spirit Wolf, after the Lord of Wolves had appeared, was still the same as the original, but he didn't think that the wolf god's might of the Lord of Wolves was still in play. Indeed, Yuni also felt that Lin Chen could only deal at most 2 or 3,000 damage without using skills, and his own Lord of Wolves, as well as the King of Skeletons, even if they were epic summons, their opponents were epic team copy bosses, and their levels were still crushing them by 10 levels, so how was it possible for them to both deal 7 or 8,000 damage with ease? However, just as Yuni was still thinking about what the boss had said, a sudden wave of icy coldness that was enough to freeze a person into an ice skeleton suddenly came from the direction of the boss. Obviously boss entered the second stage this time. After all, it was an epic team copy boss. How could it be so easily speed brushed by Yun Yi's 3 epic summons? And Yun Yi, who was inside the soul body, even felt this piercing coldness that affected his movements. 2 of his own summons, too, were inflicted with a freezing effect. As for the King of the Undead, since he really couldn't play much of a role in this battle, Yun Yi let him go back. After all, his attacks were like scratching an itch for an epic boss, with blood dropping by a couple hundred or 200. Yun Yi was a bit intolerant, so he put the Undead King back. After all, people are powerful in group attacks, plus they can summon legions of undead. The main output is still the Lord of Wolves and the King of Skulls. As for the Lord of Wolves and the Skeleton King who were inflicted with the freezing effect, their agility was instantly cut in half. Skeleton King is a skeleton after all, and a bunch of defensive talents, mainly to carry injuries, so in fact, most of nothing affected. When the Lord of the Wolves is different, instantly wasted, not enough speed can no longer be like before, after attacking the boss to run. Even as soon as he appeared in front of the boss, he was slapped away. It's a direct waste, but it can still be carried in front of the super high base attributes. The cave was also frosted with thick ice everywhere because of the boss's skill. It's true that you still can't underestimate epic bosses. Yuni quietly watched the battle between the Skeleton King and the White Spirit Wolf. At the same time, he also pondered, since Bailey Wolf was a wolf clan, why wasn't he absolutely suppressed by the Lord of Wolves, but instead was able to move? Are both epic? Yuni guessed, and at this moment, when the Lord of Wolves realized that he was no longer receiving an advantage in melee combat, he also immediately changed his mindset, and a fireball burning with intense flames appeared around the Lord of Wolves. Your summon, Lord of Wolves, is using the talent Inferno Power, a rank. Yun Yi froze a little when he saw this scene on the other hand, as he really did not expect that the Lord of Wolves would actually know to change his mindset and use his talent to attack. Yun Yi, and the reason why it was like that was because when he had given the King of Skulls his orders earlier, usually it is a detailed explanation of what should be done and what should not be done before giving the order. Of course the order cannot be too difficult. After all, the summoned object only listens to the summoner's orders. Too difficult. Yuni is afraid that the King of the Skeleton will not be able to understand. After all, it does not have a brain. But the behavior of the Lord of Wolves made Yuni feel a little different. Chapter 41. All level 30. Special mission. Yuni glanced at the boss that didn't have much blood left, and finally decided that he didn't want to think about it that much, and waited to kill the boss. Looking at the boss with no more than 10% blood left, Yuni thought about what kind of things this boss would explode, when suddenly the boss's voice sounded again. Humans, spare me, and I can become your slave. Your summoner. Yuni shook his head after hearing this. There was no need for other mounts when there was the Lord of Wolves. Furthermore, Yuni had never heard of a way for a boss to become a human summon. In the end, with the final blow of the Skeleton King's bone sword, the huge epic level boss, White Spirit Wolf, collapsed to the ground. Immediately after that, the system's prompt sounded. Your summon creature Skeleton King has killed the LV-20 epic boss White Spirit Wolf, gaining 50,000 experience points, 8,000 points of overleveling kill bonus. Obtained loot. White Heart, Special, Epic Treasure Chest *1, Elite Treasure Chest *3. Detected the first kill of an epic boss, and gained the achievement title, Epic Killer. Wearing this title can inflict a 5% damage bonus on epic monsters. Detected Professional Awakening killing an epic boss, has successfully entered the boss kill list. Current boss kill count. Yuni, kill a team copy epic boss White Spirit Wolf LV-20. Rank, 9871. Congratulations to the Career Awakener who has successfully passed the first turn trial. Please check the first talent you have obtained. The second turn trial will be opened automatically when the Career Awakener is level 50. However, looking at this series of system prompts that appeared all of a sudden, it was instantly dazzling. But Yuni still didn't forget the most important thing. Yuni that looked at his long accumulated experience value, without the slightest hesitation, directly framed to his own level, and the level of his 3 summons to rise madly. Dum 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 dum. The light of upgrading constantly flashed madly in front of Yuni and the 3 epic level summons. After a long time, Yuni glanced at his attribute panel. Yuni, Epic Killer. Profession, Summoner, Summon, LV. 30 King of Skeletons, Epic, LV. 30 King of Undead, Epic, LV. 30 Lord of Wolves, Epic. Level, First Order First Turn LV. 30, 0%. Life value, 40. 000 //40. 000. Mana, 10 //10. Strength, 1. Endurance, 1. Mental, 5. Agility, 1. Body mass, 151. Talent, Divine Hand, Superior. Assignable attribute points, 0. Assignable evolution points, 1784510. Skills, Summoning, Recycling, Protective Magic. Boss kill ranking, 9871. Yuni felt that his other attributes weren't much use anyway, so the 150 points of attributes that had been raised to level 30 were all added to the physical strength attribute. For summoners, staying alive is the most important thing, and the 3 epic level summons also managed to rise to level 30, and this almost put Yuni before a month of hard work to brush. Plus in that time and the Beast Riot Crisis, as well as the team copy, and the boss gave more than 50,000 experience almost all used up. And if this experience was only given to Yun-E to upgrade alone, it would be more than enough even to level up to 50, and it was even possible that level 60 would be no problem after passing the second turn trial. And with so much experience, it was only possible to raise these 3 summons to level 30, which was enough to show how much experience an epic level summon consumed. However, the attributes of the 3 summons after their upgrades did not give Yuni any hint of regret at all. The first is the Lord of Wolves, whose attribute increase per level attribute increase is almost perverted. The attributes of the first level crushed the 10-level King of Skeletons, and now it has risen to level 30. Summon, Lord of Wolves, Evolvable. Race, Wolf God Clan. Level, First Order LV. 30, 0%. Life value, 66,000 / 66,000. Mana, 66,000 / 66,000. Strength, 220. Endurance, 220. Spirit, 220. Agility, 220. Body mass, 220. Skills, none. Talents, Wolf God's Might, SS rank. Elemental Mastery, A rank. Inferno Power, A rank. Ice Seal Power, A rank. Massivation, B rank. Insight, B rank. And Thick Skin, B rank. Overall rating, Epic. Various attributes as well as talents were refreshed, and Yuni felt that if the boss reappeared, this one summon of the Lord of Wolves would be a direct single brush. Just as Yuni was still about to check the attributes of the King of Skeletons, suddenly the system's voice rang out. Detected that Whiteheart, Special, can trigger the Summoner Lord of Wolves special quest, Fall of the Wolf God. Do you take it? Yuni thought about it but clicked on the quest first. Special task. The Fall of the Wolf God. Introduction. Legendary ancient race of the wolf god tribe of the wolf god accidentally fell. Scattered relics were divided by the 7 major races of the wolf god tribe. Put together these 7 relics. To meet the resurrection of the wolf god. Quest. Gather the 7 relics of the wolf god. Completed. Heart of White. Mission reward, unknown. Mission difficulty, unknown. Yuni looked at this task. Brain is blinded. It's hard to believe that the evolution of the Lord of the Wolves still need a task? Yuni suddenly remembered that his own soul body was not because there were materials that had not been put together. Could it be that it was just as necessary to obtain the corresponding task? Yuni felt it was possible. However, Yuni was even more puzzled as to why the two, the King of the Undead and the King of the Skeletons, didn't require any quests. Could it be that evolving to the legendary level also required quests? But it doesn't show up on here either? Yuni always felt that perhaps if he evolved to the legendary level by then, 9 times out of 10 there was a chance that he might have to complete some kind of mission as well. How could Yuni not expect that he originally wanted to swing for the fences? But he didn't expect that after the first turn of the trial, things instantly changed. However, these things Yuni intends to wait until the time when the school starts to talk about it, because it is less than a week or 2 away from the start of the school year, and when the time comes, you can ask the teachers of the school. Yuni can certainly not think of it by himself. Subsequently Yuni knew how to look up the system panel of the King of Skulls. Summon, Skeleton King, Evolvable, Race, Undead Kings, Level, First Order LV, 30, 0% Life Value, 60, 000 / 60, 000, Mana, 20,000 / 20,000, Strength, 200, Endurance, 200, Mental, 80, Agility, 120, Physical Fitness, 200, Skills, none, Talents, King's Might, S rank, King's Skeleton, S rank, Undead Mastery, A rank, Undead Fire, A rank, Skeleton Soldier, B rank, Undead Might, B rank, Unity, B rank, Skeleton Body, B rank, Fearlessness, B rank, Mega Cleave, C rank, Skeletal Enhancement, C rank, Overall Rating, Epic. Yuni looked at the Lord of Wolves, and then looked at the attributes of the King of Skeletons, and instantly realized that the overall attributes of the Lord of Wolves seemed to add a little bit more than the King of Skeletons. The King of Skeletons, the attribute points added for each level of advancement was 19, while the Lord of Wolves was 20. However, although both added similar attributes, it was because the Lord of Wolves' innate attribute, which was the first level, was high that it appeared that the Lord of Wolves was comprehensively crushing. Yuni was curious. If the King of Skeletons was raised to legendary level by then, how many attributes would be added per level? As for the King of the Undead, Yuni thought for a moment or opened the attribute panel, although in all likelihood, it would be the spiritual attribute that would be added when the time came, right? Chapter 42. Second hidden feature of the Divine Hand. Transformation of evolution points. Summon, King of the Undead, Evolvable. Race, Undead Kings. Level, First Order LV. 30, 0% Life Value, 15,000 / 15,000. Mana, 125000 / 125000. Strength, 70. Endurance, 80. Spirit, 500. Agility, 70. Physical Fitness, 40. Skills, none. Talents, Realm of the Dead, Grade S. Realm of Soul Eaters, Grade S. Undead Revival, Grade S. Curse of the Dead, Grade A. Skeleton Soldier, Grade B. Undead Might, Grade B. Unity, Grade B. Skeletal Body, Grade B. Fearlessness, Grade B. Massive Cleave, Grade C. Skeletal Enhancement, Grade C. Overall Rating, Epic. Although Yuni knew that by then, if the King of the Undead upgraded, 9 times out of 10, it would be the spiritual attribute that would be added. He did not expect that this level 30 would directly dry up the spiritual attribute of the King of the Undead to 500. Yuni briefly calculated that 500 points of attributes divided by 30 levels was equivalent to each level, adding 16. 6 spiritual attributes. It can be scary as hell. However, Yuni thought about the various talents that the King of the Undead unleashed each time, and reviving the undead, and it was possible that the 120,000 mana points might not even be enough. After all of the Undead King's talents were either wide-ranging or group reanimation, and a slight use or two of the mana would be gone. When the time came, Yuni would have to prepare more mana potions for all of them. Of course, with such a high level of mental power, when the time came for the King of the Undead to attack, Yuni suddenly reacted to the fact that the King of Undead certainly seemed to be the most useful summon, and although it was certainly not the strongest, in terms of brushing monsters, I'm afraid that the King of Skeletons and the Lord of Wolves combined would not necessarily have as much as the King of Undead could brush with one skill. After Yuni looked at the attributes of the 3 summons, he turned his attention to his new talent. But Yuni did not realize that he had added a new talent. He turned his attention to his God-given hand. Supreme Talent, Divine Hand. Effect: you will gain 1 evolution point per second. Hidden characteristics: 1. World Tree. This talent opens up hidden branches of summons. Hidden characteristics: 2. Sage's Stone. This talent converts a certain amount of wealth into evolution points. Currently convertible, blue star coins. Conversion ratio, 1 to 100. The moment Yuni saw this talent, his head was dumbfounded. Yuni had always felt that he didn't have enough evolution points. After all, he only added more than 80,000 evolution points per day, just on the single theory of ascending a Skeleton King to the legendary level. With 5 million evolution points, Yuni would have to wait at least more than 60 days if he waited, which was equivalent to 2 months. Of course, compared to other contemporaries of the professional awakening, Yuni was indeed very strong. But since experiencing the riotous events of the Fae, coupled with the undead king at that time being seconded, it made Yuni know that there were also dangerous existences amongst the humans, and thus made Yuni feel very insecure. So rapidly increasing his strength was Yuni's biggest goal at the moment, at least to figure out what exactly those who had attacked Tianqing City in the first place were. And now that this hidden talent came out, Yuni's eyes glazed over because it showed that Yuni could evolve the Skeleton King and the others to legendary level very quickly. But it wasn't a sure thing. They might pass some quest or something by then. But getting together the evolution points Yuni felt was still important. And Yuni has never known how to spend blue star coins, although you can buy equipment and so on. But for Yuni the summoner, in addition to some defense suit, Yuni is not interested in what attack suit or what. And the summons cannot wear equipment. So Yuni this blue star coins, most of the blue star coins are used to buy medicine, used to replenish supplies and whatnot. Almost all kinds of props. However, it wouldn't cost much. But now that blue star coins could be converted into evolution points, Yuni suddenly felt that blue star coins were useful. The mood of making money instantly reaches its peak in this moment. So it's time to go to that underground dueling arena again? Yuni did not forget his own then. In the dueling arena easily with 500,000 earned 5 million. Of course, with the words of the bet with the Lin dust, but also enough to have 100 million. Yuni simply counted the conversion into evolutionary points. There are 1 million. Cloudy took off straight away. Moreover, Yuni still had a large pile of loot in his backpack, as well as this epic level treasure chest and elite level treasure chest that could be sold for money. But exactly how much it could be sold, Yuni still had to go to the mall to take a look first. Immediately after that, Yuni turned his attention to that boss ranking. Yuni briefly looked at it and realized that the people on it had almost no names, or rather not a name but a code name. And Yuni quickly changed his name to a code name. Then Yuni artificially changed the code name to Master of All Things who controls everything in the world. Unlike the last time in the underground dueling arena, there was no word limit this time, and Yuni easily changed it. However, when Yuni wanted to look at the high rankings, he realized that he didn't have enough permissions. Only view the top 100 rankings. Yuni briefly looked at all of them as an epic level monster and realized that there was nothing to see. So Yuni gave up. Then he turned his head back to the achievements he had earned as well as the titles. Dealing 5% damage to epic monsters is somewhat useful for Yuni, I guess. Yuni looked again to see if he had missed anything, then left. And at this time at the place of the portal, Songwon was carrying Lynch and seemingly wanting to wait for Yuni to come out. At the same time her eyes were fixed on, at times, the system's prompts. Because the 3 of them entered the replica at the same time, they would automatically be judged by the system as a team, so they were able to clearly see whether Yuni was alive or dead in the end. But of course, Yuni also concealed his information. Songwon and they could not see any information about Yuni's summons, but Yuni's own state could be clearly seen. You can't hide this stuff. So when she saw that Yuni only had 1 drop of blood left, instantly the person was baffled. Her first thought was to run back and save Yuni, but at the same time, her brain clearly told her that the epic level boss couldn't even defeat the 2 major perverts, Lin Duan and Yuni, so she, a normal profession, would be sending herself to death if she went. So after some thought, Songwon still suppressed the idea of going to Yuni. At the same time, he silently prayed in his heart that Yuni would not die. And just now, she was actually surprised to find that she had gained her first talent, which meant that she had passed the first turn trial. But how could that be? The bosses hadn't even been killed. But at the same time, she received the news that Yuni had killed the boss. Her head was momentarily clouded. Yuni actually managed to really kill that epic boss? Isn't he all but dead? After seeing that Yuni was fine, Songwon's hanging heart was finally put down. But Lin Chen, who was in a state of serious injury, just looked worried. although he wanted Songwon to send him out for treatment. After all, after entering a near-death state, even if he used a blood-returning potion, he would only be able to stay alive. He would still need treatment, and he would enter a period of weakness. So, Chapter 43, The Auction. Songwon looked at Yun-Yi, who had finally stepped out from inside the passageway, and was instantly relieved. An arrow step is about to jump into Yun-Yi's arms, but Yun-Yi, although before Songwon's pulling hand, has no resistance. After all, it is normal for a little girl to be afraid, but hugging is a little too much. Yun-Yi has no idea about Songwon, so he reached out his hand to stop Songwon. Don't. Okay. Songwon had no choice but to stop moving. Just as he was about to ask Yun-Yi how he took out that boss, he suddenly heard Yun-Yi say, Songwon, right, after you go out, don't tell anyone that we've beaten the epic boss, just pretend you don't know about it. Do you understand? Then he threw out a note from nowhere and handed it to Songwon, followed by, this is my contact information. When Lin Chen wakes up at that time, let him call this number. The promised one-on-one can't be forgotten. After all, it was 100 million. If converted into evolution points, it was a million. So there was absolutely no way Yun-Yi would forget it. After doing this, they were ignored. Instead, he wandered off, inside the copy. When he appeared at the teleportation port, the surrounding area was already filled with quite a number of professionally awakened people, and although Yun-Yi's appointment was quite early, after all, the 3 floors plus the final fight against the boss took quite a bit of time. However, it was only noon, so Yun-Yi planned to quickly sell the loot in his backpack, and quickly exchange it for evolution points when the time came. Yun-Yi wanted to see just how perverse a legendary grade talent potential summoner could be. The King of Skeletons evolved to the legendary level, and Yun-Yi saw that it was requiring 5 million evolution points, counting the 2 million evolution points he still had left, plus the 100 million that Lin Chen had given at the time of the bet. That was 1 million evolution points, plus the almost 25 million that Yun-Yi had earned on his own. That was 250,000 evolution points. So pretty much, Yun-Yi should already have 25 million evolution points. Just one, 75 million short of 5 million evolution points. And this one, 75 million evolution points, if calculated into blue star coins, would be almost 180 million, which however, made Yun-Yi a little difficult. Looks like it's time to visit that underground dueling arena again. Immediately after that, Yun-Yi found the exclusive shopping mall for professionally awakened people. Yun-Yi had been here before, so naturally, he knew his way around, but when Yun-Yi wanted to look for the Chamber of Commerce from before, he realized that there was none here, so he thought about it and let it go. Find a random store that recycles loot. Yun-Yi did not talk nonsense and directly asked the attendant to find the management of the store. Then without much ado, most of the loot in the space backpack was pulled out. Looking at a pile piled into a small mountain of loot, the managers were dumbfounded. The expression also went from puzzled at first to surprised now. Are you sure you want to sell these? This customer, trophies? Yun-Yi nodded. Why else would I come to you guys? And most of these loots were obtained by Yun-Yi when he was the king of the undead at that time and killed those riotous alien beasts. And of course there was a small portion from the team copies. Then this customer, you wait a moment for us to count. After all, Yun-Yi's loot was simply too much, and even if the entire store counted it together, it would take quite a bit of time. Yun-Yi wasn't in a hurry, but sat down and sipped his drink. It wasn't until nearly an hour or two later that the store's manager finally walked over with a list and said respectfully to Yun-Yi, that customer, we've finished counting most of your loot, but we can't very well give a price here for those few treasure chests of yours. It was only then that Yun-Yi reacted to the fact that he had pulled out the elite level loot chest as well. It's fine, I'll take it to the auction and sell it just the same, since you guys don't take it here. The administrator nodded. The total combined total is 17,487,095 blue star coins. We'll give you a discount. That's 5 million blue star coins. What do you think, customer? Yun-Yi nodded, not really caring. After all, these were only small amounts of money. The boxes that would be waiting for a while were the real big ones. When Yun-Yi first sold that elite level loot treasure chest, he just sold it directly, forgetting that it could be auctioned, and as a result, it was only sold for $700,000 to $800,000. But if the auctions are up for grabs, they all start at 5 million. After all, treasure chests are so random in what they can open. As for the epic trophy chest, this thing almost has a price. The starting price is 20 million to hit the bottom, and if you sell it out, 70 to 80 million is definitely there. Even hundreds of millions of blue star coins is not impossible. After all, The item opened from an epic treasure chest would be priceless if it was some sort of special relic, but not necessarily. Of course Yuni couldn't have been stupid enough to bring his original appearance to take out the epic loot treasure chest to sell. Wouldn't it be obvious to the others that he had killed an epic boss? After all, things like treasure chests are only dropped by bosses. It was only after a bit of a makeover that Yuni traveled to the auction house, followed by Yuni naturally meeting the main person in charge of the auction after revealing the epic trophy chest. And Yuni also briefly checked the person in charge. Yao Ruo, Qingyun City, Yao family, now the pearl of the head of the family. Because the awakened profession is not a combat profession, so did not become a professionally awakened, but took over the Yao family's professionally awakened auction house, and is said to be managed in a well-organized manner, can be seen in this aspect of the ability to be very outstanding. Yuni didn't have much to say about Yao Ruo's analysis and experience as he looked at the internet. It wasn't until he actually met Yao Ruo herself that Yuni felt that innate unique aura. Although Yao Ruo wasn't very good looking, both the look she gave off and her posture gave off a very affable feeling, giving off the illusion that she was very nice to talk to. This, sir, regarding your idea of auctioning this epic trophy chest, our auction house naturally approves of it, and of course we will do our best to help you publicize it. As for the price you need to pay, it's 10% of the amount you sold. Do you accept it? Yao Ruo smiled at Yuni after she finished speaking, and while Yuni also appeared to be pondering, he had actually been ready for a long time. He thought of the auction. Naturally, he was also aware of the various circumstances of the auction house. But only charging 10% of the turnover, Yuni really did not expect it to be so low, because the other fees charged seemed to be 15%. It seems like it should be that the epic loot chest has a hit-and-miss effect on themselves, otherwise how could they, for no reason, give up that 5% point? After all, if Yuni sold the epic treasure chest for 100 million, then 5 points would be 5 million. Why don't they earn this $5 million? Yuni suddenly felt, Yao Ruo no wonder can make the auction house so hot. This various means to play 6A. Chapter 44, Lord of the Legendary Skeletons. Cataclysm. Yuni left the auction after leaving his card number and epic level loot chest behind. Epic level loot chest, which belongs to the contraptions that can't be seen even with money, either opened into equipment or opened into various relics. Almost no one is willing to keep a complete epic level loot chest unopened. It is said that some people put a bounty on it. As a result, the one who got the treasure chest ended up opening it, and also obtained an extremely rare relic. So this epic loot treasure chest of Yun Yi's would undoubtedly become the biggest news in Qingyun City lately. Yun Yi, however, didn't care that much, and after taking care of the treasure chest again, Yun Yi was ready to go to the underground dueling arena to get money after first simply spending some money to buy various potions and necessities. Yun Yi's top priority right now was to get money to gather 5 million evolution points and then upgrade the King of Skeletons to legendary level. By the time Yun Yi went to Jingwu University, he would have enough backbone and confidence, by the way, to investigate again the gang that dared to attack Tianqing City in the first place. Yun Yi couldn't find out on the internet, so surely certain people knew. Yun Yi felt that all he wanted to know should be in Jingwu University. 1 week later, Yun Yi looked at his 5 million evolution points, could not help but weep. This week's time Yun Yi in order to make money. Everyday hard work to go to the underground dueling arena as a black slave to make money, although the rest of the total add up, and finally only a few tens of millions of dollars. But after all, the money is not easy to find, not to mention such a short period of time. For that epic trophy chest, how could Yun Yi not expect it to actually sell for $120 million? It was said that auction, all the people who came were all the various bigwigs from Qingyun City. Even the big families from other cities came to compete for this one epic trophy chest, but it was said that it was eventually auctioned off by a mysterious person. Splitting the auction by 12 million, Yun Yi made 108 million, then adding all sorts of other things. Finally, after a week, Yun Yi had gathered 5 million evolution points. Of course, one of the reasons was that there was a limit to this ability of the Sage's Stone, which could convert up to 1 million evolution points a day. But it was enough. Yun Yi glanced at the Skeleton King, then at the Undead King and the Lord of Wolves. The Undead King needed 6 million evolution points to evolve into a legendary level, while the Lord of the Wolves needed 10 million evolution bars. Of course, this was one of the things that Yun Yi didn't know if he needed to complete that quest of its. So Yun Yi eventually chose to evolve the King of Skeletons. Moreover, the King of Skeletons, in every way, Yun Yi particularly liked it. After all, it was the first epic summon that Yun Yi had obtained. Yun Yi looked at the King of Skeletons who was holding a bone sword in front of him and staying standing. Yun Yi ended up putting 5 million evolution points, all of which were directly invested in the King of Skeletons, and then as a golden light flashed by, Yun Yi suddenly realized that he was no longer inside the room. In front of me was an unfamiliar scene. On a battlefield filled with smoke, The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, as if foreshadowing the coming storm. The shouts of the soldiers, the roar of the war drums and the clanging of metal clashing were intertwined together, forming a symphony of war. The attacking armies were like surging waves, rushing towards the city walls one after another, while the defending soldiers were like reefs resisting tenaciously. Yuni wanted to touch his surroundings but realized that he couldn't affect them at all, but he could clearly perceive the situation around him. The attacking soldiers, armed with shields and spears, bravely climbed the ladder, braving the rain of arrows and rolling stones. At the top of the ladder, the soldiers engaged in a fierce physical battle with the guards on the city wall. On the walls, the guards kept throwing stones and pouring boiling oil to try to stop the enemy's attack. As time passed, the attack of the siege army became more and more violent. The huge siege hammers, pushed by the soldiers, hit the city gates again and again, making deafening sounds. Cracks gradually appeared in the city gates under the heavy blows, and the hearts of the guards tensed up. Yuni watched this quietly. He didn't know what this meant. Finally, after a violent impact, the city gates collapsed, and the soldiers of the attacking army let out an earth-shattering cheer as they surged into the city like a tidal wave, engaging the soldiers defending the city in an alleyway battle. Flames, sword shadows, and shouts intertwined within the city, and every street became a battlefield, until finally there was a mess everywhere, with bodies spread out everywhere. Immediately afterward, Yuni realized that the scene had turned around, and the corpses that had been turned into bones after an unknown period of time suddenly crawled up. Yun-E, however, was surprised to find that the first one to climb up was actually exactly the same as his skeleton king, only unlike the skeleton king that was like a robot, it was like a real king. And Yuni also noticed something wrong around him. The sky that was originally clear before had turned blood red, and with the call of the king of skeletons, the skeletons that had been turned into corpses stood up through and through immediately afterward. Immediately after the camera switches again, Yuni saw that under the leadership of the king of skeletons, those skeleton armies made up of skeletons invincibly broke through the cities of one country after another, and then transformed all the citizens of those cities into skeletons, one by two, until all the empire kingdoms in that world had become the territory of the king of skeletons, and that world had been devoid of any other living beings except skeletons. Immediately after, with the scene again converted, the king of the skeleton at this time is sitting on a variety of animal or human bones composed of a huge skeleton throne above. And at this time Yuni and the king of the skeleton feel is not the king's breath, but as if the world's master is generally controlled by him. Immediately after that, something that Yuni did not expect happened. An old voice suddenly entered Yunyi's ears. Humans you have seen. Yunyi's gaze looked around and eventually locked onto the skeleton king sitting on top of that skeleton throne. You're the king of skulls? Yes, and no, it used to be called the king of skulls, but to be more accurate, you should call me the Lord of Skulls, or G.O. Richards. The pale voice paused for a moment as the name was spoken. It's okay, you can call me the Lord of Skulls. Yuni didn't think much of anything, but just asked curiously, how did I get here? The old voice suddenly laughed out loud. Since you're going to use my body, my power, surely I must show you something, just so you can get to know me? So what do you want me to know? The old voice suddenly fell silent, followed by a long time before speaking. I became the master of that world, but I also destroyed that world, and if I had to choose again, I'd rather not want to be that thing. What's that thing? The old voice said in a single word. Cataclysm. Chapter 45. Lord of the Skulls. Yuni had a puzzled look on his face. What's a cataclysm? The old voice said slowly. It's what turned me into the skeleton today. He gave me power, but at the same time I eroded the entire world I live in his place. Then my world was nothing but skeletons and a dead ruin. Yuni pondered what he said. So what you're saying is that I'm going to end up like you in my world? The King of Skulls shook his head and continued in his old voice. Do you remember the monsters you killed? Yun-E nodded. What's wrong with these monsters? These monsters were originally ordinary creatures in my world, and they are now what they were before they became skeletons in my world. So, the ones in my world are all turning into skeletons, and if they were to appear they would only appear like skeletons. How could they be like this? You mean? I don't know how those beings do it, but why do they do these things? Yun-E couldn't come up with anything even as he pondered. He only knew that this world had been fused by various worlds, and then professional awakened people appeared, as well as all kinds of copy monsters, like a game in general, and he was still in the novice stage yet, just strolling around the human territory, and didn't know what the other worlds were really like yet. So you're saying that the life and death of our species is now in the hands of an unknown being? I can't be sure, but the power of that presence is so strong that even I can't resist it. I'm like an ant. Just as Yuni wanted to continue asking, the scene suddenly shifted once again. Yuni returned to his room again, and the system's voice rang out. Consume 5,000,000 evolution points. Your summon, King of Skeletons, evolves into Lord of Skeletons, race evolves into Lord of Skeletons, and gains the talents, Lord of Control, SS level, Lord of Manipulation, SS level, Resurrection Power, SS level, and Summoning of the Realm, SS level, and the rest of the talents remain unchanged. A full 4-2's level talents were worthy of a legendary level summon, but Yunyi's mind wasn't on that. Instead he was thinking about what the Lord of Skulls had said, and why he had shown those to himself. Was it to tell him that the human world would eventually become like him? After thinking for a long time, but the clues were too few, Yunyi couldn't think of anything, and finally turned his attention to the King of Skeletons, whose appearance had barely changed. A few things are missing though. For example, his huge bone sword, which he held at his side at all times, and the thick armor on his body, were replaced by a pair of, seemingly, mediocre garments, and his size was no longer as huge as it had been before, and the aura of a king that emanated from his body at all times had disappeared as well, as if it was just like an ordinary skeleton. If Yunyi didn't know that this was the Lord of Skeletons, is this ing back to basics? Yunyi couldn't help but spit. You gave me back my mighty and dominant King of the Skulls. Woo woo. That was until Yunyi checked up on the Skeleton Lord stats. Summon, Skeleton Lord, evolvable. Race, Lord of Skulls. Level, First Order LV. 10, 0. 0%. Life value, 100000/100000. Mana, 100000/100000. Strength, 200. Endurance, 200. Spirit, 400. Agility, 400. Physical fitness, 500. Talents, Master of Control, SS rank. Master of Manipulation, SS rank. Resurrection Power, SS rank. Summoning of the Realm, SS rank. King's Might, S rank. Skeleton of Kings, S rank. Undead Mastery, A rank. Undead Flame, A rank. Skeleton Soldier, B rank. Undead Might, B rank. Unity, B rank. Skeletal Body, B rank. Fearlessness, B rank. Massive Cleave, C rank. Skeletal Enhancement, C rank. Overall rating, Legendary. Yunyi suddenly fell silent as he looked at the attributes that were even more perverted than the Lord of Wolves when he was only at level 10. Although Yunyi knew that the attributes of the legendary level would definitely be more perverse than the epic level by then, but this was only level 10, and it had such a perverse attribute. So wouldn't it be even more perverse if it went up to level 20, level 30? However, Yunyi may not have thought about the experience of being able to raise the epic level to level 30, and ultimately to the legendary level is only 10 levels. Then the experience of the legendary level to be raised to level 20, level 30, may be more than several times the experience of the time to be raised to the epic level. However, Yunyi soon realized this. I'll be damned. Then I'm not wasted here? Yunyi could already imagine his horrifying appearance when he arrived and worked hard to brush the monsters, only to end up brushing not enough experience to level up the Lord of Skeletons. Immediately after that, Yunyi aimed his gaze at the 4 new additions to the Lord of Skeletons that were all SS rank talents. Yunyi clicked on them in order from the top. Lord of Control, SS rank. Control all the undead. Power of Manipulation, SS rank. Arbitrary manipulation of any being or object below your own mental power. Power of Recovery, SS rank. It can revive any life. Summoning of the Realm, SS rank. Can summon undead under his control at will. Yunyi looked at these 4 mediocre abilities, and his mediocre description. Yunyi was directly blinded? Isn't it true that all of your SS rank talents are so plain? Yunyi thought about it and decided to finally give it a try. After all, how do you know how great the talent is if you don't try it? Come Lord of the Skulls, use your power of manipulation. Immediately after that, Yunyi suddenly felt as if his building was trembling. Then the sound of my mother's voice came from outside the house. It seems like an earthquake has struck Yunyi. Let's run. It occurred to Yunyi that this Lord of Skulls might not have manipulated his entire building, right? Hastily stopping it, and as Yunyi's order came out, the house that was originally trembling suddenly stopped. Watching the Lord of Skeletons maneuver an entire building with a flick of his hand, Yunyi was a bit surprised, but more than anything, he was curious as to where the limits of the Lord of Skeletons were or how he could use this ability to kill monsters faster. Yunyi thought about it but decided to wander to the leveling area outside the city. And of course you have to find a place off the beaten path. Yunyi then came to the outskirts of the city which was far away from the city, and at the same time, it was also a monster brushing area, with levels almost around level 25. Most of the monsters are just, like, skeleton warriors and such, normal little monsters. And after hearing what the Lord of Skeletons said, Yunyi made it a point to see if there was anything strange about those little monsters, but it turned out to be just plain little monsters, so it wasn't of much interest. Yunyi then pointed at the group of monsters in the clearing and ordered the Lord of Skeletons, use your full power to verticalize this group of monsters. The Lord of Skeletons took a look at Yun-Yi, and then at the group of monsters, and then casually waved his hand, and immediately to Yun-Yi's surprise, hundreds of monsters in that clearing were just lifted into the air alive by the power of the Lord of Skeletons. Chapter 46. Lord of Skeletons Summon. Skeleton Dragon. Immediately after that, the Skeleton Lord's body levitated into the air. Then the Skeleton Lord's gaze looked at Yun-Yi, seemingly wanting him to make his next command. Kill them all. Immediately following with Yun-Yi's command. In just a split second, instantly those monsters suspended in the air were instantly split in half by that power. The system's voice came immediately afterward. Your summoned object Skeleton Lord has killed LV. 24 Skeleton Warrior and gained 540 experience points, 17 bonus points for crossing over to kill. Yun-Yi nodded in satisfaction as he looked at such a perverted ability. Looks like it's invincible again. Yun-Yi suddenly swelled to the feeling that he was invincible, and very much needed to find a place to vent his anger. But the monsters in the wild were just too trashy, so Yun-Yi needed to find a copy to show off his strength. But what Yun-Yi didn't expect was that when he tried to leave, the Lord of Skeletons told him that he could make Yun-Yi fly. Is it hard to believe that it's the power of manipulation? Yun-Yi thought about the way the Lord of Skeletons had just flown and suddenly felt that this was not bad, so he nodded. All right. Immediately after that, Yun-Yi saw a huge portal that suddenly appeared behind the Lord of Skeletons, which was more than a dozen meters in height, and with it, a huge body that appeared in front of Yun-Yi. Yun-Yi took a closer look. It was a dragon. A bone dragon to be exact. Its bones were huge and white, each one of them flickering with an ominous cold light. The bone dragon's head was huge, with ghostly blue soul flames burning in its empty eye sockets, and its wings spread out to cover the entire sky, each flap swirling up a fierce wind that blew the dust and debris around it in all directions. Its tail was long and powerful, with a sharp end that carried destructive power with every swing. Its claws were as sharp as knives, and a light scratch could leave deep marks on the hard rock. The bone dragon slowly stood up, and its appearance caused the surrounding creatures to feel unprecedented fear and awe. Around the bone dragon, the aura of death filled the air. Its presence seemed to be the embodiment of death, and wherever its gaze reached, life seemed to retreat. Looking at this tall and majestic bone dragon, Yun-Yi was simply confused. Didn't no one tell me that summons have mounts too? Yun-Yi thought about it. After all, the Lord of Skeletons is the master of a world without a mount. It is too humiliating, if such a mount is also normal, but now it would be cheap for Yun-Yi. Although the Lord of Wolves was handsome, after all, he couldn't fly and didn't have wings to allow Yun-Yi to experience the feeling of soaring. So Yun-Yi had actually been considering getting another mount to fly before. Yun-Yi originally wanted to keep a low profile to come, but there are pussies do not pretend to be like a brocade knight. Plus, as long as Yun-Yi does not expose, who knows, who is this bone dragon? With this thought in mind, Yun-Yi rode the bone dragon and flew towards the city center. The bone dragon was very fast, and in a few seconds it had flown high in the air in the city center. And naturally, this caught the attention of those residents. Holy, look at that in the sky, guys. I go, what a handsome one. Is it possible that it's the mount of some big guy? It must be, otherwise how did this appear in our Qingyun city? I just don't know which big shot it is. Yun-Yi's bone dragon, on the other hand, had just entered Qingyun city, and within a short while, it was intercepted by several silhouettes. Your Excellency, may I ask what is the purpose of coming to our Qingyun city? One of the people at the top of the list was an old man who seemed to be a mage with a staff in his hand, and beside him were two large men in armor that seemed to be the old man's guards. Although Yun-Yi did not know their exact strength, just by the fact that these three seemed to be able to fly without using wind magic, it was obvious that they were relying on skills, and skills that could maintain flight were extremely consuming. And if the level was not enough, even flying for a while would be a huge problem. And to be as subdued as they were, they had to be leveled at least over second turn level 50 to have this much mana. The old man standing in the first place seemed to have some fear when he looked at the bone dragon that was filled with the aura of death, but he still put on a calm and natural expression. Yun-Yi also didn't expect that he was stopped just after he came in, but Yun-Yi thought about it and it was right. After all, this is someone's airspace. If he really wants to attack Qingyun City, if he puts a few random magic spells on this, wouldn't Qingyun City be destroyed? So it's normal to be wary. Yun-Yi thought for a moment and said in a husky voice, I'm just passing by chance. There's no need for you to be so vigilant. I'll be leaving soon. Listening to Yun-Yi's words, the old man continued, then let's get your excellency out of here. Yun-Yi heard the words at a glance. It is clear that the opposite side is just uneasy with him, afraid that he will do something. Yun-Yi did not have anything to count on. After all, he was covered in unknown origins, but also with such a terrifying bone dragon. If it was not for the fear of not being able to fight, it would still hurt the citizens of Qingyun City when the time came, or else he would have taken it down long ago. So Yun-Yi didn't say anything. and under the eyes of those 3 people, In finally left Qingyun City. After a few more flights of the bone dragons, Yun came down contentedly. Sure is cool to me. This feeling of soaring free. If only Fatty were here, I could have taken him with me when the time came. Yun suddenly thought of Fatty. I wonder how he's doing now. Yun kind of missed being with Fatty before. After a while, Yun appeared in front of the teleportation gate of a level 40 team copy. Yun thought about it. Since you want to upgrade that rise enough, looking for those 20 or 30 level team copy is no fun at all. Directly find a 40 level. That brush up is not cooler than those with a low level. If not for Yun did not find a level 50. That pack went to brush the level 50 team copy. After all, even if you can't beat it, when the time comes to run, it's done. The big deal is that it's a waste of a day. Immediately afterward, Yun walked in, followed by out of the portal. Yun was like walking into a mining cave. A humid and metallic air hit his face. The walls of the cave were covered with traces of age. The rocks were rough and uneven, and occasionally some flashes of ore could be seen. And in that passage was one rock giant after another made of stay rock. Immediately afterward, Yun checked a few of their attributes. Rock giant. Level, first order LV. 40. Race, rock. Life value, 30,000. Mana, 24,000/24,000. Skills, parry, cradle, impact, trample, projectile. Talents, power of rock, B rank. Shield, C rank. Transform into rock, D rank. Yun briefly looked at the attributes. It was worthy of being level 40. Even if it was just a small monster, the blood volume was so high. Chapter 47, Traveling to Kyowu University. A month later, Yun looked at the acceptance letter sent by Jingwu University and knew that it was finally time to go to school. This month Yun is either brushing monsters or on the way to brush monsters. Of course, at the same time also in the hard work of earning money to accumulate evolution points. A day down counting the talent given by Yun can get a total of more than 200,000 evolution points. That is to say, Yun a month's time to get 6 million evolution. But what Yun did not expect. Yun originally intended to evolve the King of the Undead, but found that you need to complete a certain condition in order to evolve. It wasn't like the Lord of Skeletons, which could directly evolve to the legendary level. Yun thought about it. After all, legendary level summoner Yun had never even heard of it in the human world, much less looked up any information about it. Even those high-end human powerhouses, Yun didn't know anything about them. They, the ordinary people, knew almost nothing, only that they could be awakened to become professional awakened people. Most of the information should be kept under wraps. This was something that Yun only figured out later. After all, it's so strange that nothing has been revealed about this one. Even if Yun went to ask those staff members in charge of the professionally awakened, they still looked as if they didn't know anything. That was why Yun had been trying to find answers in the Jingwu University, wanting to know why all these messages were so strict. Now that school was about to start, Yun finally had the chance to find out. Yun was looking at the acceptance letter when a phone call suddenly came. Yun picked up the phone and an icy voice came from the other end of the line. Yun, you're also from Jingwu University, right? It was only then that Yun remembered that the owner of this voice was Lin Chen. I am. What's wrong? Want to go to Kyobu University with me? Yun thought about it but refused. No thanks, because he was ready to leave for Jingwu University right now. He was already tired of staying in this Thai place since he had nothing else to do all day but brush monsters. Yun tired to brush for a month. The Lord of Skeletons only rose 5 levels. That's right, it's that outrageous. The outrageous degree of experience needed by legendary level monsters. Yun has seen it now. Of course the boost was great. 1 level boosted the attribute value by 40 points, which was equivalent to 1x that of an epic level summon. It takes several times more experience though, I think. As for brushing monsters, Yun didn't believe that the school didn't have any places to brush monsters. That's why Yun was ready to fast-track his way to the school. Straight away, I bought a ticket to Kyoto the next day and prepared to go straight there then. As for airplanes, this world is so dangerous, especially in the air, that airplanes became extinct a long time ago, and there are only trains running on the ground. Moreover, trains running on the ground also have the possibility of being cut off from time to time, and since there are also various monsters that can attack, the trains are usually equipped with professional awakened people in charge of security as well. Of course the treatment and stuff is great. As for the level is usually around 30 or 40 levels, because the monsters in the wild are usually not that high leveled. Unless some special areas, most of the monsters in the wild are 1 or 20 levels, so 30 or 40 level professional awakened people were already enough to serve as security personnel. And in a building not far from Yun, in an inconspicuous room, there really was a telescope pointed at the location inside Yun's house. Captain, the target has received the Kyobu notification. A thin figure dressed in black in the room said to the black man who had just entered the room. The man in black nodded and continued. It can be very good. It looks like our plan will be completed soon. How's the surveillance of Lin Duan on the second squad side going? On the second squad side, Lin Chen's protection is just too good. Our squad can only keep an eye on him from afar. There's no other way at all. But based on inference, Lin Chen should have received the notification as well. We are responsible for only Lin Chen and Yun Yi. You all be careful. Lin Chen is the first place in the Professional Awakened Person's high school entrance examination trial, and was guaranteed to enter the Jingwu. As for that Yun Yi, although his talent potential and whatnot is not as good as Lin Chen's, he has an elite level talent potential summon. When the time comes you guys will have to be quick with your hands. His strength is not much worse than Lin Chen's. Captain. Early the next morning, after saying goodbye to his mom and dad at the train station, Yun Yi went to the business class, and after casually picking a good seat in the business class, Yun Yi rested. After all, Tianqing City is quite far away from the capital. Even if you take the fastest train, you have to spend a whole day. Yun Yi can have a good rest. As for why not ride a bone dragon to go? Although riding a bone dragon is very handsome and fast, but even with the speed of the bone dragon, Yun Yi you have to ride for half a day, which is equivalent to blowing gusts of wind all the time on that, or not purely suffer. It's not like it's going to take a while, and it's easy to encounter any dangers in the air, or accidentally break into another city, which would be a waste of time and trouble at that time. So considering all the various reasons Yun Yi ultimately chose to take the train honestly. After all, although the train isn't very fast, it's comfortable. Yun Yi lay comfortably in his position, pondering the meaning of life, and the time just went by bit. And in the carriage just one section away from Yun Yi's business class, two figures anxiously looked at the time in their watches. How could they not expect that Yun Yi actually did not give them the slightest chance to catch their breath, and directly got on the train to Kyoto, making their original plan to target Yun Yi all go down the drain. But if Yun Yi went to Kyoto just like that, then if they wanted to make another move at that time, it would be almost impossible. Kyoto is not Changyun City only guarded by some second-turned professional awakened. That fourth-turned and fifth-turned 100 levels of powerhouse can be quite a lot in Kyoto. If they wanted to make another move at that time, it would be a pure death wish. So in order to prevent Yun Yi from going to Kyoto, they could only move ahead. After all, the time was rushed and there was hardly any plan made, so he could only simply and roughly intercept Yun Yi. And at this time was lying well in the business class. Yun Yi suddenly felt a tremor, followed by the violent friction sound of the train's wheels. It was only then that Yun Yi realized that the train seemed to have stopped. Such a dissenting move also instantly aroused the discontent of all the passengers. But then the conductor's announcement came on. The fence ahead has been breached and some monsters have blocked the traveling route. Please wait a moment. We are arranging for security to go down and clean it up now. I'm very sorry. When Yun Yi heard this broadcast, he didn't think that his luck would actually be so bad that he could still encounter this kind of thing. But he didn't think any more about it and prepared to lie down and sleep again. Chapter 48, a direct and violent counterattack. But suddenly, he heard the sound of a fierce fight coming from behind him. Ah! Help! What are you doing? Don't move! Yun Yi instantly figured out that it looked like the accident was an accident. After all, just after the security personnel were detached, someone in the car made a move. So what's this group here for? Yun Yi did not realize in the slightest that the group was targeting himself, until two figures, one tall and one thin, stood in the doorway of the business class. Start searching one by one. After Yun Yi realized that they were just looking at their faces without any other actions or robbing them, Yun Yi instantly felt that they couldn't possibly be here to find him. Could they? Then it suddenly occurred to him that he had just received a notification letter from Kyobu University. No man. I just got my notice and it's full of coming at me. Is this ING spying on me? Yun Yi suddenly felt a bit finicky. Is it hard to believe that these guys have actually been spying on me the whole time? And that my every move is under their watchful eye? Yun Yi instantly became a bit flustered, because if they knew that he had evolved a legendary level summon and still dared to attack him, then there was obviously an existence so powerful that he couldn't resist it. And Yun Yi even had a feeling that the opposite side might bring in a third-turn profession awakened to deal with him. After all, in terms of the Skeleton Lord's current attributes, as well as his strength, a second-turn level 70 or 80 career awakened could not compare to it, let alone the others. Therefore, Yun Yi felt that if he wanted to take him down, he would need to be at least a third-turn professional awakened person. In order to be able to do so, Yun Yi's first reaction when he thought of this was to run, and without the slightest hesitation, he directly asked the Lord of Skeletons to break the glass of the business class and then run with himself. And the violent sound naturally attracted the attention of the two. It's Yun Yi, go after him. Without the slightest hesitation, the two of them simultaneously drilled inside towards the glass that Yun Yi had just broken. as if they were afraid that Yuni would run away. They were also really afraid of Yuni escaping like that. After all, if the captain blamed them at that time, the two of them could not afford it. The captain, who was ambushing, also happened to see Yuni, who ran out from inside the business class. Sure enough, if I hadn't been watching, these two losers would have let this kid get away. Immediately afterward, the captain hoofed it in the direction Yuni had fled, and Yuni, who rushed to escape, didn't care that much in the slightest and started running in a random direction, of course letting the Lord of Skeletons lead him. However, although the Lord of Skeletons had an agility of over 400, after all, he was running with Yuni and was worried that Yuni's body wouldn't be able to hold up, so he didn't use too much speed. The captain's side also found a problem, as he realized that as a second turn level 70 assassin profession awakened, he could only manage to catch up with Yuni with an agility as high as 250. It simply boggles his mind. Worthy of being a freshman of Jingwu University, it seems that he used some high-level magic scroll as a way to increase his speed. When this effect passes, you kid will be dead by then. The captain thought as he chased after Yuni in a deadly manner in the direction of Yuni. The two people who had started out chasing Yuni were no longer visible. Oh no, we've both lost them. What should we do? What else can we do? Quickly go and look for it. This kid might have used some magic scroll to transfer himself. We'll be able to find it if we just look around. And the fleeing Yuni, after running for a long time, realized that he couldn't get rid of the person behind him, and understood that he couldn't escape this time. As to why the person behind him didn't catch up, Yuni actually do not know, but so run down is not due. Yuni also do not know where he ran, but the Lord of Skeleton has been using the power of manipulation to control his escape. When the time mana value is consumed, Yuni can not only wait for the death, might as well fight. After all, the opposite side of the person is now one person. Finally wanting to think about it, Yuni found a place to stop, and by the way, handed the mana potion to the Lord of Skeletons for him to hurry up and restore his mana, and that captain was instantly overjoyed when he saw Yuni finally stop running. Damn brat, the scroll effect has finally passed. Right, now you're just going to wait for me to die. Immediately after that, one step at a time, he walked in front of Yuni, and Yuni, you finally got a good look at what exactly it was that was chasing you. A thin, masked man covered in a black robe, as if he couldn't see the light. Tell me, what is it that you've been chasing me for so long? Yuni gasped and said word for word, and that captain looked at such a model Yuni so his voice slightly sneered. Kid, aren't you quite capable of running? Why don't you run now? Yuni smiled. If I hadn't stopped, wouldn't you have missed it? Being disliked, the man in black also instantly stopped talking nonsense. A dagger instantly appeared in his hand, followed by a flash and disappeared in place, waiting until Yuni reacted. The man in black had already arrived in front of Yuni. Die for me, brat! Just at the moment when he was about to swing his sword, suddenly he felt that his entire body was deadlocked by a force, unable to move in the slightest. He then realized that Yuni had an ordinary-looking skeleton beside him, and it was that skeleton that was waving its hand to control him at that moment. His head was momentarily clouded. Could this be a space spell? But how could a tiny skeleton summoner use such a spell? Doesn't this kid only have one elite level summon? And Yuni instantly held his breath when he saw the man in black instantly appear before him. Almost had a heartbeat. However, he had long ago given instructions to the Lord of Skulls to protect him, so it was only natural that the black-clothed man was under control. Yuni thought about it just before giving the order for the King of Skulls to get him killed. After all, this guy was just too dangerous. Yuni wouldn't dare to let this guy continue to live. In case the Lord of Skeletons made a mistake, then it wouldn't be the end. However, what Yuni did not expect was that just as the Lord of Skeletons was about to power up and get the black-clothed man killed, suddenly the Lord of Skeletons' ability disappeared or was interfered with. Immediately afterward, Yuni saw a wall of black fog that enveloped Yuni's face, deadening his vision and blocking the Lord of Manipulation used by the Skeleton King. By the time the black mist cleared, the figure of the man in black had disappeared, leaving behind only a section of arm. Yuni looked at what was left behind and realized that the captain should have run away. But in his state, Yuni felt sure that he wouldn't be able to run far. Is it a chase or? Yuni didn't dare to determine if they had any stronger accomplices, in case they did. But on the other hand, the opposite side had already seen his skeleton lord, and if the opposite side was allowed to pass the information back, then Yuni might be in real danger. In the end, Yuni chose to go after it. Chapter 49. Interrogation. Yuni immediately summoned the Lord of Wolves. The Lord of Wolves had a talent to be particularly sensitive to odors, especially the smell of blood, and it just so happened that the man in black had just been injured. Even if he could get rid of Yuni, he wouldn't be able to get rid of his strong smell of blood, so as long as Yuni had the Lord of Wolves follow him, he would definitely be able to find it. Yuni flipped over and mounted the Lord of Wolves, then ordered for the Lord of Skeletons to follow. Track down this smell of blood. After saying that, the Lord of Wolves scurried out like a bolt of lightning, and Yuni had a death grip on the fur of the clan of wolves. Damn fast is pretty fast. It's this ride. This mount is also in front of outsiders to pretend to ride a little bit. Normal rush or something Yuni is killed cannot do this thing. After all, this upside down. Yuni buttocks ate to death. And at this time, a few kilometers away from Yuni, the black-clothed man was struggling to run in one direction, cursing in his heart as he did so. What in the world is that thing next to this kid? Actually knows space spells, and that for the degree of solidification of space. This spiritual power attribute is at least not less than 300. Why is there this kind of thing next to Yuni? He was puzzled, because since they had been spying on Yuni for so long, they had always thought that Yuni only had one summon that seemed to have elite-level talent potential, like some kind of skeleton general, which belonged to one of the stronger ones within the elite-level summons. After all, it was an undead race. Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to rank first in the Awaken High School trial, though it was only one day, I guess, and this naturally caught the attention of their organization. And then after some investigation, they found out that Yuni actually possessed an elite-level summon, so their organization put Yuni under surveillance. But at that time, there was a Fey riot, and the surveillance was cancelled, and it wasn't until Qingyun City that the surveillance was restarted, and their organization plan, ready in the major potential college students to the school on the way to the direct interception, originally prepared to do it together. But the result did not expect Yuni actually received a notice went directly to the school. This directly interrupted their plans. Finally urgently formulated an interception plan. As a result, now not only did not intercept successfully, but also almost killed by this kid, as the captain of their organization squad, not only did not complete the mission, but also let the mission target get like this. He has no intention of going back, because even if you go back, you'll only be dead by then. And just as he was thinking that, there was a fierce commotion not far behind him, and he instantly realized that it was Yun-Yi who had chased after him. How can it be so fast? It suddenly occurred to him that he could not run fast enough now that he was seriously injured, and with that strong smell of blood, he could not even think of not being noticeable. Damn it! The man in black went faster, but the voices behind him came closer and closer until a familiar little skeleton stood in front of him. He instantly realized it was bad and tried to dodge, being immediately controlled. What? Don't you like to run? Why don't you run now? Yuni slowly drilled out of the forest. Looking at how miserable the man in black looked, Yuni thought about it and was in no hurry to kill him. After all, it was completely unnecessary, and it was hard to see how he could resist this look. Yuni's back suddenly went cold as he thought of this. What if he does resist me? After thinking about it, Yuni gave another order. Then all that was heard was a click and an arm fell off, immediately followed by the sound of intense pain. Ah! The sound was so loud that Yuni's ears went deaf. After waiting for a while, Yuni removed his hands that were blocking his ears and rushed to the man in black. Do you want to say it yourself, or do you want me to help you? Yuni revealed a seemingly kind expression towards the man in black. Although Yuni is not a homicidal maniac, but at the same time is not a saintly mother. For the people who want to kill themselves, Yuni is impossible to have a trace of sympathy. As for torture, Yuni actually do not want to do this kind of thing, but some information cannot be asked out words. Yuni think it is better to torment a little bit. After all, the mouth is hard. That also has to look at the body hard, not hard. The man in black was already trembling in pain, and his entire face was horrifyingly white. He looked at Yun-Yi's beaming face. How could he not believe that he could do such a thing was actually just a fresh adult? He simply felt that this Yun-Yi in front of him was a devil in the flesh. Originally, he had planned to beat him to death and not say anything, because if he didn't say anything their organization might not come looking for him yet. But if he divulged the organization's information, then he would definitely be hunted down by the organization. But now, looking at the situation, if he didn't say anything now, he would most likely be worse off than dying at the hands of someone in the organization. Eventually he spoke with a trembling voice. Ask anything you want. I'll tell you what I know. Yuni looked at the black-clothed man who opened his mouth so quickly was a little confused. He thought that he could be more on the shape, but he did not expect to obey so quickly. However, since people were planning to confess, Yuni did not intend to continue the torture. Without any nonsense, Yuni directly asked what he wanted to know the most. When did you start spying on me? And why? And for what purpose? And why did you come after me? The man in black spoke slowly as he listened to the question. We've been monitoring you since the end of the Awaken High exam practice. As for why naturally you ranked number 1 that time, the purpose of monitoring you is naturally to keep you from escaping. Why are we chasing you? Because you're one of our targets. We can't let you run away to Kyoto. When Yuni heard their words, He instantly felt fine-tuned. He didn't expect their surveillance to start so early. Then why did they only send such a weak one to hunt him down? Yun-Yi was a bit puzzled, but he didn't say anything more. Since the opposite side didn't know, then he didn't know. So he thought about it and went on to ask, "What is the purpose of your organization? You're not human. Why are you fighting against humans?" Hearing this question, the man in black was blinded. He didn't expect Yun-Yi to even know this. Suddenly he thought of something. "I can't believe we're trying to hide our message. No wonder we haven't panicked the humans in so many operations." The black man thought darkly in his mind, but he didn't say anything more than an honest answer. "The purpose of our organization is naturally to destroy the human race. As for why we do this when we are all humans ourselves, then you would have to ask the controller of our organization, or rather the controller of your human race. These are questions that I don't know either, but it's rumored to be for the power of a cataclysmic event, and once that power is obtained, the entire human world can be controlled." Yun-Yi's eyes instantly flashed when he heard the word cataclysm. Chapter 50. The Soul's Mission. Crisis lifted. How could Yun-Yi not expect to actually be able to hear the word cataclysm from the mouth of the man in black? At the same time he thought of this kind of description as well as what the Lord of Skeletons had experienced, which unexpectedly matched somewhat. After all, the Lord of Skeletons had also obtained the power of the cataclysm to rule that world of theirs, and now that this leader of some unknown power actually wanted to obtain that power as well, then it was clear that what the Lord of Skeletons had said was true. However, Yun-Yi was curious how powerful the Lord of Skeletons was to rule the entire world. Although the strength of the Lord of Skeletons summoned by the legendary gifted potential was already conceivable, but to rule the entire world, Yun-Yi still couldn't imagine how many levels it would have to be. After all, the Lord of Skeletons was just a small summoned object of Yun-Yi, and Yun-Yi had at most borrowed a little bit of his power, and in terms of strength, he might not even reach 1/10,000th of it. Yun-Yi thought for a while, also feel that there is no point, and want to ask the feeling also cannot ask anything to come, and finally there is little hesitation. Ended the life of the man in black. Your skeleton lord has killed the second turn LV 70 career awakened shadowless assassin. As the system prompt sounded, Yun-Yi looked and realized that there was actually only a simple reminder that there was no experience, which made him remember that this was a human being and not a monster. However, what Yun-Yi did not expect was that although killing people would not drop experience, it would drop equipment. Immediately afterward a large pile of things appeared in front of Yun-Yi out of thin air. Holy, this is dropping gear? Yun-Yi looked at some of these miscellaneous things and instantly realized that these should be the things in the black-clothed man's spatial backpack. Yun-Yi had originally thought that with the death of the professional awakening, the things in the spatial backpack disappeared, but it turned out that they would automatically fall off. As for the black-clothed man's backpack, after Yun-Yi had weeded out some of the miscellaneous items, as well as some uninteresting things, all that was left were some potions, and some equipment and learning scrolls, as well as some loot, and of course, a quaint token with black writing on it. However, what surprised Yun-Yi the most was that there was actually a special item in the black-clothed man's backpack, a crystal clear white pearl. Immediately following Yun-Yi's touch, the system voice sounded again. Pure Soul, Special, detected to trigger Summoner Soul Body Evolution Quest, Purified Soul. Is it taken? Evolutionary Task. The Purified Soul. Introduction, Defiled Souls need to be purified. Quest, Passing the Copy, Purified Souls. Mission Reward, Unknown. Mission Difficulty, Unknown. Yun-Yi was also startled when he looked at the sudden appearance of this mission, but then he was happy. I'm going to the elite level soul body. Is it finally going to see evolution as well? Yun-Yi had actually been struggling with the soul body's talent potential level. After all the other summons were legendary and he was the only one who was still fumbling around at the elite level. And as far as his current protection was concerned, Yun-Yi didn't think there was much use for him anymore. After all, take that black man who suddenly attacked him to speak. That is the second turn of the 70-level professional awakened. On his strength and agility, Yun-Yi give 2 times almost instantly crunch. If it is not for him to have a soul protection talent, Yun-Yi actually feel that there is no need to summon the soul body. Of course the soul protection, a talent like the famous sword, Yun-Yi felt was still quite useful. This was the reason why Yun-Yi had summoned it with him. But with his other talents and protective abilities, Yun-Yi felt that he could no longer keep up with the enemies he was now facing. And now that there was finally something that seemed to be able to evolve the soul body, Yun-Yi was naturally very happy. What the hell is this past copy though? Yun-Yi was a bit puzzled. Not where did I get you this copy from? Yun-Yi clicked accept, and with the reception of the quest, Yun-Yi once again remembered the system's prompt, whether or not to enter the copy of the purified soul. It was only then that Yun-Yi realized that he could directly enter the copy by touching the crystal clear white treasure pearl of that section. However, now was not the time. Yun-Yi planned to wait until he got to Kyoto to go through the mission, so without much ado, Yuni rushed over in the direction of the train, and at that moment at the train, the personnel in charge of security had already cleared the train tracks of monsters. Not the slightest idea of what was happening on the train. And those two people who had started chasing Yun-E in the beginning, after searching for a long time, finally decided to wait for Yun-E to come back here at the train. And the strange behavior of these two people naturally attracted the attention of those 340 to 50 level professional awakened people. And since those two had joined the organization of destroying mankind, they naturally did not have the slightest affection for the professional determination of mankind. And as for why they did not kill the others on the train, it was mainly because the two of them did not want to make such a big deal out of it. Just in case the boss blames it again then. But it's not a big deal if you kill two professional awakened people, Yuan or me. The black-clothed man with a slim figure said to the taller black-clothed man, "You can play if you want. I'm not interested anyway." Okay, you're not interested, so I can kill them all? Before the words were out of his mouth, the slim black-clad man had already launched himself towards the three security officers who were rushing towards the train. The black-clothed man with a slim figure was only at level 50 or so of the second turn though. However, the second turn was equivalent to obtaining a second talent, and if one awakened a suitable talent, then the increase in strength would undoubtedly be huge. So even if one took on 3 first turn level 40 plus profession awakened at the same time, there was not the slightest bit of pressure. The slim black-robed man held two long, large curved swords in his hands, and while fending off the three siege, he attacked towards the three's various vitals, so fast that the three couldn't react at all. And the profession of the three were all ordinary warriors, although one wore a suit of armor equipment, but under that long curved sword, but still could not resist. Although the three knew that they couldn't beat them, they didn't dare to run away, because they were afraid that if they ran away, then this dangerous-looking man in black might just take a shot at the passengers on the train. Then the consequences will be unimaginable. But it wasn't a solution to keep going like this. After all, if it continued like this, all three of them were going to become dead souls under that scimitar. And just then, a sudden, terrifying hiss came from the air. Everyone looked towards the air, and immediately afterward they saw a giant dragon of bones hovering in the air. That's what's so cool. Holy, that's too cool blah blah blah. Mommy me too. Passengers who saw it let out a gasp. But for the two black-clothed men, the first reaction of the two of them was to run away, because they didn't know whether this bone giant dragon that suddenly appeared was an enemy or a friend. The three people in charge of security also had stony expressions, because they didn't know what this giant dragon that had suddenly appeared was here for. In case it's the help of these two men in black. Chapter 51, A Surprising Escort? Just as the three security guards were still thinking, the two men in black had disappeared in front of the three in the blink of an eye. While in the air, Yun-E immediately maneuvered the bone dragon and chased after it. Damn! You want to run away after pretending? How can it be so good? Bone dragon, get these two things for me. Yun-E originally did not intend to chase after the two black-robed men at first. After all, if they had run, they would have run out of sight long ago, and Yun-E would not have been able to catch up at all. I didn't expect these two guys to actually try to squat him here at the train. That Yun-E couldn't stand it. I can't believe I'm trying to give him a keeper. Yun-E wanted to raise the ashes of these two contraptions on the spot. As for strength, these two contraptions couldn't even chase him, and they were definitely inferior to the dark man who had chased him in the beginning. So Yun-E didn't have a single concern. Soon the bone dragon was super fast and flew above the two. Seeing this, the two immediately tried to escape in separate directions, but just the moment they saw it, they were bound to death. Oh no, it's a space spell. The two still wanted to resist, but they realized that the space around them was not moving, so they eventually gave up with no choice. And when Yun-E jumped down from the top of the bone dragon, the two men's hanging hearts completely died. Although the two of them couldn't catch up, their bosses who were ambushed on the side could definitely catch up. And now that Yun-E could actually appear in front of them in such a dignified manner, either their captain had escaped or their captain was dead. But whichever way it turned out, it was as if both of their fates had been sealed. A guy that even their captain couldn't beat. The two together didn't have the confidence to do so, holding the thought that it was already over. One of them spoke up. Our captain? Yun-E smiled and said casually, "Oh, you mean him? You think I can show up here? Where do you think he's been?" Hearing Yun-E's words, the two men finally gave up. Originally they still had a glimmer of hope that the captain would come back for them and Yun-E would surely die by then, but now it was clear that the captain was dead. After saying this, Yun-E also stopped talking nonsense and waved his hand for the Lord of Skeletons to eliminate the two people. Then it was time for Yun-E's favorite equipment drop. Compared to their captain's backpack, these two had a lot less stuff, but there was still a ton of equipment and loot, and Yun-E was satisfied as he collected their stuff, intending to sell it together when the time came. After having the bone dragon put away by the Lord of Skeletons again, Yun-Yi quietly returned to the train. Because of the crisis, the train was slightly chaotic, so no one cared if Yun-Yi was in his seat or not. So Yun-Yi quietly left and quietly returned without anyone noticing. Yun-Yi then quietly reclined back into the seat. However, this crisis was not a mere accident, but the cause of someone's attack. So at the next stop, there were investigators who got on the train in turn to give statements to most of the people. And of course, because Yun-Yi had broken the window at that time, a train car was changed at the same time. And when the investigator inquired about Yun-Yi, Yun-Yi looked at the serious-faced investigator in front of him who originally wanted to muddle through, only to be investigated by the other party for his identity and found out that he was a freshman at Jingwu University. Then Yun-Yi was taken away. Captain, we seem to have found out the reason why the train was attacked by the enemy this time. There was a freshman from Kyobu University on the train. Yun-Yi was then taken to a room by the investigator. It wasn't long after that two more men entered the room. Looking at this inexplicably somewhat familiar scene, Yun-Yi was very speechless. Damn, it was too much trouble to begin with, but it turned out that I couldn't avoid it in the end. Yun-Yi cursed in his heart. Then with a look of impatience, he looked at the three men sitting across from him. May I ask what the matter is with just me? Yun-Yi's voice was filled with impatience. Seeing Yun-Yi with such an attitude, the person sitting at the front smiled and said, Yun-Yi-san, right? Here's the thing. We suspect that the reason this train was attacked was because the other side was targeting you. Yun-Yi was full of helplessness listening to the other party's guesses. Although the other party's guesses were right, but things he had all dealt with now asking him about it made Yun-Yi feel very meaningless and a pure waste of time. But to hide something, Yun-Yi's expression changed from helplessness to horror. What do you mean to say that I'm the cause of this attack? The other nodded and took a sip of water then continued. You are not wrong. The other party's target is you. You may not know. In fact, there are a lot of traitors in our human world, and what these traitors like to do most is to eliminate the growth of the new force of the human race. So they will organize an attack on the new students who have the potential of the major colleges and universities, and the Kyungwoo University, as the human race's top professional awakened persons academy. Naturally, it's their primary target. Yun-Yi listened to the words from the opposite side and thought for a moment before speaking. So because I'm a freshman at Kyobu University, this attack was directed at me. The opposite side nodded. And we can't rule out the possibility of the other party attacking again. Although the probability is small, the possibility is not absent. So we will send someone to escort you to Kyoto. What do you think? Yun-Yi student? Yun-Yi naturally nodded when he heard this. Thank you very much. Then, it is our responsibility to protect the new force of humanity. And the burden of guarding humanity will depend on you young people in the future. Yun-Yi nodded. Stay here for a while, student Yun-Yi. We'll have your escort travel with you to Kyoto later. After that, the three of them left. Only Yun-Yi was left alone in the room. After realizing that there was nothing going on, Yun-Yi naturally took out a large pile of food from his spatial backpack and then set up half the table. After drying up with those few black-clothed men made Yun-Yi exhausted. Although Yun-Yi did not do it himself. Right, but running around was really tiring. Naturally, he was also hungry. Then just as Yun-Yi was eating a lot of nonsense and eating with particular vigor, the door was suddenly opened. Yun-Yi turned his head to look. One wore a simple white dress, the hem of which gently swayed with the wind, and her long hair was like a waterfall, casually draped over her shoulders. Her face was cool and her eyes were deep, as if she could see into the hearts of the people, yet she was unapproachable. Her steps were light and firm, as if each step was on the beat of time. Stop eating and go. A clear, cold voice came out of her mouth as if it did not carry a trace of emotion. Yun-Yi put down the chicken claws in his hand with an embarrassed face and quickly put things in order. Then he followed the figure out of the room, all the while thinking about who this person really was. Chapter 52. Gu Qinghan in his sleep. Yun-Yi then quietly followed this person until he got on the train with her. Only then did Yun-Yi finally find a chance to open his mouth and ask to that, hello? The two of them were separated by a little distance, and the man turned his head to look at Yun-Yi somewhat puzzled, asking in a flat tone, what's the matter with you? Icy cold eyes stared at Yun-Yi, making Yun-Yi feel a little bit hairy, and the words he originally wanted to say were held in his mouth. Yun-Yi smiled awkwardly before explaining, that I don't know your name yet. It's not very nice to address you. Why don't we introduce ourselves? Yun-Yi subconsciously tried to turn his head away when he looked at the cold eyes, but just when Yun-Yi thought he would be rejected, well across the room but answered in an icy voice. Yes. Then spoke to himself. Gu Qinghan, second turn level 92, profession frost dancer, third-year student of the Jingwu Professional Awakening University. So it's a schoolmate, Yun-Yi exclaimed. At the same time, he secretly thought in his heart, sure enough, this schoolmate talks as cold as she looks. just like a machine. My name is Yuni. Turn 1 level 30. Profession summoner, just like you. Senior sister. I'm also from the Jingwu Professional Awakening University, and I should be this year's new student, so it shouldn't be a problem for me to call you senior sister, right? Yuni looked towards Gu Qinghan. Aha! A very short answer was given, and then nothing else was said. Seeing this situation, Yuni also knew that wanting to get close to the school sister was almost impossible. Yuni originally wanted to learn more about the school from the school sister after getting close, but it looked like it was almost impossible. Yuni was then very sensible and stopped talking. However, she suddenly remembered what her senior sister had just said about her level 92 in her second turn, and couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise. Second turn level 92 should be the highest level I've ever seen, right? Yuni recalled his previous encounters. It seems to be that the black-clothed man turned to more than 70 levels. In terms of strength, it is definitely not weak. And even if there is no Lord of the Skulls in the words, it is possible that Yuni will be accounted for in that. After all, if it was the Skeleton King or the Lord of Wolves from before, as far as that black-clothed man's kind of speed was concerned, even if the Lord of Wolves and the Skeleton King were able to keep up with their speed, they would definitely not be able to react to it. After all, it was an assassin profession, and trying to kill one of his summoners who was a mere level 30 was as easy as a slap in the face. Even if you carry it, you can only carry it for a little while with your famous sword, and after that, you're in a near-death state. Until now, thinking about it, Yuni felt a pang of fear. Thinking about this, Yuni reinforced the idea of evolving his soul body to the epic level. His ability to save his life nowadays is really too weak. If he doesn't engage in more life-saving talents or skills, it's simply no different from looking for death. After all, the enemies that Yuni has encountered basically don't have the same level. All of them are overstepping the level or something. While the strength of his summons could keep up, he, the summoner, wasn't so sure. So it was just a matter of praying for the soul to come with a talent and ability that would keep him safer, I guess. And I wonder what the soul's copy is. The train slowly passes through the vast fields, and outside the window is a patch of golden wheat fields. With the change of seasons, the color of the fields will change from tender green to golden yellow and then to dark green. Occasionally you can see farmers working in the fields, or herds of cows and sheep grazing leisurely. Seeing this scene, Yuni felt very cozy, as if he had returned to the time when he once traveled in his previous life. So he subconsciously wanted to share this mood with the people around him. Then he turned his head to look at Gu Qinghan. Instead, he found that she was sleeping quietly. Yuni observed carefully and realized that her hair was dark brown, slightly curly, and scattered casually on the pillow, with a few strands of hair gently brushing her face. Not only that, her skin was fair with a healthy glow, her long eyelashes casting light shadows under her eyelids. Gu Qinghan's sleeping posture was very peaceful, her arms naturally resting on both sides of her body, her fingers gently curved as if she was gently caressing something in her dreams. Her breathing was smooth and even, and occasionally she gently let out a slight snore, showing that she was enjoying a wonderful dream. Her lips were slightly parted, and there seemed to be a hint of a smile at the corners of her mouth, probably from something delightful she had encountered in her dream. The atmosphere of the entire room was serene and harmonious, as if time stood still at this moment, with only the sound of Gu Qinghan's breathing and the occasional breeze coming from the window adding a touch of vividness to the scene. Yuni just stared at Gu Qinghan quietly, having a feeling of being healed. Why was this schoolmate born so pretty? Yuni was very excited in his heart, but he was unwilling to make any noise to disturb this quiet moment. But happy times are always short. Soon as the radio sounded, Yuni was about to arrive in Kyoto. Gu Qinghan also opened her beautiful eyes and woke up. And just after waking up, Yuni spoke. That's senior sister. Are you planning to go back to Kyungwoo University later? I don't know my way around. Can you take me with you? Gu Qinghan shook his head. Yuni thought she didn't want to bring it, but he heard her voice again. I'm going to turn in my mission. I won't be going to Kyungwoo University, and there's no need for me to take you. The school will send someone to pick you up when the time comes. There was nothing more to say after that. Yun-yi, however, nodded his head in a hurry. Thanks, sister. I'll see you at school sometime. Immediately following as the train arrives at the station, Yun-yi and Gu Qinghan, on the other hand, got off the train separately. Gu Qinghan took a taxi first, while Yun-yi dialed a phone number that Gu Qinghan had left for Yun-yi's school's admissions office. Yun-yi can call on the enrollment office for anything. Immediately afterward, as the phone was dialed, Yun-yi managed to spread the news of his arrival in Kyoto. Yun-yi, student, right? I'll arrange for a car to come and pick you up. You can wait at the station for a while first. Yun-yi looked at the luxurious metropolis while thinking in his heart about where he should go to brush up when the time comes to settle down. One of the reasons why Yun-yi wanted to come to the capital so early was to make money, and the other was to travel to other worlds to brush up his experience. Although the team copies were also quick to brush up on experience. If they were traveling to other worlds to complete quests and brush up on experience, then even if it was a legendary level Lord of Skeletons, Yun-E would be able to level him up. Of course, if you want to level up fast, the prerequisite is that the strength must be strong enough, or else you will be sending people's heads. This was the reason why Yun-E came to the capital in the first place. As for how this news was known, Yun-E had realized that the news he could check since he received the acceptance letter had suddenly become more all of a sudden. Apparently the permissions had been unlocked. Then Yun-E saw that if he wanted to level up faster and gain experience, he should head to Kyoto or Mordor, where there were teleports to other worlds, and gain more experience if he completed a quest than if he worked hard for a month to brush a team copy. Chapter 53, Su Zichuan, Special Library. Yun-E waited a little while, and soon a black business car stopped in front of Yun-E. Immediately after the car door was opened, a young man wearing half-rimmed glasses appeared in front of Yun-E's eyes. Yun-E-san, right? Quickly, get in the car and get in the car. Yun-E was thus inexplicably pulled into the car by the youth. Introduce myself. My name is Su Zichun, second year at Jingwu University, that is, I'm your senior. If there's anything you don't understand you can ask me. Senior promises to make it clear for you. Yun-E smiled, then asked a question he was more concerned about. That's senior. Can I ask you? Where do you guys go if you usually practice leveling and brushing monsters? Su Zichuan obviously did not expect that the first question Yun-E, a freshman, asked was actually where to go to brush up on monsters. It was also a bit puzzled. After all, they usually didn't even consider where to go to brush the monsters. It was basically the place arranged by the school. Of course, except for the very few perverts who wanted to level up quickly. Still, it was immediately answered to. I don't know too much about this aspect of brushing monsters, but how many levels are you at? If your level is too low, I do have a few recommended copies for you to go to. Not only is it safe, and the experience given is still high. Yun-E nodded then, casually. It's just one turn at level 32. Upon hearing Yun-E's words, Su Zichuan was first stunned before he finally understood why Yun-E had asked this question. Feelings of this school brother is, those all-day brushing monsters upgrading perverts when he first started school is only a turn 15 level or so it. The high is also a turn more than 20 level. I did not expect this school brother actually 30 level. Even if this is the place where Kyoto University's demons are all over the place, Su Zichun was really shocked. School brother, you this brush level ability. Senior, I have to admire at first, that is, your last session. The highest is only 25 levels. Did not expect you are 30 levels. Su Zichuan lamented. And Su Zichuan had actually forgotten one thing, and that was that Yun-E belonged to the category of arriving at school early, a full week or so before the start of the school year. So Yun-E was even more perverted than he thought. Yun-E just smiled and scratched his head in modesty. It's just luck. It's not as impressive as you say. Seeing how modest Yun-E was, Su Zichuan did not say anything else and continued to chat about other things. Senior, a year passed also just to the second turn 50 level. School brother, it seems not long after you can exceed me. Yun-E thought silently in his heart as he listened to Su Zichuan's words. If I hadn't upgraded the Skeleton Lord, would I be level 50 by now? Yun-E did the math and realized that it wasn't that fast. It was just over 40 levels. Senior, which is not the case. You put in effort is also possible. Quickly raise the level. Senior can only say good luck. Su Zichun nodded then suddenly asked as if he had thought of something. So senior, what is your profession? There is another reason why my level is relatively low, mainly because my profession is a supporting type of mage. I can only rub people's experience in order to level up. But senior, I want to be a slugger. And in the end there is no way to do it. That's why the level is so low. Ho ho ho. Yun-E suddenly didn't feel too good about saying that he was a summoner, because normal professionals knew that summoners needed to provide experience to themselves as well as their summons at the same time. So summoners generally didn't have a very good level to go up. But Yun-E, a summoner, was already at level 30, and it was hard to imagine just how many monsters Yun-E had swiped. Still, Yun-E didn't hide it. I'm just a, summoner, I guess. It wasn't loud, but in a small, quiet space like a car, it could be heard clearly. Su Zichun thought he had misheard when he heard summoner at first, until Yun-E repeated it again. Su Zichuan's sky was instantly confused. How could he not expect Yun-E, a summoner, to actually be able to level 30? That is a summoner. The experience needed is more than several times that of other professions. How perverted and demonic did Yun-E have to be to reach level 30 when his experience needed to be several times that of others? Su Zichuan was already speechless. He could only silently give Yun-E a thumbs up to express his inner shock and how awesome he was. Yun-E didn't know what was wrong with this senior of his all of a sudden, but he still tried to cater to the other party as much as possible. After all, he had a lot of questions to ask too. Okay senior, let's not talk about this topic. Look, you also know that I'm level 30. Which place do you think it's better for me to go to brush my level? Try to pick something with more experience. As for the difficulty of brushing monsters, you don't have to think about it at all. Since I want to do so, naturally I have a way to do it as well. If it was an ordinary person, Su Zichuan still felt that saying such words was blowing awesome, but Yun-Yi he really couldn't spray it, because it was a real pervert awesome. Let's do it this way, we both add a contact first. At that time I'll pass all those copies of the information to you. You'll slowly look at it yourself then. If there's anything you don't understand you can ask me at any time. Senior, I'm usually free. Yun-Yi nodded. The two of them just chatted in the car while doing so, and soon the car drove into Jingwu University. Yun-Yi looked at the scenery along the road that was called a pleasant view and comfortable environment. Then very quickly Yun-Yi followed Su Zichuan to the enrollment office. Since the school hasn't officially opened yet, you can't officially register, but you can report it and get your accommodations arranged first, and then you'll be able to live in the dormitory directly. Yun-Yi nodded. Okay senpai, you can help me with that. Su Zichuan picked up a sheet from the table and then handed it to Yun-Yi. You fill it out first. I'll take you to your dormitory when you're done. And by the way, I'll take you inside the school for a stroll to familiarize yourself with the environment. Soon Yun-Yi filled out the form. Go. Su Zichuan and Yun-Yi walked side by side, and as they walked, Su Zichuan introduced himself. This way is the library. Su Zichuan pointed his finger at a building, and Yun-Yi looked over and realized that it was indeed very large. Immediately after that, Su Zichuan added, this is not an ordinary library. The library inside is divided into 4 floors. 1 or 2 floors we students can just enter. What copy of the information and some monster research, and even some of the relics are documented, as well as copy of the equipment and what the research is also countless. There is almost no you cannot find. As for these 3 levels, you'll need certain permissions, or credit redemption qualifications to get in. And as for what's there, I haven't been in there anyway, but I've been told that if there's any problems going to the 3rd level there's something that can be done about it. Su Zichuan's words immediately made Yun-Yi feel curious. In that case, is there a record of it within the cataclysm as well? Yun-Yi instantly a little want to go. Chapter 54. Copy of Soul Body, Ethic Divine Soul. However, Yun-Yi was just thinking about it. After all, how did Yun-Yi know about this kind of problem? So Yun-Yi decided to see what happens when the time comes. Immediately following Su Zichuan, he suddenly received another call. Why is there something for me over there? Yun-Yi clearly heard the sound of the phone on Su Zichuan's side, so he hurriedly said, Senior, if you have something to do you go ahead. I can do it myself on my side. Su Zichuan glanced at Yun-Yi and inquired again, are you sure you can? Yun-Yi nodded before Su Zichuan finally left. While waiting for Su Zichuan to leave, Yun-Yi walked alone on the campus of Jingwu University. Since school hadn't started yet, there was hardly anyone there, but of course it wasn't completely empty. Yun-Yi was still able to see a few of them sporadically before he finally saw the dormitory area after walking for quite a while. But what Yun-Yi did not expect was that a townhouse just appeared in front of him. Not Big Brother. 4 students to live in a villa. This is Jingwu University? I really didn't come here for nothing, huh? This little villa living. This shall not be cool. Yun-Yi originally thought that it was just an ordinary dormitory, and also intended that if it was to live with others, Yun-Yi decided to go outside to rent a house by himself, but did not expect that it was actually this kind of detached small villa. Yun-Yi instantly dispelled this idea. Immediately after that, Yun-Yi walked into the dormitory and then found his number in the rows and rows of dormitories. But just then, a familiar figure appeared in front of Yun-Yi. Sister Gu? Yun-Yi cried out softly. The figure that had just walked out of the villa turned his head to look at Yun-Yi. Only then did he see that it was Yun-Yi, and his originally calm expression suddenly became a touch odd. Why does he live next to me? Just then Gu Qinghan suddenly thought that she had just told Yun-Yi to go to school on his own without him, and excused herself by saying that she had gone to complete a mission. It felt a little awkward. There's a sense of being caught lying on the spot. Gu Qinghan subconsciously wanted to turn her head back to the dormitory, but Yun-Yi had already walked over. What Yun-Yi thought was that since they were neighbors, they should say hello and get to know each other, and then they could also help each other with anything and have a meal together or something. Gu Qinghan, on the other hand, was a bit flustered as she thought Yun-Yi would ask him why he was making excuses to lie to him. Although the outward pretense remained bland, the heart was already panicked. Sister Gu? Yun-Yi turned his head towards the often dazed Gu Qinghan and called out again. It was only when Yun-Yi arrived next to Gu Qinghan that she finally turned her head to aim at him, then stared expressionlessly into Yun-Yi's eyes. Yun-Yi, who was stared at by these icy eyes, was a little embarrassed, and the words he originally wanted to say were swallowed back. So in the end, he could only say hello before rushing back to his villa. It was only after opening the door and entering the villa that Ginny finally breathed a sigh of relief. Why is it that whenever those eyes of hers stare at me, I want to run? Yuni didn't know what it was all about, but he was indeed frightened. After sitting on the sofa in the living room and lying down for a while, it was only then that Ginny finally began to measure up to do up this small villa. The villa had 3 floors, with almost all kinds of facilities, and even on the top floor of the 3rd floor, there was an open-air bath, which simply refreshed Yuni. Yuni first took a brief shower, then sat on the living room sofa and started thinking about what to do. After thinking about it, Yuni took out the white bead. Let's do the soul body quest first, and see what kind of talent an epic level soul body has first. Whether or not to enter the copy of the purified soul. Clicking on the confirmation, with a spinning of the sky, Yun-Yi appeared on an open plain, surrounded by rolling hills, with a few leisurely white clouds floating in the sky. Suddenly, Yun-Yi's gaze was attracted by a lofty altar in front of him. The altar towered over the city, its base wide enough to hold hundreds of people. The pillars were carved with intricate patterns, which Yun-Yi felt could be mythical creatures or ancient symbols that told ancient stories. The altar was covered with golden decorations that shone in the sunlight, adding a touch of sanctity and solemnity. The steps and platforms of the altar may be painted in bright colors that contrast with the surrounding natural landscape. Yun-Yi surveyed the altar, but realized that there was actually not a single monster around the altar. Yun-Yi originally thought that the copy should be full of monsters, and then eliminating these monsters or fighting some big bosses should be enough to put off the cartoon. But I didn't expect this place to be empty. Nothing else but this altar in front of me. Yun-Yi thought about it and walked towards the altar. The steps to the altar were long, and it took Yun-Yi a while to finally walk up them. And above that altar, a golden silhouette quietly appeared along with Yun-Yi. Yun-Yi watched the golden shadow hovering in the air and did not move. So how the hell do you get through this copy? Yun-Yi was very good at brushing monsters and whatnot, but this kind of copy like solving a puzzle to pass the level. Yun-Yi got it so bad that his brain simply had to explode. Suddenly it occurred to him that it would be difficult to summon the soul out. Immediately after that, Yun-Yi casually waved his hand and let the soul body come out of himself. And as the white figure of the soul body appeared, the golden silhouette suddenly stirred. Immediately after that, the golden shadow leaned towards the soul body. Immediately afterward, a voice suddenly appeared in Yun-Yi's mind. Divine soul fusion. Sharing divine power. Immediately after that, the golden shadow suddenly shone brightly, illuminating the entire world as if it were the sun. And Yun-Yi's eyes almost went blind, but it didn't last for a while. As the light disappeared, Yun-Yi received a system prompt. Consume 1,000,000 evolution points. Your summoned soul body evolves into a divine soul. Race evolves into being a divine soul. Gains talent. Divine power sharing, SSS level. Yun-Yi looked at his system prompt with a confused face. Not what the? To evolve an epic. You're telling me you want 1,000,000 evolution points? What's the matter? Have you eaten a gold bump? Or have you ascended to become a god? How could Yun-Yi not expect that evolving a soul body would actually require him to have 1,000,000 evolution points? Originally he thought that the 500,000 from the Lord of Wolves was already tops, but he didn't expect there to be even more fierce ones. However, when Yun-Yi saw that 3's rank talent, he instantly changed his expression. From now on, the divine soul is my father. Not to mention 1,000,000 evolution points. Even if it's 10,100,000,000 evolution points, I can afford it. And the reason why a district talent could make Yun-Yi cry out for his father was simple. Yun-Yi first tapped on the attributes of today's divine soul. Summon, divine spirit, evolvable. Race, divine soul. Level, first order LV. 17,000%. Life value, 30,000/30,000. Mana, 96,000/96,000. Strength, 30. Endurance, 30. Spirit, 380. Agility, 20. Physical fitness, 80. Skills, none. Talents, divine sharing, SSS. Soul protection, A. Spirit increase, B. Spiritual body, C. Extra protection, C. Possession, D. Protection, D. Overall rating, epic. Chapter 55. Sharing divine power. Of course the attributes were high, but none of that was the point. The point was the SSS level divine power sharing. Divine power sharing, SSS level. Can form a divine chain with any living being? The formation of the divine chain will share all the abilities of both sides including but not limited to skills, attributes, talent, etc. The gap between the two sides over the divine chain to maintain the greater the consumption of. That's right, the reason Yun-Yi would be so excited was because of this. Not only could they share attributes, they could also share talents and skills. This was equivalent to Yun-Yi being able to have that perverted attribute like the Lord of Skeletons. as well as that perverted talent of imprisoning people in the air with his hands, and there was no need to worry in the slightest about the enemy cutting himself as a summoner. Any enemy that dared to come, Yuni would directly have a divine power sharing, and it would be his perverted summons that he would be facing then. However, just when Yuni thought that the copy would end after the ability was passed on, suddenly the surroundings instantly became pitch black, followed by monsters that suddenly appeared from nowhere and were crawling towards the altar here where Yuni was. Yuni casually scanned those monsters crawling towards the altar, and instantly felt that these monsters had come at just the right time. I was just about to try out this ability when you guys showed up, so I'm going to start. Immediately following the fall of Yunyi's command, a golden chain instantly connected Yunyi and the Skeleton Lord. Yunyi looked at his attribute panel, and it was instantly replaced with the same attribute panel of the Skeleton King. Even the talents and whatnot were exactly the same. And feeling the power that had suddenly appeared in his body, Yunyi was thrilled for a moment. It's finally my turn to get high. The power of manipulation. Yunyi casually released the main manipulative power of the skeleton of the skull, and immediately afterward, he felt as if he had a pair of large invisible hands instantly enveloping those monsters, and those monsters were played with wantonly under his big hands. Immediately afterward, with a movement of his mind, those monsters that suddenly appeared instantly turned into several sections and knots. However, before he could play for a while, Yunyi suddenly felt his power disappear and realized that he should have exhausted his divine soul's mana. After thinking about it, Yunyi wasn't going to play. Lord of Skeletons, destroy them. Let's get out early. The Lord of Skeletons, who received the order, hurriedly flew into the air, followed by all the monsters around him levitating in the air at the same time. Then with a casual squeeze from the Lord of Skeletons, the monsters instantly turned into a puddle of flesh and blood and collapsed around them. Of course this move was strong and cool, but only if there was enough mana. Yunyi briefly looked at it. The Lord of Skeletons had used nearly half of his mana for this one. Of course a prompting voice sounded in the system. Your summon, Lord of Skeletons, has slain the LV. 42 Abyssal Fae and gained 7,065 experience points, 250 bonus points for crossing over to kill. Your summon, Lord of Skeletons, has slain the LV. 44 Abyssal Fae and gained 7,545 experience points, 275 bonus points for crossing over to kill. Yunyi looked at the experience and it gave an okay amount, so he slowly waited for the monsters to refresh. I don't know how long it took to brush, but Yunyi finally came out of the copy. You've passed your copy, Purified Soul. Yunyi briefly swept a glance and didn't look at it anymore. Immediately after that, he looked at the time and realized that it was getting late and Yunyi had not eaten until now. After thinking about it, he called Seoji-chun. Hey senior, are you free right now? I'd like to invite you to dinner. Oh, it's schoolmate. I'm in the cafeteria right now, you can come straight over. Okay, senpai, I'll be right over. Yunyi briefly changed his clothes and then went out. He soon arrived at the cafeteria and met Suzichuan. But besides himself, there was a girl next to him. The looks were okay, and if he didn't speak, Yunyi thought it was a sweet girl. But it was a pity that the dialect made Yunyi lose his illusions instantly. It's Senior Yunyi. Sit down. Sit down. The girl greeted Yunyi with her posh voice as soon as they met. Yunyi originally thought that he was quite outgoing, only somehow he was made a little less bold to speak. Ha ha, hello schoolteacher. And that's when Suzichuan said, Schoolboy, let's both of us go in order first. And let senior sister Su wait here for a bit. Hearing Suzichuan's words, Yunyi hurriedly agreed before following Suzichuan out of position. Only after he had just walked a few steps away, Suzichuan patted his chest and whispered to Yunyi with a look of a great favor that could not be repaid. Yunyi, you've come just in time. What is it? Senpai, do you know what that senior sister just asked me for? Yunyi said uncertainly after thinking about it. It's not going to you, is it? Not in your head. What were you thinking? She actually wanted to take me to brush up on monsters, you know? Suzichuan looked sad. Isn't it a good thing to take you to brush the monsters? Just promise her no. Yunyi was a bit puzzled. You don't know what she means by brushing monsters. If she brushes monsters, she stays in a copy for at least a month, practically living in a copy. Can you imagine? Eat, drink, and sleep all in the copy just to brush a monster and raise a level. When Yunyi heard Suzichuan's description, he not only thought of how he seemed to have, at first, done the same thing, it was only that he had to go back. After all, it was uncomfortable to sleep in the wilderness, and almost the rest of the time he was inside the practicing area or the copies, going to the mall to clear out his loot backpack if he had the time. So in a way, Yunyi was likewise a bit of a pervert. So senior, how many levels is this schoolmate? Suzichuan thought about it and said with a bit of uncertainty. I remember she seemed to be 62 or 3 levels before she left. I don't know much about the exact level, but after this brush for a month back, she should be 67 or 80. Or of course, she could be level 70. After all, the duplicates she goes to are usually more perverted in difficulty, so they give more experience. Yun-Yi nodded. For this kind of brush hitch, Yun-Yi actually still wanted it, except that Yun-Yi needed to hide his summons on the one hand, and on the other hand the level gap between the two sides was too big. Yun-Yi would not agree even if he wanted to go to that senior sister in 9 cases out of 10, so Yun-Yi still dismissed this idea. So this schoolmate has something to do with the senior? Su Zichuan smiled. That's a big deal. What's coming? She is the same tutor as me. I am obviously in the same class as her, but she often refers to herself as a senior sister because she is older than me, and because I can't beat her, she harasses me a lot. Well, can't say harassment. It's the mentor said. Master and brother should help each other. She saw that my level is too low to look at, and then often take me to practice leveling. I wanted to go at first. After all, the rank was too low and it was a bit of a loss of face for my mentor, but she was just too perverted back there and I didn't want to go. Chapter 56. Summoners Guild. Taunted. Yun-Yi and Su Zichun chatted for a while before they started ordering. After finishing his meal, Yun-Yi suddenly remembered that he seemed to have never been to the Summoners Guild. Guilds are generally divided into two kinds. One is the top strong people created by the only belong to the profession of the big guild. That is, like what the Warrior Guild and what the Mage Guild and so on. Of course, this guild generally has no profit-making purpose, and does not belong to a person's power. This generally have official support operations, belonging to the profession of an exchange platform and so on. The other kind belongs to a certain power investment, the creation of private guilds. Guilds and members belong to more, between the boss and employees. And then the purpose of such guilds is usually to make a profit by killing bosses or swiping whatever equipment they can sell. And Yun-Yi wants to go as their top summoner profession awakened person founded guild. Yun-Yi in fact before the destruction of the former Tianqing city and Qingyun city have been to the summoner guild, but after all, it is only a small city, plus the summoner itself is. The vulnerable profession is not as good as the warrior and the mage. So naturally it's almost like a workstation. Consult something and it's gone. And now that he had arrived in Kyoto, Yun-Yi definitely wanted to take a good look at what the headquarters of the Summoners Guild was really like. After all, Yun-Yi had been so long that he had seen all the professions of warrior, mage, assassin and whatnot, but he just hadn't seen a professional awakened person who was the same as his summoner. Senior, do you know where the Summoners Guild is? Su Zichuan subconsciously asked. Going there for what? It suddenly occurred to him that Yun-Yi was the summoner profession, and going to the Summoner Guild didn't seem to be a problem. You can just search directly on the map. There is navigation. But I advise you don't just go to do the quests inside the guild. As well as all those people in the guild are also careful. Some of the old greaseballs like to pit newbies like you who haven't been there before. Yun-Yi nodded. Senior's advice and whatnot should still be listened to. Then I'll go back to my dormitory first. Bye-bye senior. Early the next morning, Yun-Yi went straight out of the school gate and took a taxi to the Summoners Guild. The distance was a bit far, and it took Yun-Yi an old while to make it to the place. Then just as he got out of the car, he saw a statue in the shape of a huge man, standing in the doorway, and around them were some people investments. These should all be summoners, right? Yun-Yi surveyed those people and found that they were also mediocre. However, what Yun-Yi did not expect was that Yun-Yi walked in and found that most of the people were wearing various kinds of vestments, while he alone was wearing casual clothes, which was like an anomaly in this. Of course, most of the people had things to do and didn't have time to pay attention to Yun-Yi. Even if they found out that he was only wearing a casual outfit, they just thought it was a bit strange. Immediately after that, Yun-Yi cast his gaze in front of a receptionist. How do I choose a mission? Yun-Yi asked suspiciously. Is it new? Yun-Yi nodded. Over here you need to register your summon and your level. And of course if you're in a special summoning profession, you need to make a registration as well. Yun-Yi didn't expect it to be so troublesome, but he still obediently registered. The level and whatnot was of course written as usual, but for the summons, Yun-Yi thought about it and filled in his own normal level eagle, and after seeing that Yun-Yi's summon was just an ordinary level eagle, although the staff did not say anything, the hint of disdain in their eyes was detected by Yun-Yi. Yun-Yi did not intend to take it personally. After all, it was normal for ordinary levels to be looked down upon, but who knew that person? Upon seeing Yun-Yi's level 30, suddenly burst out laughing. Yun-Yi didn't know what he was laughing at, but the laugh attracted the other summoners. And as the onlooker summoners saw that Yun-Yi had brushed up to level 30, relying only on an ordinary eagle summoner, gasps of surprise instantly rang out. Dude, you're from the countryside. Aren't you coming to the capital for the first time? You can't even afford an excellent level summon. You might as well change your profession. Ha ha ha. Yun-Yi didn't expect to be mocked and even humiliated like this just for filling out a registration form. and suddenly got a little angry. Standing up instantly, he looked straight at the summoner who had just said he was from the countryside. And the man was taken aback when he saw Yuni just stand up so suddenly, but turn around and start taunting again. No buddy, so you're from the country and you're in a hurry? Or did you come from the countryside and don't even have an excellent grade summoner scroll? The man pulled out his ears, then blew off the earwax seeing that Yuni did not make any other movements. He wanted to turn his head and leave. I thought you were going to hit me, but I didn't think you'd even dare to fart. And although the others didn't say anything, they had already felt that this brat was a good bully at Yuni's such a wimpy behavior. Some of them had even thought of how to pit Yuni later. Yuni glanced at the man who had left, then tore off the registration form with his backhand. He now knew why Su Zichuan had to give him all that advice. He was said to be so because of his high level and only having an ordinary level summon. This kind of blatant discrimination. Even if he gave money for Yuni to enter, Yuni didn't want to enter, and waited until Yuni was about to leave suddenly surrounded those people, and then holding a scroll in his hand, he pushed at Yuni. Excellent grade summoner learning scroll. I'll charge you 500,000 blue star coins. How's that for a good deal? My. I just want the 400,000. Yuni glanced at their learning scrolls and realized that they were just some ordinary excellent grades, and there were even 1 or 2 ordinary grades among them, which were also brought to be sold as excellent grades. Yuni felt like he was treated like a cutie for the first time like this, but Yuni suddenly thought of a good way to make money. Since they're selling fakes, I'll be looking for you guys when the time comes. Yuni would not let go of any of these people who wanted to screw him out of his money. As for whether or not you can beat it, is the legendary Lord of Skeletons messing with you? But Yuni just wrote these people down one by one and threw up little markers and such. It's time to be able to sense on. Then he went after the guy who dared to taunt himself like that in public. In fact, Yuni wanted to make a move at that time, but it wasn't too good to expose his strength with so many people, so Yuni thought better of it. After all, it's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Yuni would have to teach this guy, who dared to humiliate him in public, a good lesson. As for what happened to him for humiliating him, although the crime was not to death, he must be disgraced. If you dare to mess with me, I'll make you suffer. 2 days later, it is reported that the Summoners Guild, a naked summoner, was hung on the statue of their president. The number of onlookers at the scene is higher. Then we interviewed the onlookers. Chapter 57, Entrance Trial. The corner of Yunyi's mouth curled up slightly as he watched the news on the TV. I didn't realize this guy was a model, with such a great body. Meanwhile, in a luxurious manner, Zhao Lin Chang, do you know that what you've caused this time has spread to father? Do you know how much you've disgraced our Zhao family? The Tang Zhao family's son was actually hung on a statue in public, and ing naked. Know how those friends of mine laughed at me at the time when they saw the news? They say my Zhao family has produced a nude model, while Zhao Linchang, who was kneeling on the ground, said in a trembling voice with a scared look on his face, "Brother, I don't know what's going on. I obviously slept well in the hotel yesterday. The result is that as soon as I woke up I felt a sharp pain all over my body. My eyes were still blindfolded. And then what say? Dilly-dallying? What a look. And then I showed up there." Zhao Ling Tian looked at his untalented brother with an angry face. Usually arrogant and bossy everywhere is even so. I did not expect to be able to make a fool of their Zhao family like this. Don't you have 2 turn 2 level 50 bodyguards? Where did you get those 2 bodyguards? Zhao Lincheng scratched his head and thought about it. I got tired of bothering the 2 of them when I went to the bar yesterday, so I had them wait outside. Then I went to the hotel and forgot about both of them, so they should still be there now, right? Zhao Ling Tian was filled with speechlessness. Why don't you call the 2 of them back? What are you doing being a doormat for someone else's bar, right? Zhao Lincheng hurriedly picked up his cell phone to make a call. Wait until Zhao Lincheng finished his phone call. Zhao Ling Tian was somewhat helpless. I don't even bother with your. If father hadn't told me to keep a good eye on you, I wouldn't even look at you. Zhao Lin Chang, who was still kneeling on the ground, saw that Zhao Ling Tian's attitude had eased, and was also quick to compound the situation. Big brother, what you said is right. It's just that I can't leave this revenge unrevenged. We've been humiliated like this. If we don't take revenge, how will the other forces look at us? Zhao Ling Tian looked at Zhao Lincheng with disdain. Nonsense. I can't help but know. Think about which people you've recently made enemies with, or which power you've messed with that dares to humiliate our Zhao family like this. Zhao Lincheng knelt on the ground and thought about it. Brother, why don't I sit down first or my legs will be ruined? Zhao Ling Tian didn't say anything, just waved his hand. Zhao Lincheng hurriedly sat down on the sofa, muttered, I've just been moving around those places lately, and I don't remember messing with anyone let alone any power, but there seems to be one lately. What man? Zhao Ling Tian inquired. I had nothing better to do than go to the Summoners Guild to see if there were any little sisters I needed to take, but I ran into a level 30 kid who was still using a normal level summon countryside, and I thought it was too funny so I said a couple words about him, and then the kid got antsy, but that country boy was a wimp. I thought he was going to make a move, but he held back his fart for half a day and didn't dare to let one out. Then I ran away when I didn't feel like it. Zhao Ling Tian pondered. What's the name of that country boy you were talking about? Zhao Linsheng scratched his head and thought carefully, but couldn't remember how. I think it's called something about a cloud or something? Zhao Ling Tian felt as if he hadn't heard of any power surnamed Yun or anything either. Except for one person. You said that Yun something's kid. Isn't his name Yun Yi? Zhao Linsheng's eyes lit up. Hey, it's just Yun Yi. Brother, how did you know? Zhao Ling Tian slowly spoke. Do you remember the Awakened High School trial? What's there to remember about that? Didn't you also say at the time that number 1 rank Lin Shen? If he could join your guild's strength would definitely have a huge boost. What's wrong, big brother? At that time, on the first day of the start of the Awakened One's higher education trial, wasn't there a person who directly surpassed that Lin Shen to get the first place? And that person's name was Yun Yi. Zhao Linsheng was suddenly enlightened when he thought of this. That's right, 2 people with the same name and the same occupation. It's definitely that kid. But I remember that the reason he was able to surpass Lin Shen for first place back then was because he had an elite level summon. But this Yun Yi, didn't he only have a normal level summon? Zhao Ling Tian looked at him like a little cutie. Like looking at Zhao Linsheng. You believe whatever that kid says, right? If I say I'm your dad, then I'm really your dad? Day in and day out without some brains. Zhao Linsheng scratched his head and said dully, what are we going to do then, big brother? That kid is now a freshman at Jingwu University. If our Zhao family directly targets it, it will definitely cause dissatisfaction in Jingwu. Go and take a look at those Jingwu students in our investment list. Isn't the school year about to start lately? Have them go and suppress that Yun Yi in the opening trials. I'll see how much longer that kid can still be bouncing around in Jingwu. Zhao Ling Tian said with a hideous expression. Worthy of being a big brother, this tactic little brother I can't help but admire. Senior, you freshmen will be starting school soon. Do you know what the rules of the opening tryouts are? Su Zichuan said to Yun Yi as he drove the car. Senior, how would I know this? If you're going to say you're going to say it, and although I don't hate playing the bar, but you drive me around every day. How idle do you have to be? Why don't you go to the copy and brush up a level? Yun Yi said with a helpless face as he sat in Su Zichuan in the passenger seat. Yun Yi originally intended to go find a place to team copy to brush up his level, but as a result, he just brushed for 2 days. And even the Skeleton Lord's half level of experience was not brushed, so he was called away by Su Zichuan with something to do, and it turned out that Su Zichuan was looking for him to actually just play. Yun Yi thought about playing it. After all, this brush experience is really too boring. As a result, I really didn't expect to play for 4 or 5 days, and straight away, I was getting close to the start of school. Yun Yi was directly a speechless dweller, but after all the playing, Yun Yi wasn't too good to say anything. Of course, as a senior Su Zichuan that is really generous, take Yun Yi drive around to play. Almost the whole of Kyoto fun place to visit half. As for the other half, because Kyoto is really too big, Su Zichuan intends to wait for the free time to take Yun Yi to play again. As for Yun Yi wanting Su Zichun to brush the monsters, that was a non-starter. Yun Yi didn't say anything more about this matter afterwards. What exactly are the rules of the senior opening trial? Su Zichuan smiled faintly. Our Jingwu University's opening ceremony is a big deal. As long as you get first place, not only will you be rewarded with 5,000 credits, but even a tutor from Jingwu University that you can choose at your leisure. It's said that you'll also be rewarded with a relic, and you can even mention a condition at your leisure. As long as it's not too much, Jingwu University will fulfill it. Yun Yi thought about it. You're talking about just rewards here. So what exactly are the rules? Chapter 58. The Silent Exchange. Su Zichuan heatedly smiled. Actually, I don't know. The rules of the entrance trial are different every year. Just like my semester. The entrance trial for our freshmen is a battle in the ring. And the one who can stand in the ring until the end is the first. Yun Yi was suddenly a bit curious. So who's your number 1 in that ring battle? Ha? Su Zichuan said casually. You've seen it? Yun Yi asked suspiciously. When have I seen it? It's my senior sister. Have you forgotten? Yun Yi suddenly remembered the girl he had met that day who looked like a sweet girl but a wave of bravado. That's her? So she's good? Su Zichuan smiled. In her 1 semester here in Jingwu, she broke the record for the shortest time spent on 3 copies and took down an epic boss. Do you think she's awesome? So what's your sister's name anyway? And what's her occupation? Hey, I do not tell you. You then go ask yourself. As for her occupation, well, you guessed I will tell you. Yun Yi looked at Su Zichuan with a speechless face. After getting along with Su Zichuan in the past few days, Yuni realized that although he was very nice and he would help with any favor, he was very and particularly fun-loving. And Yuni couldn't even guess how he managed to get into Jingwu University. You've always said your profession is a support. So what exactly is your profession? Su Zichuan did not speak, but silently extended a hand to Yuni. Immediately afterward, a green light shot out from Su Zichuan's palm. It connected to Yuni. Then a system prompt came to Yuni's ears. You have been attacked. 100 points of blood have been deducted. You've been healed and your blood level has been increased by 100 points. Shouldn't we get a system alert? Yun-yi, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. No buddy, where is the shield added by my divine soul? Where is my defense? Not that you just deducted my blood level whenever you wanted to add it? Senior, what kind of ability do you have that you can actually ignore my defense ignoring my attributes? My profession is that of a life curse master, and my talent is one that can have a direct effect on your life essence. That means no matter how well equipped you are and how many life-saving skills you have, you won't be able to defend yourself against my attacks. But of course I'm a bit more adept at adding blood as well as adding various increase effects and whatnot as opposed to subtracting your blood. How could Yuni not expect that Su Zichun, a senior that Yuni felt was rather salty, actually had such a powerful profession? He thought that Su Zichun came in through the back door. No senpai, so you have such a powerful profession. Why won't you properly go and practice leveling and brushing monsters to improve your strength? What about when you graduate from Kyobu University so you can contribute to humanity? Su Zichuan didn't answer the question, but spoke slowly. Senior Yun-yi, what do you think of humans nowadays? How about what? Have you noticed that we are living in an environment that is so safe and comfortable that it is as if we have not received the effects of the fusion of the worlds at all? Hearing Su Zichuan's words, Yuni thought about it indeed. Though the school had been telling them that the world was dangerous, telling them to become professional awakeners, that humanity needed them. But in fact, if it wasn't for the alien beasts outside the city rioting, Yunyi's 3 years felt exactly the same as in the normal world, just with more professions or systems or whatever. No, didn't the Skycloud city I was in before suffer a riot of foreign beasts and almost the entire city was destroyed? Su Zichuan shook his head. The probability of an alien beast riot is just too small, and there's a high probability that this is a disaster done by those with the best intentions. Yunyi was silent when he heard Su Zichuan's words. How could he not expect Su Zichuan to guess the truth about the Fey riot just like that? If Yuni hadn't encountered that uncle, along with the fact that the king of the undead at the time had been attacked, there was a high probability that Yuni would have assumed that it was just an accidental catastrophe. Seeing that Yuni did not retort any further, Su Zichuan continued, because the real dangers are insulated. Or rather we are enclosed in a cage that is at least temporarily safe. And that cage is naturally created by those of us who are the top of the human powerhouse, to give humanity a place to languish. Why do you say that? Yuni suddenly said. Instead of answering that question, Su Zichuan asked Yuni a question. Do you know what mankind was like 100 years ago, before the world was fused? At that time, the area controlled by human beings was not just a district of hundreds of cities, but an entire complete continent, or even more than one continent. And today, Su Zichuan didn't say any more, but Yuni also understood that other than these hundreds of cities, the rest of humanity had been occupied by the fusion of other worlds, and if it weren't for those top human powerhouses fighting to the death to protect them, humanity would be afraid that they wouldn't even be able to keep hundreds of cities, and then humanity wouldn't be far from extinction. Just when Yuni still wanted to listen, Su Zichuan suddenly changed the topic and said, well, we'll be arriving at the school soon, so you should rest well tonight and meet tomorrow's entrance trial well. By then if you kid can't get a rank, just say that you know Su Zichuan for example. I can't afford to lose this person. How can that be? Soon the car pulled into the school. I'll go back first. Senpai. Yuni got out of the car and waved to Su Zichuan. Seo Jichun smiled in response. Yun-yi, who had returned to his detached villa, looked at the few summons he possessed while thinking about what Su Zichuan had said today. For some things Yun-yi, in fact, has always been thinking. For the rescue of mankind, revival of mankind, this matter, Yuni in fact has always had only a vague concept. Or rather he tried not to let himself think about it, and the reason was simple. Yun-yi couldn't be sure if he could actually save the world, or save humanity, although this talent of his was very powerful, so powerful that almost no one in Yun-yi's same level could beat him, and the few summons that he possessed were also very strong, so strong that it wasn't impossible to even cross the level to solo epic bosses. But for Yun-yi, he just wanted to properly guard him, the people he wanted to guard, or at least not let his family and friends get hurt. Getting stronger was just to have that ability. As for guarding the entire human race, perhaps he would have this ability in the future now, but that would be a later matter, and Yuni would not think about it that much. so as not to be overwhelmed by the immense pressure that was being exerted on him. The reason why Yuni hid this strength was also because of this. The feeling of being expected by millions of people on that day, although it was very cool, but at the same time, those expectations were also like a huge stone that pressed down on the geniuses. A little bit of gasping for breath, that would be able to crush the person to death. Chapter 59. Meeting Lin Mengyao again. With the start of the school year, both freshmen and veterans are all back in school. The originally cold and clear university instantly became crowded, and Yuni also met Lin Duan, who had just enrolled, as well as Fatty. In the school cafeteria, Yuni brought Lin Duan as well as Fatty to eat. Originally, Yuni had only planned to eat with Fatty, but for some reason, Lin Chen had chosen to follow. There was no way Yuni could only carry it. Sitting on the dining table, Yuni looked at the fat man who had become handsome and couldn't help but sigh. This can't call you fat. Damn, almost more handsome than me. You kid can spread. What's your real name? Always called you fat, even your name is forgotten. Yun Yi, your grandfather. Even the little master my name do not know. Chen Tianqing, Yun Yi, you kid, give me to remember. Chen Tianqing slapped Yun Yi's shoulder and said cheerfully. He then pointed at Lin Chen, who was sitting beside Yun Yi with a somewhat surprised expression, and said, this can't be that Lin Chen who ranked first in the Awakened One's high school trial, right? Yun Yi nodded. Dude is awesome, right? We know all these big guys. Your kid is mixed up well. You actually know this kind of demon. Don't introduce me yet. Introduction can be. But you kid ing how to run to the Jingwu University. You this ing give me clear. No, you powerful, did not expect you so powerful. Chen Tianqing hammed and hawed and whispered into Yun Yi's ear. I awakened a warrior profession named Rage Demon Battle. As a result, I was spotted by a senior and said that he wanted to take me as a disciple. When I inquired, guess what? It's actually a teacher from Jingwu University. Not just any teacher. It's rumored that he was a professor before, and he even went into the army. So how could I not worship him as a teacher? So you came in? Yuni was slightly surprised. Suddenly on the sidelines, without saying a word, Linden said, you are talking about Lin Tianwu, old senior. His profession is the same as yours, as Rage Demon Warfare. But it is said that he has never confiscated a disciple, because he feels that there is nothing he can teach in this profession. I didn't think that your kid is lucky to actually be able to awaken the same profession of that senior. Then you have to cherish it. It's rumored that that senior was so close to hitting the threshold of the third rank. Yuni listened to Lin Chen's words and suddenly heard a word that made him curious. Third rank? How many ranks does that have to be? Lindu? Lindus looked back at a comic Yun-Yi, obviously not expecting Yun-Yi to not know this knowledge, but still continued to explain. A turn, 2 turn, 3 turn, the level breakthrough were 10, 50 level, 100 level. In did not break through 100 level before that as a first order awakened person. This stage belongs to most of the professional awakened persons area. Some people maybe a lifetime cannot reach the third turn of the level of 100 it, and on top of this is the third turn breakthrough 100 level later. From level 100 to level 200 are all 4 turns. Of course, also known as this time belongs to the second stage of professional awakening. Belongs to the stage that requires a certain amount of talent and hard work to reach. But a little bit of talent can also be reached by hard work. I go that third rank isn't a thief. Is my master Lin Tianwu more than 200 levels? Chen Tianqing asked with great curiosity. Lin Chen shook his head and thought for a moment and said, according to the information I've accessed, your master should be over 500 levels by now. But of course it doesn't belong to the third rank by now. This time, not only Chen Tianqing but even Yuni revealed a look of disbelief. No dude, you're not kidding. Over 500 levels doesn't even count as third rank. How many levels does that have to be? Chen Tianqing said with great surprise. Lin Duan shook his head. The third rank should belong to the god rank if we're being precise. If we're talking about summons, it probably belongs to the mythic rank. The first rank and second rank only require leveling up and completing the transfer quests. But there's no record on how to become the third rank. For example, your master is now level 500 but doesn't belong to the third rank, or the god rank, yet. Chen Tianqing still looked surprised, but it made Yuni ponder what was going on with his legendary Lord of Skeletons, or what was going on with evolving into a mythic pole afterward. Yun-Yi couldn't help but shake his head as he looked at the 100 million evolution points needed to evolve to the mythic level. He still didn't know how long it would take to save up these 100 million evolution points. Not to mention that evolving to the mythic level surely couldn't only require 100 million evolution points. There was also the quest about the Lord of Wolves, which Yun-Yi also intended to complete properly, but not having any clues was indeed annoying. Okay, everyone first don't say, these are too far away from us. We are just some 20, 30, 40 or 50 level freshmen. Even the second turn is not, don't think so much. Chen Tianqing yelled at everyone. After thinking about it, Yun-Yi and Lin Dust also did not say more. These two demons extremely perverted level and so on certainly to the death brush, but then these two people are very low-key, even if the level is high, but also not likely to take the initiative to say it to show off. Yuni was purely trying to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger to pretend to be a tiger, and in the meantime not too arousing others, while Lin Chen would not communicate too much with people except for this Yuni, or there was no need to communicate. After dinner the three of them went back to their respective dormitories, but Yuni saw a familiar figure on the way back, a short loli with red hair and a haughty face, like a Princess Lin Mengyao. For this kind of extremely troublesome character Yuni naturally did not want to deal with too much, but heaven forbid. Although Yuni tried to hide as much as he could, somehow he was still recognized by Lin Mengyao at a glance. Yuni. In the blink of an eye Lin Mengyao had already appeared in front of Yuni. Auntie, you've mistaken me for someone else, I'm not Yuni. Yuni tried his best to hide it, but Lin Mengyao couldn't care less. Why can't you recognize me? Or do you hate me? Yuni looked at Lin Mengyao's bad smile and knew that he had to admit it now. Alright, I'm Yuni. May I ask what Auntie wants to see me about? I knew you would definitely be able to go to Kyungwoo University. You're so strong, how could you not go? As for me, I can't find you if I have nothing to do? Lin Mengyao crossed her arms and beamed. Lin Mengyao's adorable appearance Yuni simply couldn't bear to look at it. More accurately it should be that he didn't dare to look at it. You can find Auntie whenever you want, but I'm going back to my dorm on my side. Why don't you come find me tomorrow? Lin Mengyao nodded after thinking about it. Alright, then I'll come find you tomorrow. But the entrance trial is tomorrow, so I'll come find you when the entrance trial is over. Yuni hurriedly nodded and then hoofed it off. Damn, forgot that Lin Mengyao's profession is also very strong. It's easy to go to a Jingwu University. I should have known to avoid it. But how come Xia you didn't come to Kyobu? Chapter 60. Soldier of Titans? Cheng Guang's provocation. Yuni planned to ask again when the time came. The next morning Yuni came early to the assembly playground that was notified by the school. There's already a bunch of people gathered there at this point. After waiting for a while Yuni saw Chen Tianqing and also Lin Duan rushing over. Just wanted to greet, but suddenly heard the spiral ringing zero sound in the air. Looked up. A full-body black color helicopter, suspended in the air. And some sharp-eyed people around them recognized the owner of the plane and instantly exclaimed in shock. The symbol of the Cheng family in the capital. It only came to Jingwu at this time of the year. And on it is the Cheng family's third young master, Cheng Guang, who awakened the Titan soldier. As soon as the words left his mouth, a black figure in armor jumped down with a jerk directly from the plane and landed on the playground. A violent crash came immediately afterward. When the smoke cleared, the crowd then turned their attention to it. A huge mech with a metallic luster that was black in color then appeared in front of the crowd. The mech slowly stood up from the ground, like a god of war emitting unparalleled might as it slowly walked towards the crowd. This kind of might, this kind of look. Can it be that this is the final battle armor that the Cheng family spent countless relics of materials to make specifically for the awakening of Cheng Wang's Titan soldier? While listening to the commentary, the surrounding people looked at the battle armor and couldn't help but show envy and admiration. As for Chen Tianqing, who was also a warrior profession, he also revealed an expression of people being more angry than people, which made Yuni simply laugh. When did our Chen family's young masters start envying others? Isn't your family rich too? Chen Tianqing turned his head and gave Yuni a look without any good humor before speaking. This can compare. This is the capital Cheng family. In the whole of Kyoto is one of the top big families. You just look at that, a battle armor. On that one arm installed relics and materials. If according to the blue star currency to calculate, without a 200 or 300 million don't want to take it down. Not to mention that this whole body's so much parts. At least estimated 200 or 300 million blue star currency it. Not to mention relics, most of them are priced without a market. You can't even buy them if you want to. Yuni was a bit surprised. Isn't it so rich? What's the point of him going to school then? Why don't he just lie down? Lin Duan suddenly said at this time. He may have more than 30 billion in this body. That core in his chest that is responsible for the drive seems to be an ancient relic that appeared from a relic in a certain world. I remember that the starting price at that time was all 10 billion, and in the end it seems to have been bought by a mysterious family that spent 30 billion. Yuni really couldn't help but scold these dogs this time. No, buddy. I previously went through that trouble to get together that little bit of money in order to gather enough 5 million evolution points, and as a result, you tell me that my 500 million isn't enough to buy a single part on someone else's body. It's true that people are more angry than people, and goods are thrown away than goods. Ah. Yuni cursed bitterly in his heart. And the more he looked at that mech, the more unpleasant it became. Just as the three of them were still in the middle of a heated discussion, Cheng Guang, who was dressed in a black mech, walked straight over in the direction of the three of them. Good, I didn't expect you three guys to get together. Now I'll have to clean you up. Cheng Guang looked at Yuni, Lin Duan, and Chen Tianqing. The reason he was looking for the two guys in front of him was because he had lost to these two guys on the Awaken 1 high school exam. And as for that Chen Tianqing, I made so many preparations to get that Lin Tianwu to accept me as his disciple. And in the end, he told me that he never accepts disciples. And it was so hard for me to give up, only to turn around and tell me that he's taken a disciple. And it's still a brat who's completely inferior to him. This matter for Cheng Wang is simply an insult in the insult. Although he did not dare to Lin Tianwu how. After all, in the capital no matter who have to give him 3 thin face. But against Chen Tianqing he will not be merciful. And this scene felt different in the eyes of those around them. Young master of the Chang family, why did he walk towards that group of people? Looking at this aggressive stance, can't it be that they've messed with Cheng Wan? Impossible. What can provoke him? Under normal circumstances would have run away. Cheng Guang slowly opened the battle armor mask on his head as he walked. I didn't realize that the 3 of you had actually gotten together, so now I won't have to take my time finding you to clean up. Although Cheng Guang was expressionless, but Yuni could still tell that this person was coming from a bad place. Moreover, he had just heard the identity of this person, so he was naturally a bit wary. Yuni was just about to open his mouth to speak. However, Lin Duan was the first to speak. You're the third? Cheng Guang didn't speak, but instead sized up Lin Chen. Immediately afterward, only a bang was heard as the two instantly struck out, and the crowd present did not react. Cheng Guang carried an unrivaled might as he blasted his fist directly at Lin Chen, while Lin Chen also pulled out a longsword towards Cheng Guang's attack and ruthlessly faced it. In terms of attack as a skychopper profession, Lin Duan is not afraid of any profession. Even if you have a powerful equipment, so what? As long as the long sword is in hand, even if it is the sky for you to chop down. So miraculously the two of them stalemated like this. But what people didn't expect was that although Lin Chen had carried Cheng Guang's fists, however, the longsword held by Lin Chen shattered like glass. When Cheng Guang saw this, he withdrew his fist, although he was dissatisfied that Lin Chen had pressed himself. But in a situation where the difference in the strength of the weapons was too great, he just won slightly, and he didn't agree with it himself. It's true that a mere second-order advanced equipment can't compare to this battle armor of yours. Lin Chen looked at the long sword that had shattered and said expressionlessly, since your weapon is broken, let's wait until you have new equipment and we'll fight again. Or maybe I'll take off my final war armor and replace it with a set of the same equipment as yours. Cheng Guang said to Lin Chen. Just as the two were about to continue, suddenly the radio sounded. All freshman students, please, organize your ranks in order under the guidance of your teacher, and all students be quiet at once. Only then did the crowd realize that at the very front of the playground, a middle-aged man was already standing on top of the podium. Then the teacher also rushed into the crowd and began to line up the new students for the first time. Just when Yuni thought that Cheng Guang and Lin Duan would not listen to the teachers, he found that Cheng Guang had already taken off his battle armor and obediently lined up, and the same was true for Linden. So Yuni carefully asked Fatty Chen Tianqing, who was standing next to him, by all rights this kind of heavenly pride should be a prick, right? To actually listen to the teacher like that? The corner of Chen Tianqing's mouth grinned slightly as he said in a small voice, if you knew who this middle-aged man at the podium was you probably wouldn't be asking that question. Damn fat ass, don't sell out. Then you owe me a meal for telling you. Chapter 61, Wuji War God Battle Lawlessness. Chen Tianqing said in a cheap manner. Yuni rolled his eyes. Then tell me. Jingwu University is divided into several specialties according to their professions, and this one standing on the stage is the teacher in their warrior specialty, Battle Lawless, and of course he has another name, Wuji War God. Yunyi's eyes instantly lit up when he heard the title of Infinite War God. This is that one-man battlelist battle god who fought a domain? It is said that he was alone at the time, with a sword and a set of armor, and lived to defend for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally killed a legendary-level demonic beast before finally holding out for rear support, and became famous in battle ever since. For this kind of character Yuni naturally had immense admiration, but at the same time Yuni was also a bit scared because apart from the title of Wuji War God, he was also known as Wuji Pervert in the Jingwu because whichever student who taught under him would end up being tortured beyond recognition. It seems like this entrance trial might be fierce, Yuni thought darkly in his heart, and some of the surrounding students also recognized Battle Lawless on the stage. At once some of their legs went soft and even hit can, but soon they adjusted their mind. With a stern expression, Battle Lawless looked around at the freshmen who had already aligned themselves neatly and nodded as well. Seeing the style of all the students, you should know who I am. Even if you don't know the next thing, I'll make you remember me. So I won't talk too much. I'll directly start our new student's entrance trial. Immediately afterward, as his words fell, a figure dressed in black suddenly appeared in front of the crowd. Battle Lawless walked up to the group of black-clothed men, then spoke slowly to the crowd. The rules of this enrollment trial are very simple. Next you will enter a secret realm, and 5 people form a team. Team members you choose. Then I will send these black-clothed men to chase you. You need to escape under the pursuit of these black-clothed men for at least 24 hours. Of course, as long as there is still one member left in the team, you will be considered to have completed the enrollment trial. You need to escape from these men in black for at least 24 hours. I'll send you the next detailed rules over the comms, you can see for yourselves. Immediately afterward, as the words fell, Yoon-Yi's communicator received the rules that were sent. The rules were very simple, similar to what Battle Lawless had said, except that he saw the last one: if the team that didn't complete it would be eliminated by Jingwu University and all the members of the team. Yoon-Yi had just wanted to find Chen Tianqing to discuss this matter, but he ended up seeing a group of people already surrounding Lin Chen and Chang Guang. Obviously, because of this rule, everyone wanted to find these two top 2 ranked big shots to team up with. However, Lin Chen's expression was flat and he did not make any movements or reactions, while Chang Guang which was looking at the crowd surrounding him with a disdainful expression. Then with one hand, he pushed away the crowd, then walked straight towards Battle Lawless' position. Can I ask you a question, teacher? Battle Lawless recognized Chang Guang with a glance, then said in a stern tone, what's the problem directly? What if I defeat these men in black? Battle Lawless seemed to have an expression of anticipation, then said with a light smile, it's very simple. Any of your teams that defeats even just one man in black will be directly counted as advancing and will receive a special reward from the school, and I will personally prepare a reward for you. Chang Guang heard this reply but shook his head in dissatisfaction. I don't want these rewards. I just want one condition. Battle Lawless looked at Chang Guang with interest. On what terms? You say. Chang Guang casually pointed his finger at a man in black and said, if I'm not mistaken, this should be our school's seniors. If they lose, then can they get the hell out of Jingwu like we did? And as Chang Guang's words fell, Warwick's expression became more and more filled with laughter. He didn't answer Chang Guang's question. Instead, he turned his head to the man in black standing behind him. As I'm sure you've all heard, your elementary school brother wants you to get yourselves out of Kyobu. Do you think I should oblige him? Yoon-Yi couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile as he watched this series of operations by Chang Guang. This guy is a complete polar opposite of himself. Yoon-Yi was afraid of getting into any trouble, but Chang Guang was afraid of not getting into any trouble. However, Chang Guang's behavior was causing some of the freshmen to suffer, because some of them had managed to get into Jingwu University with great difficulty and were afraid of being kicked out. And of course, some of them were geniuses and demons who were equally excited as Chang Guang. They were excited to watch Chang Guang's series of behaviors. And at this time, Chen Tianqing also came to Yoon-Yi's side and muttered in a low voice, Yoon-Yi, it seems that this time the entrance trial is afraid to be a lot of bad luck. This guy surnamed Chang's so messed up. Those seniors and sisters are afraid that they are going to do it to death. Yoon-Yi, however, had an expression of indifference. It's okay, let's wait and run farther. We don't play with these perverts. We'll find a place to hide later. I don't believe that we can't beat them or run away from them. As brothers, the two naturally have to form a team. But who are the others we're looking for? Chen Tianqing was somewhat distressed. However, at this time, Lin Chen quietly appeared by Yoon-Yi's side. Yoon-Yi, let me join you, Lin Chen said in a flat tone, not realizing in the slightest that there was a group of people around him that had, in fact, been staring at him. If it's not these two guys who are actually able to make the heaven beheader, Lin Chen, take the initiative to join their team? Sounds like the name is something like Yoon-Yi? I think it was some kind of summoner I remember. The surrounding people had stunned expressions on their faces, not expecting in the slightest that Lin Chen would join a team that was not well known. However, Lin Chen wasn't affected by anyone and directly ignored the people around him. Of course, Lin Chen Tianqing was also startled by Lin Chen joining in. An arm was wrapped around Yoon-Yi. Honestly, explain what exactly is Lin Chen's relationship with you? This joining the team to be with you? Yoon-Yi pondered for a moment. It's like I just saved his life and then he turned into this? Although Yoon-Yi himself felt that he had merely finished off that epic boss, but that was not what Lin Chen thought. He did not expect that he had awakened such a powerful profession to actually lose to Yoon-Yi, and the loss was still so complete. Although it was more due to the fact that he was dragging his feet at the time, but how could he not endure it? So behind him, he gave Yoon-Yi the money without saying a word, but at the same time, his heart was curious about Yoon-Yi. How could he not expect Yoon-Yi to be unable to defeat an epic boss that he couldn't even beat? So he approached Yoon-Yi just to understand him better and used that as a goal until he surpassed it. Yoon-Yi, you wait for me. In the end, Yoon-Yi and Chen Tianqing decided through discussion that Lin Chen was so strong after all, and since he had taken the initiative to join, that wasn't a no-no. Chapter 62, Squad Formation. Start of the competition. However, Yoon-Yi made a request that for those who joined their team, Yoon-Yi had to be the captain, which in short meant that Lin Chen had to follow Yoon-Yi's orders, or else he would rather not have a teammate. The reason why Yoon-Yi gave this order was also very simple. If he eliminated those black-clothed men, he would obviously provoke the older siblings. so he planned to find a place to live. Although his performance was certainly not as bright as that of the other teams, Yuni did not intend to show too much prominence. Chen Tianqing also felt that as far as Yuni was right, why bother making a scene? Lin Dus looked at it and saw that it wasn't a big problem, so he agreed. However, finding 2 more people next made it difficult for Yuni. In case they found certain pitiful teammates, it wouldn't be so much more than just a few people acting together, but 5 people had to be rounded up in the rules posted by Warlord. Yuni turned his gaze to Chen Tianqing, and under an expression that said I don't know anything, he looked back to Lin Chen. Do you know any friends you can recommend? Lin Duan also shook his head to indicate that he didn't. This time, however, 2 people jumped out and seemed to be looking at Linden to start introducing themselves. Yuni looked at the 2 bald brothers who appeared in front of him, seemed to look quite honest. You 2 want to join my team? The brothers nodded their heads in a neat double take. Yes, we would like to join your team, Captain Yuni. Yuni looked at the 2, so he asked a few basic questions, age, profession level as well as name, and most importantly why he joined them. That's naturally because the number 1 ranked big brother Lin Duan is on your team. We brothers especially admire him, so we wanted to join. Yuni nodded with a look of determination. Just from the current behavior alone, these 2 people looked honest and shouldn't be any kind of guys who would make a demon out of themselves. Yuni turned back to discuss with Lin Chen and the 2 of them, and finally agreed to the 2 brothers joining. Just like that, Yuni's team was formed. Soon other teams were forming, but what Yuni did not expect was for Cheng Guan to actually form a team as well. This guy is so proud. I didn't expect that he would also team up with someone. So it seems that he's not as stupid as he thought. Chen Tianqing looked at Cheng Wang's team. However, for Yun Yi to realize, there was an acquaintance of his, Lin Mengyao, in the group. Yuni didn't say much when he saw the situation. After all, it didn't matter, as the team was organized. In just an instant, a huge spatial rift suddenly appeared in front of the crowd. Battle Lawless stood in front of the crack. 5 minutes after all teams enter the secret realm, the men in black will begin their hunt. Before Battle Lawless could finish his sentence, a figure had already swept past him and entered the crack. Immediately afterward, everyone also reacted, instantly entering the tendency to surge towards the crack behind Battle Lawless. Yuni suddenly had a brain fart somehow and discovered a bug in Warren's words. So if I don't enter, won't the men in black start hunting? So Yuni let his teammates enter the rift first, and with everyone entering the rift, only Yuni was left standing there alone. Battle Lawless also spotted Yuni, who was standing there alone. Why don't you go inside? Yuni scratched his head and smiled. Didn't you say all the teams would not start moving until they entered the black? Battle Lawless first froze, then smiled and took out the stopwatch in his hand. 3 minutes, 45 seconds to go. 44 seconds. Yuni was instantly confused when he heard this, and then ran towards the crack at an astonishing speed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Get Ed by 6. The corner of Battle Lawless' mouth smiled lightly. Soldiers don't play with me, kid. A figure suddenly appeared in a dimly unlit passage, and I don't know where the team ran off to. Yuni's original idea was to drag the time a bit to let his teammates run farther away. After all, this black-clothed man is the senior schoolmates, but as a result, he didn't expect to be sixed by this Wuji pervert. Yuni then waved his hand and a black figure appeared in front of him. It was the Lord of Wolves, and Yuni let him smell his body. Find out where this flavor smells. A flip followed and he mounted the Lord of Wolves. The passageway was dark, but the space was not small, and Yuni just rode the Lord of Wolves to look for signs of his teammates. On the other side, Lin Chen and Chen Tianqing and their group of people, although their abilities and strengths were not weak, but in this pitch blackness, the slightest inattention could lead to getting lost, or even losing their teammates. So all of them walked carefully, and since Battle Lawless had already said that this was a relic secret realm, it was likely to have all sorts of mechanisms and traps, so it was even more careful, and the same goes for the other teams. But of course there are mage teams that are different. They have spells that provide direct night vision, as well as detection, so there's no need to worry about that at all. Soon time rushed by, and the men in black entered the secret realm as time arrived. They were all holding a radar that would automatically show the location of the target as long as it was within a certain range, and the target was naturally the freshman. And at this moment in an operation room, Warlord and the teachers who were in charge of the assembly at the very beginning were watching the images on the screen. And in the picture are all those freshmen. Which team do you guys think is the most likely to complete this mission? Or is it just a matter of killing back the black-clad seniors who are after them? Warlord said as he looked into the screen. A somewhat older woman said as she looked at Cheng Guang's squad on the screen. The most likely should be the squad formed by Cheng Guang's one. The team is almost all top 20 on the Awakened list at that time, and almost all of them have been on the top 10. And there's also a third-ranked Titan soldier Cheng Guang sitting here. In terms of strength ranking, this one is definitely the most likely. Indeed, Teacher Li is right. The Titan's soldier Chang Wang, Spirit Frost Mage Zhao Yin, Purgatory Fist Wind Frost, Son of the Wind's Summer Edge, and Soul Devouring Thorn Lin Mengyao are all first-rate in terms of their attributes and talents, as well as their professions, so it's definitely them. Warlord laughed at their words, then spoke another name. Where's that second-ranked Heaven Breaker? Lin Chen? Did you guys forget about him? And these people, who were still talking eloquently, instantly became silent. After all, the team that Lin Chen had joined, while it wasn't to say that it wouldn't work, right, they didn't think much of it except for Lin Chen, a not-so-good summoner with just one elite-level summoner, plus the existence of a mat that only broke through after a fluke awakening to the same profession as that Lin Tianwu. There are 2 others that have been ranked in the top 50, but they've topped out in the top 50. Compared to Cheng Guang's team, it was simply a heaven and a hell. How could they not figure out how Lin Chen would choose that team? Chapter 63. Extreme Elimination. Cheng Guang's squad. Well, let's see how they do. Battle Lawless was curious as to what a team with a demon like Lin Chen taking the initiative to join was like. As for that prick Cheng Guang, Battle Lawless had specially found someone to deal with this guy. As time passed in the ruins, the men in black searched around, quickly eliminating a number of new students. And for every freshman eliminated, a voice announcement came over everyone's comms. Occupation, Power of Silence, Level, First Order, First Turn 21, Name, Ma Guanghe, eliminated, Current remaining numbers, 299, Profession, Holy Warrior, Level, First Order First Turn 20, Name, Yan Wenxin, eliminated current number remaining, 295. Everyone heard the constant elimination announcements coming over the voice announcements, as well as the number of people remaining. In such a short period of time, everyone felt that a pressure was coming towards them. Immediately afterward everyone began to tense up and fled even harder towards the distance. And then suddenly there was another announcement. Yan Wenxin is the last person in the squad and has been eliminated. There are currently 59 teams remaining. Chen Tianqing looked at the 2 brothers face to face, and then looked at Lin Chen, whose expression remained bland. Somewhat worriedly, he said, "What exactly is the strength of this man in black? Eliminating an entire squad so quickly? Would it not be too safe for us to have Yunyi there? Should we wait for him?" The 2 brothers didn't speak, but Lin Chen opened his mouth and said in a still flat tone, "Can't stay here. If I'm not wrong, those black-clothed people chasing us should be second-year seniors and sisters. As far as I understand, the second year of Jingwu must at least reach the level of second turn 50, which means that they have at least a second talent. Both in terms of attributes and talent they are crushing us, so even if it's a whole squad of us we may not be able to deal with it." Chen Tianqing, however, retorted, "You're so strong, plus the 3 of us, can't you deal with a man in black? Aren't you a genius demon?" Lin Duan just skimmed a glance at Chen Tianqing. "Those men in black are also." Then there was no more talking. Chen Tianqing also understood that he was being purely a bit unreasonable. It was just that he was a little worried about Yunyi. "Okay, just listen to you." Chen Tianqing ended up obediently following them. However, Chen Tianqing's worries were completely superfluous. It was good that Yunyi didn't single out those black-clothed men. At this time, Yunyi had already found a place with a lot of monsters and began to brush them with impunity. But it was different from the monsters that had been brushed before. These monsters were all monsters that had already broken through level 50 in their second turn. And Yunyi realized that the monsters that had broken through level 50 in the second turn gave quite a bit more experience than level 49 in the first turn. Yunyi looked at his system alert bar. "Your summon, Lord of Wolves, has slain the LV 51 normal level relic skeleton, gaining 140 experience points, 145 bonus points for crossing over to kill. Your summon, Lord of Wolves, has slain the LV 52 normal level relic guard, gaining 280 experience points, 165 bonus points for crossing over to kill." Yun-Yi, on the other hand, had only managed to kill level 49 monsters before this with an experience value of just over 2,000. Yun-Yi didn't really have a particular pattern for the experience values given by monsters, or at least didn't see a pattern yet. Of course, ordinary level, excellent level and elite level and epic level. This kind of monster gives a big difference, but the other monsters of the same level give some more experience and some less, so Yunyi usually don't count this too much. Usually it only depended on how much the experience bar needed to grow for the summon to level up, but Yunyi had so many big experience eaters around after all, so the need for experience was particularly high. Naturally, he wouldn't let go of this time to brush up on the monsters in the ruins. As for the black-clothed men sent by the school, Yunyi would first see if he could dodge them, and if he really couldn't, it wouldn't be impossible to take them out again. As for exposure and whatnot, Yunyi was prepared to solve it by pushing it onto Linden when the time came. After all, compared to himself, a summoner of little renown, it was the Heaven Slayer, Lin Chen, who was more likely to be convincing. At this time a black-clothed man with a dagger in his hand was cautiously approaching a squad full of 5 people, for the black-clothed man whose strength far exceeded theirs. According to the usual practice he alone could deal with this squad of 5, but that belonged to the other ordinary squad, even if he had already collected 2 freshmen at this time, but for his current goal. But it's just something that comes with the territory. And the reason why he was like this was simple, because the team he had found was none other than the one led by Chung Wang, known as the strongest team squad. Even if they were now second turn and possessed a second talent, they wouldn't dare to take on this squad alone so easily. Not to mention the premise that Battle Lawless had said that sort of thing. That pervert, Battle Lawless, actually really wants to eliminate us old people. If we roll over in this kid's hands, although it's not impossible, we'll definitely be laughed at by them for the rest of our lives, so we definitely can't act rashly. However, although he didn't dare to deal with Chung Wang and his squad alone, it didn't mean that he could only deal with them alone. So calling the black-clothed men around him and encircling them was the optimal plan. But just as he was about to call for reinforcements, a dagger had quietly appeared at his neck. The man in black woke up instantly. But just as the dagger was about to slit his throat, he also disappeared in the blink of an eye. You guys are still too young to sneak up on me, the black-clothed man thought in his heart, and then tried to leave. But another voice came out of nowhere. Where do you want to run to? Immediately after that, the black-clothed man realized that he had been surrounded by 4 figures, and one of the people at the head of the group was none other than Chang Wang. After realizing that he had been completely discovered, the man in black was no longer in a hurry, so he stared at Cheng Wang and asked a question. When did you guys find me? Cheng Wang didn't say anything, but instead turned his gaze to Lin Mengyao who was walking over this way. The black-robed man also understood when he looked at the dagger in Lin Mengyao's hand. Looks like I've been discovered by my peers here. The man in black then shook his head. It can be since there's no need for me to hold back if I've been discovered. With that, his figure was like lightning, and he flew over sharply towards a girl in the group who seemed to be a good bully. Just as he was about to come in front of the girl, suddenly he felt an icy chill coming from his entire body. What's going on? He looked to his arm with the dagger, only to realize that a layer of frost had appeared on him at some point. So what if I let you release your skills? The man in black thought to himself, but just then the figure in front of him changed into another tall figure at some point. Crap! Chapter 64, Showdown, Leisurely Yun-Yi. Immediately after that, Cheng Guang stretched out his arm and grabbed the black-clothed man's neck in a death grip. The man in black wanted to resist, but he was surprised to find that with his power attributes, he was actually completely unable to resist. Cheng Guang could only allow him to be gripped to death by this arm that was like a clamp. Then the body of the black-clothed man was rolled over and slammed into the ground with force, only to hear a boom. The black-clothed man's body was just smashed straight into the ground, directly shattering the ground, and the black-clothed man's blood level instantly disappeared by half. Looking at the prompts coming from the system, the man in black thought that the process light was strong, but he didn't think that the process light would be so strong, seemingly without using any skills, just relying on the strength attribute alone to beat it like this, and their cooperation, alone for such a moment. The man in black was a little afraid to imagine it, but although he thought this in his heart, the movements of his hands were not slow at all, and he had already decided that he absolutely couldn't beat this squad, so he decided to run away. Just as Cheng Guang looked at the black-clothed man who had been thrown to the ground and couldn't move, suddenly 2 small, round balls appeared in front of the crowd. It was followed by a thick jet of smoke that deadened their vision. Mage, don't let him get away, Cheng Guang shouted. The girl who received the order also instantly. A spell appeared in her hand before it spewed over in the direction of where the man in black was just now. Immediately after that, countless ice picks appeared in this smoke in front of them, waiting for the smoke to clear the crowd to see a messy scene, but empty. Also understand that by him to run away. Cheng Guang shook his head, then turned his head to look at the crowd. We're too slow to cooperate. Especially you, Zhao Yin. You should have released the spell to control him the moment I dropped him on the ground, instead of watching from there. Zhao Yin nodded. Although she was also a genius and had pride that belonged to her, she still could only obediently follow orders in front of this person. As for the other 3 guys who were also geniuses, they also obediently followed Cheng Guang's orders, and the reason they were so obedient was simple. Cheng Guang was the strongest in their team. After all, their 4 squads needed to work together as well as have someone to lead the group. Well, don't say so much, just pay attention next time. As for this place, definitely can't stay. Let's transfer the location at speed. I believe that next time it won't be a man in black, Cheng Guang said expressionlessly. At the same time, he knew the general strength of the man in black through the exchange of hands just now. It could be said that apart from him, Several of his other teammates were almost crushed by that black-robed man's existence. The reason why they fought so easily just now, it was also because they worked well together, and because they didn't know the various information about their squad, and were hit with poor information. What's more, that black-clothed man's profession was obviously an assassin, and being able to run away despite being sneak attacked by them was enough to show their strength. Pity. He then led the crowd in one direction. The king of the undead transforms into an undead. Yun-Yi quietly lay on the beach chair, enjoying the Lord of Wolves brushing the monsters while watching the Lord of the Undead transform the monsters he had just killed into undead. Yun-Yi didn't forget about his undead legion, and since the last time the undead legion was directly destroyed by that mysterious person, Yun-Yi made up his mind to get a complete undead legion, at least thousands and thousands of them, so he set a simple small goal. Get at least 2,000 undead to replenish the undead army. But there are very few monsters that can become undead. I can't say that there are few, it's just that they have to be living beings in order to become undead, or else like what kind of stone or skeleton or whatever. All these can't be converted into undead. Moreover, those places Yun-Yi found to brush monsters basically didn't have normal monsters, so naturally, they didn't accumulate a few. But now that he had encountered it in the middle of the secret realm, Yun-Yi still had to take it. But well, this monster isn't exactly normal. Your summon, Lord of Wolves, has slain the LV 51 normal level relic spider, earning 240 experience points, 135 bonus points for crossing the level of the kill. Your summon, King of the Undead, used Undead Revival, S rank, to awaken an undead. That's right, the monsters Yun-Yi encountered were spiders, but surprisingly they could be transformed into undead. Yun-Yi didn't mind. After all, it would be nice to get a few more humanoid monsters and a spider knight when the time comes. Yun-Yi pondered. Anyway, for living beings and whatnot can be transformed, so when the time comes, he matches a little more. What wolf knights are what dragon knights? Anyway, what can be transformed into the undead? Yun-Yi will not refuse anything. However, one thing that made Yun-Yi suddenly think of was that for the attributes of undead creatures as well as their abilities, they were almost uniformly related to the spiritual attribute of the king of the undead, which was the mana value. Nowadays, the king of the undead only used to convert normal level as well as excellent level monsters and whatnot, and the difference in level wasn't too big, so he could convert several at once. But later on, in case he encountered any elite or even epic level bosses, he could also be converted. But what about the lack of mana? Yun-Yi had been pondering this question, but at the same time he also had a doubt. That is, when the time comes, if he really encounters an epic or even legendary boss, and it happens to be a living spirit, can he be transformed into an undead at that time? As for the epic level wolf he killed last time, Yun-Yi actually wanted to try it, but after killing that wolf, the corpse of that boss somehow suddenly disappeared. Yun-Yi guessed that it might have something to do with being a team copy reason. Anyway, Yun-Yi didn't convert to it at that time. Just as Yun-Yi was still thinking about this, he suddenly heard the sound of a fight coming from the surroundings, and it was unusually intense. Seeing this, Yun-Yi also immediately stopped brushing the monsters before turning his head and putting the undead king back. Looks like brushing will have to wait until next time. Too bad my undead army isn't organized yet. Yun-Yi is a little difficult, but Go is the king. Can run absolutely not fight? Even if the fight is only delayed, even if it cannot delay the time, then it cannot delay the time. Anyway, Yun-Yi was ready to live in a different place, and now that an hour has passed since the black-clothed man's pursuit, Yun-Yi's position actually belongs to a place quite close to where he entered. However, the reason why there were no black-clothed men coming to search for them was also very simple. This place possessed an exceptionally large number of high-level monsters, and it was almost impossible for any team to move an inch when they came here. So whenever anyone came here, they would immediately change the path to go. So for this kind of place almost no one would come. So those black-clothed men in charge of the pursuit also naturally did not come here. And this sudden sound of a fight coming through was clearly an accident. Chapter 65. Chance encounter with the wavy black sisters. Although Yun-Yi moved quickly to leave that range, he did not expect that he was still discovered by that man in black. Oh, and there's a little mouse next to it. If Yun-Yi could see the face of this black-clothed person at this moment, he would definitely be able to realize that this was the same senior sister of Su Zichuan back then. And at that moment she was leisurely chasing down the freshman in front of her. Although their mission was to eliminate the more freshmen the more rewards, while she also had a little fetish for watching her prey fight back desperately, giving a glimmer of hope that was mercilessly extinguished in the end. So while it's hunting prey, it's more like playing. Well, now that I have a new prey, it's time to send you out. Or else it's just a matter of time before you're a little guy that I'll play with. The elder sister's eyes looked playfully at the reasonably good-looking schoolmate in front of her. Immediately after that, she gently pointed her hand at that schoolmate, and immediately after that, Vines filled with spikes wrapped around that schoolmate like a python in death. Looking at the schoolmate whose entire body was bound, the senior sister gently waved her hand as if to say goodbye. And what happened to that freshman was simple. Once his blood level fell below 10%, he would automatically be sent out of the secret realm of trials, so there was no need to worry in the slightest that anything would happen to him. Come, let me see that little baby. Now where did it run off to? And Yun-E, who was hiding on the side, also quietly observed the situation over there, listening to the sound slowly disappearing. Yun-E then checked the communicator and found that there was indeed a person who had just been eliminated. Yun-E shook his head, his mind pondering what to do next. This place is too close to the people in black after all. If I continue to brush the monsters, but if I don't brush the monsters, where am I supposed to go? Yun-E was a bit hesitant. Logically he should have gone to find his teammates, but hell knows where his group of teammates ran off to, and with other people around the most Yun-E could do was to release a Lord of the Wolves out, and with the Lord of the Skeletons and the Undead King, Yun-E was a bit worried about being recognized. In the end, Yun-E decided to go find his teammates. I don't know what happened to Lin Chan and the others. Yun-E was still thinking about it and was about to get up when he suddenly felt a force coming from his shoulder, as if there was something there. Where is Schoolboy planning to run off to? Yun-E twisted his head and realized that beside him was none other than a black-robed man whose entire body was wrapped in black clothing. And what Yun-E didn't expect was that the tight black clothes reflected the concave and convex figure next to it. Yun-Ye's face instantly became blushing, and subconsciously, she tried to shake that person away, followed by a throw of her shoulders, and then with a full body effort, she detached herself from the palm of that hand. Yo, elementary school boy, is this shy? Yun-E didn't say anything and didn't want to talk. He just turned his head and tried to run. His speed was that fast. However, how could the black-clothed human elder sister let him run? With a gentle wave of her finger, a vine suddenly appeared on Yun-Ye's escape route before spreading rapidly towards Yun-Ye's location. Yun-E also knew that this was going to be a real move when he saw the scene. Without any nonsense, his fingers gently waved, and immediately afterward a portal suddenly appeared in front of him. Then the Lord of Wolves lunged out and appeared in front of Yun-E. Yo didn't think that elementary school brother is still a summoner. Then let senior sister see whether my vines entangle you two first, or your little wolf cub pounces on me. Yun-Ye's face was so red with shame at this whole situation that he didn't dare to gaze at the black-clothed human elder sister at all, and he could only give the order for the Lord of Wolves to attack. However, the black-clothed person's senior sister looked at the ordinary Lord of Wolves and did not put it in her eyes in the slightest. After all, a summoner who was only at level 20 or 30. Even if there was an epic level summon, that was certainly not very strong, not to mention that the rarity of epic level summons was simply unimaginable, so it's normal not to put it in perspective. So just as the Lord of Wolves pounced on her, she simply went to wrap the vines around the Lord of Wolves as if that would trap him. But what he never expected was that the vines she released were casually torn apart like weeds, and immediately afterward, they lunged towards her body. Just like that, how Yun-E didn't expect this black-clothed schoolmate who looked so strong to be pounced upon by the Lord of Wolves. As she watched that body of the Lord of Wolves pounce on her own, the black-clad schoolmate inexplicably felt a surge of excitement. This feeling seems to be quite interesting too, but now she was sort of afraid to underestimate the Lord of Wolves. And Yun-E also inadvertently glanced his eyes over, and then he saw the black-clothed human elder sister lying on the ground, those two snow-white things fluttering and shaking. Instantly the already blushing face turned even redder. How can a girl be so choppy there? Yun-Ye's mind involuntarily recalled the scene under that black cloth. But just then there was only a thud. The Lord of Wolves, who was originally pressing down on the black-clothed human elder sister to death, was bounced off. Then a voice came again. Hokage, it looks like I really underestimated you, but I won't be doing that next. Immediately afterward, as her words fell, countless vines instantly grew and spread from beside her. And then those vines, like a sharp sword, shot towards Yun-E at extreme speed. It was clear that her target was Yun-E, who was a summoner. As for the Lord of Wolves, the summoners were all gone, naturally not enough to be feared. Seeing this scene, Yun-E understood that as a summoner, he was being targeted. Day and night defense finally comes in handy. Share the divine power. As Yun-Ye's words fell, a chain just connected Yun-E and the Lord of Wolves. In an instant, Yun-E felt his entire body filled with massive power, and the corners of his mouth quirked up slightly. Is that so? Schoolteacher. A long sword appeared in his hand. This was a weapon he had prepared long ago. A second-rank advanced longsword. Yun-E had thought when he had shared divine power that with this attribute, when the time came, he must slash and dice with his sword to a warrior or a swordsman or something. Otherwise it feels like people are going to waste away just relying on summons all day. Though he felt like that was pretty cool too. But as a man, he had to be ambitious. Though generally he didn't use it. Yuni then used an astonishing speed to display a performance that shouldn't belong to the summoner profession in front of the black-clothed human elder sister. He was seen holding a long sword in his hand, dodging the attacks of the vines as recklessly as a god of war. And during the dodging period, he also utilized his longsword to launch counterattacks continuously. If she didn't know that he was a summoner profession, the black-clothed schoolmate must have thought that he was a warrior or swordsman profession. But he's neither. Chapter 66. Sister's Full Power. Goddess of Life's Blessing. Could it be that his profession isn't summoner? And what's with that wolf he summoned? The black-clothed senior sister was puzzled. How could she not figure out what was going on with Yuni? Forget it, whatever. If we let this kid play on, sooner or later something will happen. Speedy solution. She had originally planned to have a good time with Yuni, her elementary school brother, but now the strength Yuni had displayed made her realize that if she continued to play, it would be too humiliating for her to be a second-year older sister. Originally I thought I would only be able to use this move against Chungguang and his squad. I didn't realize that I would have to give it to you now, elementary school brother. It's really cheap, the black-clothed senior sister said in a tone of regret, as if she was lamenting Yunyi's impending fall. Yunyi turned his head to look at his senior sister, somewhat curious as to what this move of hers was. What's the trick again? Instead of speaking, the black-clothed human elder sister had her eyes tightly closed, and her mouth seemed to be chanting something, followed by her hands opening up. Countless green points of light suddenly appeared, gradually transforming into a huge shadow behind senior sister. Blessing of the goddess of life. The power of the divine tree opens. It was only then that Yuni saw clearly that what appeared behind that was actually a silhouette, and not just any silhouette. Yuni could clearly feel the unrivaled breath of life, as well as the divine aura, that the figure transmitted to him. Just by gazing, Yuni felt like he was wrapped in a large ocean of forest in general. Elementary school. I'll see you off next. Immediately after that huge green shadow waved his gigantic body, and a vine instantly emerged from countless places, followed by madly rushing towards Yunyi's location like a swarm of bees. Yunyi, who saw this scene, felt that this senior sister was considered crazy. Not this crazy woman, this level of attack. Really not afraid to get me killed. Then how to explain to the school, how to explain to the teacher? At the same time, Yuni did not dare to make any reservations this time. And in just an instant, the Lord of Skeletons appeared in front of Yuni. Protect me. Just as those green vines were about to approach, instantly everything froze, or was controlled. The black-clothed senior sister also sensed the situation over here. What's going on? Does that mean the attack didn't work? How is it possible? He's only a level 20 or 30 career awakened. Even if his career is as strong as his heaven-defying talent, that's only level 20 or 30. How can he possibly resist my full force strike that I've exerted the power of the goddess? She racked her brain and could not figure out what exactly Yuni had used to be able to block his attack. After all, even if it was a warrior profession of the same level, it would be impossible to resist this full force strike from her, even if it was coupled with a priest and a mage together to increase the effect. This was why she intended to use the move against Chungguang. As for Yunyi's side, after seeing the Skeleton King resist that terrifying blow, he did not say a word without a hint of hesitation and ran away riding the Lord of Wolves. With such a terrifying woman, Yuni felt that it was better for him to avoid it sooner or later, not to mention the fact that the commotion here was so loud. In case he waited until the other black-clothed men had come to support him, Yuni would have nowhere to run to by then. And the truth was just as Yuni thought. At this moment, there were several black-clothed men rushing over in the direction Yuni was in. After all, with such a big commotion, it naturally attracted the attention of others. Is there actually anyone in that position? Look at these freshman eggs always running around. Yuni rode the Lord of Wolves and ran off in a huff. As for the black-clothed human elder sister, she originally wanted to relaunch her attack, but suddenly realized that the elementary school brother had already left, and instantly had the feeling that her whole body had no place to send her strength. Not this elementary school boy running so fast, like a scumbag. The senior sister spat out, and immediately afterward, she lifted the goddess blessing status. After all, this status consumed a lot of mana and also overdrew her life value, so normally she didn't really want to use it, and this state is basically only open once a week. It seems that the original idea of eliminating Chungguang's squad was considered completely bankrupt this time. She had originally treated all the other newcomers as small fish, thinking that they could be dealt with casually, but she hadn't thought of meeting Yuni before she even met Chungguang. Suddenly the black-clothed human elder sister seemed to recall something, and from the very beginning it seemed as if Yuni had seen it from somewhere. It seems to be that schoolmate that Su Zichuan brought with him. At that time did not see elementary school brother. I did not expect to up so fierce. Can really let the school sister impressed it? Then one finger was gently placed in her mouth. Her face flushed slightly and her expression seemed a little odd. Yun-yi, on the other hand, was blissfully unaware of the fact that he was being watched by a person. He had already run off somewhere at this point, led by the Lord of Wolves. Only after running for a while longer did Yun-Yi order the Lord of Wolves to stop. The environment in the secret realm was intricate and complicated, so actually running around casually was not a very good option, as one could encounter all sorts of things if they weren't careful. However, Yun-Yi was oblivious to this. At this moment, a sharp arrow had already been aimed at his body, followed by countless arrows instantly shooting towards Yun-Yi in unison in a split second. It was only the moment Yun-Yi saw it that he finally managed to dodge it with difficulty. Immediately after just dodging over, before he could slow down, a hand suddenly reached out from the ground again and grabbed Yun-Yi's foot. Ah, what the is this again? After a while, after letting the Lord of Skeletons use his ability to sweep everything around him away, Yun-Yi dared to stand at ease before moving out the sun lounger to lie down. I've come to the ing trap area this time. So is that just now considered a secret brush area? Yun-Yi thought as he sipped a coke in his mouth, all the while remembering what he just did not do well in the fight, or was very inexperienced in. It looks like the wavy schoolmate on the opposite side should be around level 70, and should be comparable to that black-clothed person who was chasing him, but the two people's fighting styles are completely different, and it's obvious that the schoolmate is way too strong. Yun-Yi brain pondering, the next time if the face of the school sister how to deal with. Although on the overall strength of Yun-Yi deservedly in the same level inside no one can match, but in terms of actual combat ability, although Yun-Yi was a summoner and belonged to the category of not quite needing to fight himself personally, there was a very real problem, and that was that no matter what the enemy was, it was impossible for them not to target Yun-Yi, the summoner, in the first place. That was why Yun-Yi was so excited and thrilled when he saw that divine power sharing at that time. However, after sharing his attributes and skills, Yun-Yi had almost no skills or experience other than the fact that he would only rely on those attributes alone to support the fight. Looks like I'll need to practice my other abilities when the time comes.